Hey guys. This is part 9 of What If Naruto Was an Ōtsutsuki. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 27. Naruto could feel that she was there, but similar to the time when they first met, Anko didn't show herself immediately, hiding in the trees on the clearing's edge. He would have thought that she would have learned that she couldn't hide from him. But instead, she stayed in the trees, watching him as he continued to meditate as if he hadn't noticed her presence. Eventually, however, without prompting, she dropped from her perch in the tree, landing with an easily heard thump that Naruto supposed was his cue to realize her presence. "Ah, Anko," he called to her as he twisted around in his seated position, a smile on his face. One that almost dropped when he saw that she still wasn't meeting his eyes. "How are you, now that the seal is gone?" There was a bandage over her shoulder but under her clothes, easily visible through Anko's fishnet shirt, right where the cursed seal once was. Anko didn't reply immediately to his question, finding something immensely interesting in other parts of the clearing to look at. This went on for seconds, then a minute, then more, until nearly 5 minutes had passed without a response from the Chunin. With a barely audible sigh, Naruto began to question the girl what was wrong. I'm sorry," Anko interrupted hurriedly, still not looking him in the eye. "When you asked me to take my clothes off and I made a joke." Anko paused for a moment before she spoke in a much quieter voice. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Frowning at the sudden apology, Naruto rose from his seated position, brushing off some specks of grass that stuck to his clothes, and walked towards the purple-haired girl. A girl who was tensing as he approached out of nervousness. Finally, he stopped in front of her, Anko still refusing to meet his gaze. "Anko, look at me," Naruto told her. He received a jerky shake of the head. "Anko," he repeated again, softer this time. "Look at me." The same response. "Anko," he asked again. "Please," if using please did anything or it was 3 times the charm, Naruto didn't think to ask, because when Anko raised her face to stare at him with unshed tears in her eyes, it was the furthest thing from his mind. In a slow movement, he bent down and drew the child into a hug, something that she didn't resist against and eventually collapsed into. He didn't hear the sound of sniffling nor crying as Anko rested her head against his shoulder, but the occasional shake of her shoulders and the small amount of wetness he could feel under where her head rested said enough. Taking a moment to think over what Anko had apologized for, Naruto found himself sighing. His reaction to Anko's joke while he was removing her cursed seal would have been warranted in any other situation that he could think of, except the one that he used it in. Unfortunately, he used it in a situation in which Anko didn't have the most stable emotional grounding, the Chunin feeling vulnerable with cursed seal visible for all to see. He should have thought over his situation more. Anko had asked him if he'd still be her friend after seeing a seal. It should have been obvious from the beginning that Anko was fragile emotionally then. His snap reaction, coupled with the fact that it was the first time he'd actually shown anger directed towards her, along with her emotional instability, would mean that she could, and did, take his reaction the wrong way. It probably didn't help that he apparently missed her when she came out of surgery, if her being here meant anything. They stayed like that for 10 minutes as far as Naruto could tell, either saying a word as Anko released whatever kind of sadness she was holding in. Eventually, though, it needed to end. With as much gentleness as he could manage, Naruto slowly began to pull Anko away from his shoulder. There was a small amount of resistance, but it quickly folded, and then Naruto was holding Anko in front of him, arms on her shoulders and looking into her bloodshot eyes. "Anko," Naruto began. "I understand that you meant it as a joke, I do. It was a poor joke, I admit, but it was still a joke. I am and still are your friend," he assured her. Anko blinked rapidly, though whether it was from the itchiness of her bloodshot eyes or holding back more tears, Naruto couldn't tell. "But you weren't there," Anko pointed out, her voice croaking slightly when she spoke. "When I asked for you when I got out, they said you weren't there. Anko, you were in surgery for..." Naruto paused to look at the sun before looking back to Anko. "Almost 5 hours now." Despite her state, the Chunin still managed to look confused, turning to stare at her bandage and then turning back. "But it's so small, how could it have taken so long to remove?" she questioned. "Simply because I broke the connection between the activator of the locking seal and the seal, didn't mean that it was a big break," Naruto explained to the girl. It was small and required great precision to cut properly. Just because I broke what activated the seal didn't mean it wasn't charged either, Naruto added. If even a portion of the seal was damaged, it may have caused the entire array to kill you. Anko's eyes widened at knowledge of the delicate procedure that she undertook, realizing just how easy she assumed the seal was to remove, and how wrong she was. I came out here to stretch my legs before returning, Naruto continued, a small frown overcoming his face. Hiruzen should have told you that. He was waiting in the lobby. He would have then come too. There was pause as everything seemed to click together. You left through the window to look for me, didn't you? Despite the passing situation, Anko managed a small grin at the accusation. Naruto sighed as he stood up. I believe that we need to return you to the hospital, he told the escapee, who gave him a pout, a sign that Anko was slowly returning to her definition of normal. Do we have to? She whined, as he began to walk back to where she escaped from. Yes, Naruto replied with little hesitation. There was a reason that doctors kept patients for observation after all. There was then a sudden tug on his hand, pulling him backwards. Naruto sighed as he turned around. Anko dash. He was cut off as arms wrapped around his stomach and a head pressed into his chest. Looking down, Naruto saw a head of purple hair, all but confirming that it was Anko. Was she still upset from before? Thank you, Naruto heard from the Chunin, not in a watery or sad tone but in a heartfelt voice. For removing his mark. She continued as she removed herself from him. It wasn't necessary to clarify who he was. I thought that I might have to walk around with it forever, as a reminder, but you got rid of it. You're welcome, Anko, Naruto replied with a smile to the girl, who returned the gesture. Now I believe that we need to return to the hospital, Naruto told her as he turned and continued to walk towards the hospital. Before the ANBU are sent after you. Anko fell and stepped beside him. You need to get watch, she told him after walking in silence for a few seconds. Without stopping, Naruto turned to look at her. And why exactly is that? He inquired with a raised eyebrow. Because you look like an idiot constantly looking at the sun to tell the time, she informed him in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto snorted and turned away. I'll be sure to do that immediately. After all, everyone knows that all Anko Mitarashi spouts is complete wisdom. The sarcasm within Naruto's voice should have been enough for a deaf person to hear, but in her typical fashion, Anko only puffed out her chest, seemingly taking his words literally. I know, she replied. They'll speak about my words of wisdom for years to come. Anko gloated with an exaggerated swipe of her hand out in front of her. Naruto shook his head and chuckled at her actions. The Namake's household, that being Minato and Kushina's home, hadn't changed all that much after Koji's birth. The only major difference being some new pictures on the walls along with some baby toys scattered around the apartment. A baby chair also sat only a few paces away from the dining table, though from what Naruto knew, Kushina liked holding her child far too much for them to use it, even if baby wasn't old enough for it. After knocking on the door, it didn't take longer for Naruto to hear Kushina holler through the apartment that she was coming. Though he was well aware that it was only after one of the three ANBU covering the door reported to her that she could. Opening the door, the Uzumaki woman greeted Naruto with a smile, her son in her arms, immediately stepping to the side. Hi Naruto, come in. She invited him, the father thanking her for the invitation as he walked in and sat on the couch in the living room. What's life like living with security? Naruto questioned the redhead as she came into the living room not a moment later, sitting down with a small huff. Not as easy as on paper, she told him with a slightly irritated look on her face. It's not that the ANBU don't do a good job, or that I feel like they're invading our privacy, but I just don't like knowing that they're so close. Kushina sighed. It just doesn't let this place feel like home but like some kind of vault or lockup. You can't do much about that, Kushina, Naruto told her with a shrug. That's something that you'll have to talk to Minato about. The Uzumaki just gave a small nod. She knew she'd have to do that. But if you want my opinion, Naruto continued, perhaps buying a house might settle these feelings. Kushina gave a thoughtful look as she gazed around the apartment, which lasted for only a few seconds until she turned back to him, a small smile on her face. Thank you, Naruto. I'll have to speak to Minato about it, she replied. Naruto offered her a small nod. Anytime, he told her. But there was a reason that I came here. Understanding lit up in Kushina's eyes. Minato told you that I wanted to speak with you. She guessed, to which Naruto nodded. He told me that you wanted me to do something, Naruto said to her, though he wouldn't tell me what. Yes, Kushina replied with a small nod while she gave Koji small rock in her arms, the baby having begun to fall asleep as Naruto had been speaking. There is something that I would like to ask you. Kushina gave a small sigh before continuing. Would you be willing to look after Koji for me? The question threw Naruto, the man not understanding, not even slightly, what Kushina was asking of him. Was this really all that Kushina wanted to ask him? Minato made it seem like it was worse than it was. Before he could answer, however, Kushina continued. Not as in, just a night or while I get alone time, Naruto. She said to him, speaking in a tone that made Naruto wary. But as in during the time between Minato going to and from his office. Kushina. Naruto spoke, after several seconds trying to digest and understand what she was asking. What do you mean? I'm not a housewife, Naruto. Uzumaki told him. This? She gestured to the house. The cooking, the cleaning, it's just not me. I feel like I'm slowly dying doing it all. Naruto tried to speak for several moments, failing each and every time, as what Kushina was asking finally took shape. Eventually, he managed to speak. So you want me to what? Naruto asked, some hostility beginning to form in his voice. Take care of Koji as well because you think it's killing you? Kushina's eyes widened at his words before they narrowed in anger and fury. Never say that again. She hissed at him, trying to be mindful of her child, who was now asleep. I love my son, Naruto, don't ever say those words again or assume otherwise. Let me finish. Continue. Naruto told her, arms now crossed over his chest, looking at his son's wife with a frown. Kushina took a breath to calm down before she spoke again. Koji will eventually go to the academy, Kushina told her father-in-law as she began to relax. Whether it's the civilian academy or shinobi academy is up to him, but he will eventually go. When he does, I'll be left in this apartment. I can't deal with that, Naruto. Being a housewife simply isn't me. Naruto began to rub the side of his head as Kushina began to speak, and finally stopped when she finished. So you want me to look after Koji, not now, but later when he'll go to an academy at, what, 5? And what about your friends, the Hyuga and Uchiha women? Naruto asked Kushina with some disbelief. 6. Kushina corrected, as if that was the problem. I just can't do the cooking and cleaning all day, Naruto. The redhead continued before her father-in-law could speak again. Sometimes I feel like Koji's the only thing that's stopping me from going mad, and when he goes to either academy, I know that I won't have anything to occupy my days. As for Hitomi and Mikoto, there's only so much we can talk about each day. So I decided that once Koji goes to the academy, I'll become an active shinobi again. Naruto took a breath to steady himself before he addressed Kushina again, hoping to get her to see reason. Thanks to what she just said, he could see that she wasn't trying to be neglectful or anything malicious. She wanted something to occupy the majority of her day other than tending to the house once Koji was at the academy. Unfortunately, Naruto found this incredibly stupid considering that she didn't know what might come up during the years in between, and that wasn't even the main problem he had with it. Kushina, he began. I get that you don't like to cook or clean, they're mostly dull and boring tasks, but I want you to reconsider what you're asking. Not only is Koji years away from going to the academy, in which time anything could happen, but what you're attempting to do is also the near definition of stupid. The blunt ending of his words had Kushina frowning, but Naruto ignored that. You cannot ask me to look after Koji while you go out and satisfy your boredom when he isn't here. You simply need time to acclimatize to not having as an exciting life as you did before. It isn't like that, dash. Kushina was cut off by Naruto's, now much harsher, voice. Yes. It is, he told her with a glare. I'll tell you what, Kushina, Naruto said to her after a moment of silence. If you can, right now, look down at your son, and say to him with a completely straight face, Ka-san's too bored for you, then I'll look after him for you. Kushina's eyes bulged at his ultimatum, her mouth opening slightly. For a split moment, she looked down at her son before turning back to him. Why? She stammered as she looked into Naruto's hard eyes. Because I want you to know exactly what Koji will know when he comes home from the academy to find his Ka-san not waiting for him. I want you to know exactly what I'll tell him when he asks where you are, and so that when you miss out on parts of his life, that you know why. Most of all, though, I want you to know why those things will happen. Naruto's tone was cold, Kushina nearly flinched from it. There was a thick, tense silence that then permeated the room, like an invisible fog. Kushina stared at Naruto, who gazed back with uncaring eyes, before she looked down to her son. It only took 2 seconds for her to look back up, tears rapidly building her eyes, and shake her head. "I can't," she told him, Kushina's voice breaking as she got more upset. "I won't," she continued, now shaking her head to emphasize her refusal, bending down to cover her child while holding him closely. I'm sorry, I said I'm bored. I'll never say anything like that again, I promise, I swear." Kushina's cries were soon joined by those of her son, who was woken up by his mother's voice, but where his mother's cries turned to sobs, Koji's continued. Kushina's crying didn't stop after 5 or even 10 minutes, taking 20 before her tears finally showed any sign of drying up. Not once did her son once stop crying with her, screaming alongside his mother for the world to hear. Eventually, though, Kushina's cries turned to sobs, which then dried up into sniffles, that then finally vanished as she slowly began to rock Koji back to sleep, which went quickly when his mother was no longer upset. When Kushina finally looked up, she found Naruto hadn't moved an inch from his position on the opposite side of the lounge, his eyes no longer holding ice but instead displaying tiredness and mild disappointment. "Do you want to know the reason why I'm still here?" Naruto questioned her when he saw her gaze. "Why I haven't left?" Kushina didn't get any time to answer before Naruto responded. "It's because I knew that you didn't mean what you were just saying. That as soon as you actually went to put that plan into action, I know you'd run back and scoop up your son into your arms and vow never to do it again." "How do I know that?" Naruto asked, as if anticipating Kushina's next question. "Because Minato's Ka-san, did almost the exact same thing. Much like you, it was some months after her son had been born." Naruto continued, "Much like you, she didn't want to be a housewife, having been raised to take over and continue her family's business as traders once her parents were incapable. When she decided to try to start trading again, she asked me to look after Minato." Kushina saw the father's eyes glaze over as he remembered. "She could have taken us with her but didn't wish for a repeat of the incident that took her family away from her. In the end, she left for a larger village to iron out an agreement with one of her family's old partners, despite the fact that we had no need for any kind of income. Minami's family had managed to acquire more than enough wealth to sustain our family indefinitely." Naruto paused to look Kushina directly in the eye. "She lasted 2 days before she was back home, not letting Minato out of her sight." "And you believe that I'll do the same thing?" Kushina questioned her father-in-law, who gave a short nod. "You would," he told her. "But I think that my earlier words have shown you why leaving Koji simply to alleviate some boredom isn't a good idea." Kushina flinched slightly, turning her gaze back to her son in order to avoid Naruto's gaze that suddenly became painful to stare at directly. "As I said before, Kushina, you'll eventually adapt to not living as an exciting life as you did before," Naruto explained to the Uzumaki woman. "But something that you have to realize right now is that your life no longer revolves entirely around you and your desires. Your responsibilities as a parent come first, before Konoha and whatever duty you think you have to the village, because as soon as he was born, your only duty was to Koji." There was silence in the room as Naruto finished speaking, Kushina seemingly refusing to reply. It was only a few seconds later that Naruto's sigh broke the silence, realizing that he may have been too hard on his son's wife. What Kushina was going to do was bordering on neglect in Naruto's book, but it hadn't been intentional. It was sometimes difficult to remember that Kushina and Minato were both only in their 20s, an age that most in this age wouldn't consider children or marriage. Yet they had done both. Their love for each other was incredibly strong, as it was for their son too, but their love couldn't show them how to properly care for Koji. Naruto had all the confidence in the world that eventually, Minato and Kushina would become incredible parents, balancing love with discipline to help Koji become an amazing young man for whatever path he chooses to follow. But it would take time and experience before they were at that level, something that Naruto would help them with as best he could. Right now, his son and daughter-in-law were still wandering blind in the darkness. It was inevitable they'd fall over something. All he could do was help them back up when they did. Getting off the couch, Naruto crouched down in front of Kushina. The woman gave no sign that she knew he was there, only lifting her head after flinching slightly when he placed his hands on her shoulders. "Kushina," Naruto whispered to the woman. "You're an incredibly young woman, one who is only now just beginning to discover the amount of work that being a mother takes. You had a lapse in judgment, something that I know, as you get older, you won't make again. I won't be able to hold your hand for everything, Naruto said to Kushina, but you can bet that I'll help you as much as I can. Besides, Naruto then gave her a smile. You'll eventually be begging me to help you when Koji begins to grow, and I can't miss out on the chance to see you begging. Kushina managed to crack a small smile in response. Naruto, Miki smiled weakly. What are you doing here? I didn't think that you'd be here for another few days after your last visit. Once more, Naruto found himself within the Senju compound, standing at the foot of Tsunade's mother's bed. This time, though, it wasn't for an apology. His reasons for coming to see Miki today immediately became sidetracked, however, when he noticed how much sicklier the widow seemed. It's progressed further than anticipated, he told her, only for her to short nod. Not out of impoliteness, but because it was probably all she could do. Don't worry about me, Naruto, she told him, managing to wave her hand, if only meekly. I'm old. There was a pause. Visibly, she then added, after she realized who she was talking to. Naruto only gave her a small smile before moving to the side of her bed before moving a chair closer to her bedside for him to sit on. I won't beat around the bush, Naruto told her as he sat down. Tsunade has left the village with Kushina, both headed for Uzushiogakure, along with an escort. Miki only gave a small nod of understanding, so Naruto continued. She was incredibly insistent with Kushina that they leave soon, bordering on pestering from what I'm told by Minato. Again, Miki only nodded, causing Naruto to sigh. At first I thought she was simply getting angsty, wanting to leave the village quickly, but now… Naruto sighed once more, as Miki lowered her gaze and bowed her head gently, before continuing. She knew you weren't going to last much longer, didn't she? He asked her softly. His only response was a short sniff from the once blonde-haired woman. That sniff rapidly turned into a cough, which then rolled into a coughing fit, one that caused Miki to place a hand over her mouth while another blindly searched her bedside table for a tissue. Naruto quickly pulled one free from the box on her bedside table and placed it into the groping hand, that was instantly swapped for the other. Even without a good look, Miki quickly folding the tissue to hid it from Naruto's vision, the father could tell there was a substantially larger amount of blood on it than he had seen in her previous cough fit. She did, Miki said, answering his question with a soft and croaky voice. Did she visit? Naruto questioned just as softly. There was silence as Miki took a deep breath before releasing it. No, she answered, her tone speaking volumes about how much a visit from her daughter would mean to her, and how much the fact that she wouldn't receive one saddened her. How did she find out then? Naruto asked. My doctor, Miki told him, still looking pained. I think Tsunade asked her for reports about me. My daughter always was her hero. Tsunade must have found out from them. There was a silence in the room, at least until Miki placed her empty hand over his, attempting to give him a smile. Naruto easily saw through the exterior, and saw the sadness that Miki was hiding beneath. It's okay, Naruto, I'll see my daughter again eventually. We never truly say goodbye, after all. Miki meant for her words to be comforting, but they fell short when Naruto could see just how the lack of Tsunade's presence pained her. I think that now is a good time for a rest, Naruto, Miki said to him after a pause. Yes, she repeated, as if to sound sure. Now is a good time. All it did was seem like she was trying to assure herself. Even so, Naruto wasn't going to begrudge Miki her chance to sleep. Yes, Naruto repeated the widow's words, bowing his head and closing his eyes. Go to sleep, Miki. Almost like he was speaking magic words, said woman's eyelids immediately began to slowly descend over her eyes. It wasn't long before Miki was slumbering peacefully, only her labored breathing telling of how she most likely wouldn't wake up. Lifting his head, Naruto allowed his now glowing eyes to see the light of day while placing a hand over Miki's chest. I'll see you in the morning. All around her, Tsunade could hear the sounds of celebration echoing through the Uzumaki clan's compound in Uzushiogakure. Loud, nearing obnoxious, levels of laughter from those participating, cries and exclamations of joy, all accompanied by some fireworks. There was alcohol, some incredibly rare that had been broken out specifically for this occasion, though it obvious when one realized why. It wasn't every day that the daughter of the village leader reunited with her mother, bringing along a child and distant relative. The small party was more for Kushina than it was for her, but that was fine. Tsunade wasn't in the mood for partying, she had an important decision to make, and it was looming over her head, ruining any kind of relaxation that she might have been able to achieve alongside the partygoers. What did she do after they leave? Kushina might want to stay here for a while, to catch up with her mother, brother and other relatives that she might have. But when they went to leave, once they left the walls of Uzushio, heading back towards Konoha, what did she do? Did she follow, become trapped back within the walls of the place that held nothing but bad memories and reminders? Hiruzen was there, the pervert too, and she had to admit that face of Kushina's brat had made an impression on her. There was also Shizen, Dan's nephew. Dan, he was also there, around almost every corner, turning it before she could reach him and vanishing out of sight. His blue hair made sure that she never missed it. He also haunted her dreams, just out of reach and always with a sad look adorned on his face as he looked towards her. Nawaki didn't leave her either. That grinning face would always slowly morph into the half-burned shell that a retrieve team managed to recover for burial. She'd always wake up only after the face had finished its transformation, never before. Then there was her father, grandfather, granduncle, grandmother. They all waited for her return back in Konoha. So Wakao-chan, Tsunade remembered. She knew that the elderly woman was most likely on death's door, if she hadn't already passed through it. It wasn't hard to leave without saying goodbye to her. Tsunade knew that she wouldn't have made it through the conversation, knowing it would be her last with her mother. She took a breath, shuddering as she did so. It was hard to believe that she, Tsunade Senju, was now the last of her family, barring some outlying Senju relatives. It would be even harder to request time off, though perhaps she could if it was clan business. Tsunade snorted. She might just be told to conduct her clan business in the village. Then there was leaving the village, abandoning Kushina on the way back, slipping past their escort. She'd be hunted down, perhaps labeled as a missing nin, but it would be better than the alternative, spending her time being constantly reminded of what she'd lost. As both options weighed down upon her, she couldn't help but wonder why she was even here. Why she'd allowed Naruto to persuade her into actually following Kushina, instead of running off as soon as Konoha was out of sight. Tsunade knew that she would eventually leave Konoha. The choice she was trying to make was really whether she should go back for Dan's niece. She was all she had left of him. Not enjoying the festivities? The sudden voice startled her, but not enough for her to show it. Turning around, she found herself facing Kai, the current clan head for the Uzumaki. The elderly white-haired man was over 150 years old, beginning to head towards the end of the extended lifespan that his Uzumaki blood granted him. Is it that hard to tell? Tsunade replied, sarcasm lacing her tone thoroughly. She was standing on a balcony, one that joined to the room she was using in the clan head's residence, far from the center of celebrations that was happening throughout the Uzumaki's clan compound. If there is anything that isn't to your liking or that you would like added or removed Tsunade interrupted, realizing that her words that may not have been appropriate considering that she didn't know the man. No, she said. It's nothing, this party isn't for me anyway, my opinion doesn't matter. The blonde-haired woman turned back to rest her arms on the balcony's rails. Kushina was having fun last I saw. It was impossible to spot the usually distinct color of Kushina's red hair amongst the literal sea of other redheads. On the contrary, Kai responded as Tsunade heard him take steps closer to the edge of the balcony. While Kushina may star more than you in this celebration, this was equally for you as well, Tsunade. I've been waiting a long time to meet my great-granddaughter. Tsunade turned her head to stare at the white-haired man. She knew she was related to the Uzumaki clan, but known nothing more than that. Mito always spoke highly of you when she mentioned your name. A smile appeared on Kai's face as he reminisced about his daughter. She believed you'd do great things as a medic nin, push what they could do to new boundaries. Not enough. Tsunade muttered, almost involuntarily as she turned away. Inwardly, she cursed herself for not keeping her mouth shut, praying that Kai hadn't heard it, but she instantly knew from how he turned to look at her that she had. What troubles you, Tsunade-chan? The Uzumaki elder questioned. Don't call me that. The Senju snapped almost immediately. Dan had called her that, so had her mother. The way he spoke to her, like he was familiar to her, didn't sit well with her. And why not? Kai questioned with a raised eyebrow. You are my great-granddaughter. I am your great-grandfather. Why can I not address you with such familiarity? Tsunade grit her teeth. I don't know you, simply because we may be related by blood, as thinly as it is, doesn't mean you can address me like that. A frown appeared on Kai's face from her words, and Tsunade hoped he would have the sense to end the conversation there and walk away. Unfortunately, he didn't. Very well then, Tsunade. As I said before, what troubles you? Kai's frown began to fade as he spoke, but Tsunade's response put it right back where it was. It doesn't concern you. Actually, Kai replied, his voice gaining a slight edge. You'll find it does. While you may not have noticed it, your absence has been noted. Kushina is worried for you, which is in turn making her mother and brother, Kashuma and Kazuo, my daughter and grandson, upset, and is interfering with them rebuilding burnt bridges. This, in turn, is making me unhappy, so I decided to look for you to put Kushina at ease. The man's voice then gained a tone of finality to it. So this can end in two ways. You can tell me the cause of this behavior so that I can then go back to Kushina to tell her that you've decided to rest, or I can tell Kushina that you've isolated yourself deliberately because you don't feel included. Your choice. Tsunade felt her eyes narrow at the blatant blackmail on the clan head's part. She knew that if Kushina realized that she was deliberately avoiding the festivities, that the Uzumaki woman would seek to get her included in them. Kushina had spent most of the trip either worrying about her reception or brainstorming out loud about the celebration and what it would entail. From the words she'd used, words like us, we and our, Kushina had planned for the two of them to be celebrating together under the impression that she joined this trip for the chance to learn more about her Uzumaki roots rather than escape. The clan head gave no outward sign of being affected by her glare, giving her a bland look in response as he waited for her answer. There were a few more seconds of silence before Tsunade finally replied. I'm having trouble coming to a decision. She grounded out. The white-haired Uzumaki gave a nod at her answer. Was that so hard? He questioned, Tsunade only offering a glare in response. So, he then continued, do you plan to leave Konoha on the way back or escape from Uzushio when you believe no one's looking? The question made Tsunade's eyes bulge, her jaw slackening in shock that the man before had managed to come to such a conclusion. Upon seeing her expression, Kai gave a hearty chuckle of amusement that lasted until her expression morphed into a more serious one, Tsunade's face going cold. You shouldn't be so surprised, Kai told the woman once he'd sobered. I know perfectly well that you don't give care about your Uzumaki heritage. You've shown your interest already tonight. There was a level of disappointment, sadness, and anger in the man's tone, the first two emotions dominating. I also know perfectly well about the Senju clan's near extinction. Kai then gave a dark chuckle. Leaving a village, to which you have near no family ties, going to a place you clearly don't want to despite the trip being voluntary, and telling me you have a decision to make? How about I write missing Nin on your forehead? I haven't decided anything yet. Tsunade snapped, not bothering to deny the accusations, knowing it would do her no good. Kai didn't reply immediately, settling to stare at Tsunade for a few moments before replying. No, you haven't, he said. But you're close, that much I can tell. Tsunade grunted. If I've answered your stupid questions, then leave, she told the elder, not bothering about any kind of respect. Not like she'd shown any of it previously anyway. I was expecting many things when I finally met you, Tsunade, the clan head commented after a moment. And I can safely say that what I've seen here fits none of them. A deep frown creased his face as he turned away, beginning to walk away. But even so, he continued, speaking sarcastically, Congratulations, Tsunade Senju of the Sannin. I'm sure that my daughter would be disappointed in how far you've fallen. In an instant, Tsunade's hands clenched, the strength great enough to draw blood as her own nails dug into her palm. Had anything been in her grasp, it would have most likely been crushed. Who the hell do you think you are? Tsunade hissed, her anger flaring as she whirled around to face the retreating clan head's back. To say that I've disappointed anyone? You know nothing of what I've gone through, what I've lost, what I've dashed. Her triad was interrupted, not by a sharp tongue cutting her off, but by laughter. Kai was actually laughing, not chuckling, but laughing loudly at her. For a moment, she was gobsmacked at the sheer gall of the clan head, unable to believe that he was laughing at her loss. That shock rapidly turned to a vicious anger, her teeth grinding together, her hands balling into fists, her stance turning aggressive. The Senju was seconds away from launching herself at the Uzumaki when he finally managed to pull himself together. How sad, he muttered, as he wiped something from his eye. For you to say that to me not only shows either great ignorance or great stupidity. You truly know nothing about your Uzumaki heritage, what a pity. Tsunade just growled at the man, but Kai ignored it. Do you know, Tsunade, that as clan head, I am required to go to every funeral that involves the death of a member of the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade paused at the elderly man's words, as what his words truly meant hit her. Every single member of my family that dies, I'm notified. Regardless of whether they were shinobi or civilian, elderly or young, whether I knew them like the back of my hand or I'd barely seen their face in my life, I visit their graves, as is my duty as clan head. In my 40 or so years of being clan head, how many funerals do you think that I've attended? Tsunade couldn't answer. Well over 1,000, Kai revealed, each one just as heartbreaking as the last, from the child who had family sobbing about him being taken too soon, to the 205-year-old Uzumaki that no one remembered well enough to come. Each one of them tore at my heart little by little, but do you want to know what made it all worth it? Barely a moment had passed before Kai was answering his own question. This, he gestured around them, motioning to nothing in particular. The celebrations, the parties, the festivities, each one restores what the funerals take away, he continued, moving back to the balcony railing. When I walk through the streets during all this, I don't see people moping about loss, wondering what about what-ifs. I see them dancing, celebrating, accepting and moving forward. It is in these celebrations that everyone, no matter their age, realizes that despite the family that they have lost, that still have family all around them. There was a fire in Kai's eyes as he spoke, a passion that Tsunade usually heard coming from her teacher when he spoke about the will of fire. When they dance, drink and eat, they don't think about who is no longer among them, they only take comfort in the knowledge that they still have family around them. The Uzumaki elder then pointed down to the partygoers, pointing at someone in particular that the Senju couldn't identify. Suzumi-chan lost her son last week, her only child, when an experiment with Fuinjutsu went wrong. She has been a mess ever since, but now, while not completely over, she has begun to show signs of acceptance. Tsunade finally spied the woman, seated with a small smile on her face as she talked to others. Tsubei-kun lost his mother not 2 days ago. The clan head pointed to another person, this time a male dancing with others. She was the last member of his immediate family, and while saddened at her passing, he now dances with his extended family. These celebrations, Kai told her, are not just about the occasion, but are also to remind the clan that family is never too far away. Something that perhaps you should take to heart, isn't it, Tsunade? The female member of the Sannin didn't respond. With an audible breath, Kai then turned to leave. I will tell Kushina that the trip has tired you out. You could use the time to think. Tsunade was left on the balcony, overlooking the festivities, as her mind whirled through the verbal slap to the face she was given. He never said it, nor outright implied it, but she was able to get the hidden meaning in his words. Get some perspective. And she had. There were no words that could describe how she felt. For so long, she trapped by the deaths of her family, 6, now 7, people, only for her to suddenly feel like a child that was crying because they scraped their knee. Even as the Uzumaki clan had left, Tsunade compared her sob story to his and couldn't help but notice how pitiful her own seemed. Where she lost her family, as well as the majority of her clan, most of which she didn't even know the names of, Kai had gone to the funerals over 1,000 of his kinsmen and kinswomen. Where she'd wallowed in sadness and despair, he learned to move on, to accept their deaths. Where he stayed loyal to his village and clan, she was contemplating insubordination and desertion. It wasn't a flattering comparison. With a sigh, Tsunade left the balcony and walked back inside. Fuck it, she was getting a drink. It was a much tenser Tsunade that approached Konoha's walls than when she left. When she'd left, she'd been apprehensive and nervous, but now she was just tense. She knew what was coming as soon as she entered. Walking around her, she knew her escort was tense as well. It was easy to guess that they knew she was tense and thought she might run at the last second. Kushina was oblivious, happily playing with her son who rested on her hip, the baby gurgling whenever his mother pulled a face. As they approached, Tsunade could already make out their welcome home comedy. There was the Hokage, obviously, as was the Sandame, the Uchiha clan head's wife with her youngest, one of Kushina's friends if Tsunade remember correctly, along with the Hyuga clan head's wife and her child. Around them as well were several Anbu, hidden in the shadows, but that was a given. Strangely enough, Naruto wasn't among the party, but Tsunade put that out of her mind. It was the woman wearing the clothes of a medic nin that made Tsunade worried. She was also part of the welcome home comedy. Her name was Suki and she was her mother's personal doctor. As they walked closer with every step, Tsunade resisted the urge to stop. She could already imagine what the medic would say, she was ready for it, but that didn't mean she wanted to hear it. Eventually, however, Tsunade found herself in front of the comedy, Kushina moving forward to hug her husband while their kid just babbled gibberish. Hiruzen gave her a smile that was tinged with relief, no doubt fearing that she would have taken the opportunity to leave. Minato spared her a look for only a few seconds before he returned to focusing on his wife, but those seconds were enough for Tsunade to see that even he had assumed she wouldn't be returning. Tsunade-sama. The voice nearly made her jump, but even so, she still noticeably tensed, recognizing the voice. It was the medic Nin. I understand that you've had a long journey, and that you may want to rest, but I believe that you should hear this before you do so. Tsunade sighed, there wasn't putting it off anymore. What is it, Suki-san? She sighed. Well, my predictions about the remaining time that your Ka-san had. She began hesitantly. I don't know how, but they were wrong. Tsunade snapped to those of the doctors. Those predictions shouldn't be wrong. She had gone over them herself multiple times, making sure that they were accurate. Obviously, there were variables. A sudden infection or strain on her mother's body could accelerate the progress of her body's natural degradation, but her mother had been confined to her room for well over a month before she left for Yuzushiogakure. And what exactly does this mean? She questioned the medic Nin, who once more spoke hesitantly. Your Ka-san is still alive. Tsunade froze at the news. I don't know how, Tsunade-sama, but her body has somehow strengthened itself, like someone managed to heal her entire being. The female member of the Sannin was moving before the doctor had finished speaking. She didn't even register the eyes of those around her following her, as she fled into the village. The Senju compound was quiet as she walked through it. Years ago it was filled with the sounds of people chatting and conversing with each other, children playing in the background, but now it was nearly desolate, the only other signs of life being the vegetation. Nobody could truly say what caused the downfall of the Senju clan. Divine interference, bad luck, or the results of plotting by the clan's enemies, it was impossible to tell. All that was known was that it was so gradual that it wasn't noticed until it was too late. Suddenly, the compound was nearly empty of occupants. Tsunade paid attention to none of as she made her way to the clan head's residence, the house that her mother occupied, as was her right as mother of the current clan head, herself. It wasn't like there was anyone who could stop her anyway. She entered the house quickly and immediately made her way to where her mother's room was situated. Stopping just outside the door, Tsunade paused for only a moment before she continued forward. She needed this, she needed to see her mother one last time. For herself if not for her mother. For closure, the door opened, and Tsunade found herself facing an image that she half expected. Her mother and Naruto sitting the same room. The former sitting up slightly in her bed while the latter sat at her bedside. Both were looking towards her as soon as she stepped into the room, perhaps before that. She hadn't exactly been trying for stealth. Mickey's face immediately lit up when she laid eyes on her daughter. Almost as soon as he laid eyes on Tsunade, Naruto looked back to her mother before standing up. I'll leave you two to speak alone, he told the mother and daughter before swiftly moving past the latte and leaving the room, closing the door behind him. There was a silence between the two family members before the older of the two spoke, her smile still etched onto her features. It's wonderful to see you, my daughter. There was no disappointment in her voice, no anger or sadness, only joy that Tsunade had come to see her. I've missed you so much. Against her will, Tsunade felt her eyes moisten at her mother's words. Slowly, she responded. It's good dash. Tsunade was forced to cough as something seemed to lodge itself in her throat. It's good to see you too, she finally greeted. How has my little doctor been? Mickey asked, that gentle smile still on her features. It was almost like she hadn't been ignoring her mother for months, like they'd spoken only last week. Cammy, she couldn't keep this up much longer. I've been good. The watering in her eyes was getting worse, forcing her to rub them with her hand. Come closer, Tsunade-chan. Her mother told her, motioning to the chair that Naruto had vacated. Take a seat and tell me how you've been. Slowly, Tsunade walked forward, almost without thinking, and sat in the unoccupied chair. Her eyes stayed locked with her mother's, the elderly woman's eyes not changing in the slightest since their conversation had begun. She could see the love in her mother's eyes, love directed to her, love that she didn't deserve. She couldn't do this. I'm sorry. As soon as those words came out, dam broke and the rest spilled out. For not visiting you, for being a mess, for not looking out for Nawaki, for all of it. I tried, but it wasn't enough. As the verbal dam broke, so did the barriers holding back her tears, causing them to streak down her face. I'm so sorry, Ka-san. For everything. It was then that Tsunade felt a hand on her upper arm, before a light pull told her to move towards the bed. It was instinct that made her immediately bury her head into her mother's shoulder, from there wrapping her arms around her, as the elderly woman did the same, both holding the other close. You silly girl. Her mother spoke to her as Tsunade continued to cry. Even in tears, Tsunade could still make out the now thick emotion in Mickey's voice. All I wanted was my daughter, not the past. Nawaki may be gone, but I never blamed you. It was never your fault. For several moments, either spoke as Tsunade's cries dried up, but Mickey eventually broke this. I was so worried about you, Tsunade. The woman didn't respond as she held her mother close, both taking comfort in the other's presence. I thought that I might have lost both my children before their time. I'm glad to see I was wrong. Tsunade didn't respond, but tightened her grip around her mother. It was some hours later when Tsunade exited the room, eyes red, and noticing that Naruto wasn't outside the room. Searching for the man on the upper floor proved fruitless, only locating him on the ground floor, alerted by the sound of a flame going out before flickering back to life. She eventually made her way to the living room, immediately finding her target seated in one of the chairs, hand extended as he made a flame dance on his palm. It formed shapes and animals, Naruto animating the latter to look like the flame was truly alive. He did this for another few minutes while Tsunade watched before he extinguished the flame. I first met you in this room when you were only weeks old, Naruto told her, not taking his eyes off of his now extinguished nor showing any alarm at her presence. I entertained you when you started crying after an argument, entertained you by making fire flare different colors and shapes. He paused to snort. As well as biting Hashirama on the ass. The mental image brought a small smile to Tsunade's face before it slipped off. Thank you, she said to the seated man. For what you did. At Naruto's raised eyebrow, she narrowed hers. I'm not stupid, she told him. The predictions made by her doctor were sound. Ka-san would have died while I was in Uzushiogakure. Tsunade's eyes softened. But she didn't. I know you did something that allowed her to survive this long. There was a small pause. So thank you for that. It was the least I could do, Tsunade. Naruto replied to the Senju. What I should have done, at least until you could have spoken to her one last time. Tsunade shook her head. What if I hadn't come back to Konoha? The Sannin member asked him. Then your Ka-san would have died without seeing you one last time. The statement was blunt, but it was thanks to the bluntness that Tsunade realized something. He was betting entirely on her returning to Konoha. Did he really believe in me returning that much? Tsunade couldn't help but wonder. So, what have you realized to have let you come back, that has made you want to visit your Ka-san? Naruto questioned her, breaking her out of her thoughts. Tsunade was silent for a few moments before she spoke. I realized that despite everything I've gone through, I've never tried to get past any of it. Her voice was slow, as if she was thinking about each word she said. I've always held on to each death, that I've never accepted that they were gone. Tsunade leaned onto the doorframe that led into the room as she spoke. And that I need to let go in order to continue forward. It was quite the realization that she had at Uzushiogakure thanks to the words of the Uzumaki clan head, concluding that part of the reason why she couldn't move forward was because of the blame that she forced onto others, as well as herself. And will you? Naruto asked. Will you begin to let go of the blame and guilt that you've carried? Tsunade sighed. I'll try, she answered. For them. Naruto only nodded. It was good enough. When Naruto re-entered the room, Miki was waiting for him, a small smile plastered on her face. I know that Tsunade-chan has probably already said this. She told him as he walked towards her, sitting down on the empty chair. But thank you? Naruto shook his head. I went against your wishes, he replied, a touch of sadness in his voice. You should have died a natural death, Miki, and I prevented that. I should apologize. A chuckle escaped from the elderly woman as she went to reach for his hand. Naruto placed his hand into hers as she came down from her laughter. Naruto, I'd trade a natural death for 5 more minutes with Tsunade in a heartbeat, especially before she returned today. The smile on Miki's face became bigger as she squeezed his hand. Besides, you only did what you had to in order to keep your goddaughter happy. It was true, it had been done for Tsunade in the hope that, when she returned from Uzushiogakure, she might be able to find peace with her mother before the woman passed on. It would be better for the both of them to reconcile before Miki died, Unsaid feelings or thoughts can often haunt people, something Tsunade didn't need at this moment. It's funny, Miki commented as she squeezed his hand. When I first saw you, you seemed too cold, hard and near uncaring of things, despite how well you handled Tsunade-chan as a child. But now, you willingly went against an old lady's dying wish in order to make her happy. There was another squeeze of his hand. You've changed so much, she told him. But I believe it's for the better. I couldn't be happier with Tsunade's godfather. Naruto gave the woman a smile, seemed like she always knew what to say. It was after another 5 minutes of talking that Naruto left the room, allowing Miki some much-needed rest from an emotional day. He'd go to visit her 2 days later, only to find Tsunade already there, chatting with her mother about more mundane things than the topics they had discussed when they last met. Naruto would leave without either of them realizing he was there in the first place. 10 days later, Miki would pass away peacefully with Tsunade by her side and a smile on her face. In a cavern, 3 figures stood facing each other, each wearing a cloak of red clouds on a black background. The only thing to tell each of them apart was the blue hair that one of them possessed, the red hair and ringed, purple eyes of another, and the orange mask with a single eye hole that the last wore. We need more members if we are to succeed. The blue-haired one commented, the tone of voice suggesting that she was female. Indeed. The redhead replied, a male from how his voice sounded. This is your area, is it not, Madara? Yes. The last person, Madara, spoke, and I believe I have found someone perfect for the team that we are putting together. Who is he? Prompted the redhead. A man from Taki, answered Madara, and a rather famous bounty hunter by the name of Kakuzu. Chapter 28. The third birthday of the Hyuga clan's heiress was the first time that Koji would be invited to a major event concerning the clans of Konoha. While the 2, nearing 3-year-old had met the heiress before, a child by the name of Hinata, it had been in much smaller celebrations that usually involved a much smaller group of people than the coming event. Unlike previous birthdays, however, the Hyuga saw it as a time to introduce their heir to the other heirs of Konoha's clans, many of which, by an amazing stroke of coincidence, were roughly the same age as Hinata and Koji. The Hyuga had invited multiple people to attend, many of them having some kind of shinobi background. Minato and Kushina had obviously been invited, along with Koji. But for some reason, so was he. I didn't know that I was close with the Hyuga clan, Naruto muttered sarcastically under his breath. I suppose that it'd be rude if I declined the invitation? He asked his son. They were both in Minato's office during the Hokage's break from his work. Minato answered only after he swallowed the part of the sandwich he was chewing and picked up the sheet of paper that was sitting on his desk. It's addressed specifically inviting you as well, Tsu-san, so unless you give a legitimate reason for not going, yes they would. Minato frowned. Why wouldn't you want to go, Tsu-san? Do you have something to do? Why would they invite me in the first place? Naruto asked, trying to direct the conversation away from its current path. Minato raised an eyebrow. You're the wielder of rare bloodline, as well as a recluse, barely talking to most people. They want to know about you, Tsu-san, to learn more about swift release. I wouldn't be surprised if they had wanted to meet you for a while now. The yondaime then brought the conversation back to its original direction. Now why don't you want to go? Naruto grumbled. Can't you just go and tell them whatever they wish to know? And say what? Minato asked with another raised eyebrow. That I can go really fast? That was most of what Minato could do with swift release after all the training that his father had given him. He had the ability to move and stop at various speeds mastered, but now he had to worry about how he interacted with the rest of the world at those speeds. Needless to say, it would take a long time before Minato could touch something safely while moving with, not only the irregular lessons, but also learning to interact at the different speeds. Now why don't you want to go? Minato finished. You know what I mean, Naruto replied. There isn't a whole lot that I could say that you couldn't. Tsu-san, Minato said again, now sounding exasperated. Stop avoiding the question. Why don't you want to go? Naruto gave a sigh and pointedly tapped Minato's desk. The Hokage nodding knowingly, and with a flicker of his hand, had the ANBU vacate the room before securing it. Okay, now what is it? He asked. Do you believe the Hyuga could see through your disguise? Naruto shook his head. No, there's no chance of that happening, Naruto answered, waving off his son's concerns. Despite being able to see through illusions and chakra, the Byakugan can't tell the difference between physical alterations. But, Minato frowned. You don't alter yourself? He paused. Do you? Naruto gave his son a slight smile. It is an illusion in that it isn't truly real, but I do alter myself for my disguise. Without a gesture, a wave of white washed down Naruto's hair, his eyes also changing to the same color, revealing his natural form as his skin was rejuvenated slightly. Then a moment later, his hair turned red, his eyes changed to purple. This too lasted for only a moment before his hair turned blonde, with his eyes turning blue, matching Minato's hair and eye color like he had done for Kushina before. Then, he returned his disguise, hair turning black, eyes turning green. What I do is bend light to alter the colors that the eye perceives objects having, Naruto explained. While it is an illusion, I physically alter light. The Byakugan may be able to see chakra and see through illusions, but it can't see through something real. As for my wrinkles and other signs of aging, that is a manipulation of my flesh to sag more than it should. Minato frowned. Wouldn't something like that consume a noticeable amount of chakra? He asked. Naruto shook his head. Surprisingly, no, the elder father answered. It actually takes an incredible amount of control, as well as the ability to focus on multiple things at a time. That's why you meditate, Minato realized. One of the reasons, yes, Naruto nodded. I usually drop my disguise when I'm sure that no one is around and allow my mind time to relax and unwind. The yandere gave a thoughtful hum before he turned back to their original conversation. So if you aren't afraid that your disguise will be discovered, why are you so unwilling to attend the celebrations? There's a reason that I haven't made any attempt to connect with the Hyuga clan, Minato, despite my relation with them. Naruto informed his son with a sigh. The caged bird seal, Minato guessed. His father confirmed it with a nod. The Hyuga clan didn't always have that seal on their branch family members, Naruto explained. Several centuries ago, the main branch of the Hyuga clan was killed off, leaving no definitive clan head or heir. The sections of the branch family squabbled for the right of becoming the new main house of the Hyuga clan, eventually settling the dispute by each section selecting a member to compete in a competition. Naruto sighed again, rubbing his head as a headache began to form as he remembered the events. From what I was able to gather, the other families believed that the winning family cheated in some way. So in order to secure their position as the new main house of the Hyuga clan, the family created and placed the caged bird seal on all other members of the clan, barring their own. I have been disgusted and disappointed with my descendants ever since. Naruto finished. You did try to help them, didn't you? Minato asked with a frown. I did. Naruto confirmed with a nod, but his mouth twisted as he continued. But unfortunately, my attempts didn't succeed in the slightest, instead garnering the opposite reaction. First, I tried simply trying to convince the new main house that the way they were acting was barbaric, but as I was disguised, they ignored me. For my second attempt, I approached them without a disguise and introduced myself as their ancestor. Naruto sighed again. But since it was only the original main house that knew of my existence, and they died without passing the secret on, the new main house believed that I was a Rouge Hyuga and attempted brand me with the caged bird seal. Minato raised his eyebrows in disbelief, already imagining his father's reaction to such a thing. No doubt someone would have been injured. Naturally, I didn't take too kindly to this and rendered all who tried it unconscious. This then led me to attempt number 3. Naruto recounted, confirming Minato's internal suspicions. Manually removing the curse seal from the foreheads of each branch house member, the worst attempt. The disguised dark-haired man sighed before continuing. Due to my tendency to travel, I heard about what happened to the branch house of the Hyuga clan months after it actually occurred. When I released the branch house from their restraints, they unleashed months' worth of anger upon the main house, killing all of them but the children. While the children were placed back into the branch house and another family placed as the new main house, they still remembered what the branch house did to their family. When they were old enough, they reapplied a new version caged bird seal to the branch house, along with the new main house while they slept and forced them to act like servants. The original caged bird seal was just meant to cause incredibly pain to the bearer on command, as a punishment, but the new seal that the children of the second main house created from the old seal allowed them to kill as well as cause pain to the bearer at any time. And like that, the whole thing restarted. Naruto spoke with disappointment and sadness. After the second main house was killed, I left angry and disappointed in my descendants. The second time the caged bird seal was applied, that feeling only multiplied. Didn't you realize that the branch house would have been angry? That they would have sought vengeance? The Hokage inquired, wishing to know more about why his father did what he did. I knew that they were angry, Naruto replied after a moment. And I knew that violence would most likely be the result if I released the branch house. But I found that I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I release the branch family, knowing that they would most likely attack the main house in anger? Or did I leave them in servitude for the rest of their lives, and perhaps their children and grandchildren's lives? Naruto sighed heavily. There was no right answer, Minato. I knew that then and I still know that to this day, so I chose what I had hoped would end the entire incident. Obviously, it didn't work. Have you ever thought about taking off the seal manually again? Minato questioned after a few moments to digest what he had been told. Or considered approaching them again without a disguise? I have considered them but ultimately decided not to do either, Naruto told his son, as I've realized that my interference won't solve this, and that I must wait. Wait? Minato echoed. What do you have to wait for? For someone inside the main house who feels the same way I do. Naruto explained. Only someone from the main house could repair the bridges that remain burned between the main and branch houses. My interference will help resolve nothing in the long term. It would do nothing against the anger that the branch house of the Hyuga clan holds against the main house. You mean not one of the main house of the Hyuga clan have thought about removing the caged bird seal for centuries? Minato asked disbelievingly as what his father was saying clicked. They were family, related to one another. It was hard to believe that no one in the main house had tried to cease the usage of the seal. The Hyuga clan is one that is very strict and traditional, Minato. Naruto explained. Such thinking that could derail their traditions is something that is discouraged immensely. Sometimes, to the point of disciplining the offender. From the way he'd spoken the word, it was easy to realize that disciplining spoke of physical punishment. It wasn't shocking. While some clans didn't practice the hitting of a child as a form of discipline, there were still many who did. This wasn't advertised, but many of the stricter or more traditional clans weren't above it, at least behind closed doors. Minato closed his eyes and shook his head before addressing his father. Toussaint, that isn't a valid reason, at least not one that you'd be willing to tell the Hyuga. Minato paused as Naruto shook his head with a grimace on his face. So unless you can find something that would be reasonable, the only way to not attend would be to reject the invitation. What would the outcomes of not going be? Naruto asked, suddenly feeling tired. He really didn't want to have to go, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe that not attending wouldn't have some negative repercussions. The entire situation annoyed him. If you decided to reject the Hyuga clan's invitation, especially for no apparent reason, they would find it insulting at the very least. Minato explained. His father was happy that the yandere wasn't sugarcoating his words. That would have only served to irritate him more than he already was by this offer. You would find yourself unable to rely on any Hyuga assistance for anything, and it might make any dealings that I have with them a bit strained, but nothing too bad. The Hokage paused before continuing. On the other hand, you'd be socializing. Naruto responded with a flat look against the amused glint in his son's eyes at his jab. Koji would get to see his grandfather. The disguised dark-haired man gave his son a pointed look. Which he wouldn't want to see if his Toussaint managed to make it home more often than he currently did. Minato winced at the shot directed at him but didn't try to deny it. As he got older and managed to stay awake for longer portions of the day, Koji began to notice his father's absence during the majority of the day, only appearing during late evening, usually around the time that Koji slept. Due to this, there wasn't as much interaction between the father and son as there should be, at least in Naruto's opinion. Because of this lack of his father, Koji seemed to be beginning to latch on to his grandfather instead. The blonde child still loved his father and always tried to stay awake to greet him when he came home, according to Kushina, who was exasperated to no end by her child's antics. But Koji would always ask his mother, at least once a day, if his grandfather, his Jiji, was coming over. Naturally, Naruto approached his son about the issue as soon as he realized what was happening, not wanting to be Koji's replacement for his father. While Minato had waved off his father's concerns, he had conceded that he wasn't spending as much time as he probably should around his son and wife. Point conceded, Minato replied before moving on, his tone turning serious. Look, Toussaint, I'll admit that you don't have a lot of reasons to attend, but I would like it if you could go for peace of mind for me. You expect that the Hyuga might not welcome you with open arms? There was a measure of surprise in Naruto's voice. Minato shook his head to dispel that theory. For the week of the party, a delegation of Kumo shinobi will be visiting Konoha in order to sign a treaty. Minato explained with an uneasy look on his face. You don't believe this will pass without an incident? Naruto questioned, noticing his son's look. Minato nodded his head. This treaty isn't truly peace between Konoha and Kumo, but more an agreement of neutrality. Minato continued, his brow furrowing. Kumo offered it some weeks ago, seemingly out of the blue, and I can't help but wonder why. Do you have any theories? Kumo attempted to kidnap Kushina years ago. Minato answered in response to his father's question. This may be another attempt, albeit poorly concealed under the guise of a false treaty. It might be an attempt to acquire intel on Konoha's resources and structure. It could be a number of other things. Naruto leaned back and folded his arms as he thought about what his son was saying. What about the ANB you have guarding Kushina, as well as Koji? The elder man asked his son. They won't be there. The Yondaime replied with no small amount of irritation. The Hyuga pride themselves on their Byakugan, their all-seeing eye. Having the ANBU there to act as an extra guard would say that I doubt their abilities and skill as well as their eye, something that they wouldn't take without insult. Considering that this is also an event that I was invited to, showing up with armed guards isn't a good look. Minato finished with an annoyed sigh. Naruto closed his eyes to think upon the situation before he answered. Fine. He sighed as he opened his eyes. Fine, I'll go to the stupid party. Minato immediately gave his father a smile, but Naruto pointed a finger in his direction. But this time, Minato, Naruto added, narrowing his eyes. I will expect a favor that I'll be able to call in return. The Hokage blinked at the request. I'm not a charity case, Minato, and I cannot be your solution to whatever problem that Konoha has. You want me to act as extra security, then you must offer me something in return, in this case a blank favor. While initially startled by his father's rather sudden decision to start to require some sort of payment for his services, Minato quickly regained his composure. If that's what you want, then you'll have it. Though if you ask for something that interferes with my oaths as Hokage. Minato trailed off, but Naruto already knew where his son was heading with his words. I know that I'm not stupid enough to ask for something that would interfere with your position, Minato. The Yondaime detected the subtle jab at his priorities, but let it go. Well, now that that's taken care of, Naruto continued. What time did you wish for the four of us to meet? As his son met his question with a sheepish look on his face, Naruto restrained the urge to groan and instead gave him a look that demanded an answer. I'll be meeting with the diplomat for the majority of the day, and don't know what time I'll be able to leave. When his father's face gained an irritated look, Minato made to reassure him. But I should be able to leave by 7 at the latest. Naruto just sighed. What time does it start? He inquired, a sinking feeling in his gut already telling him that this was a bad idea. Minato answered hesitantly. 3. The single word response was enough to make Naruto groan, now regretting agreeing to his son's request. Knowing his luck, Kushina would want to be there early. Naruto prayed that Koji fell asleep earlier, but knowing that the child inherited his mother's personality more than his father's, it was unlikely. After several moments of internal complaints and moaning, Naruto sucked it up. He'd lived for over a millennia and had done things that most could only dream about. He could handle spending some time in the company of his descendants. Perhaps they'd improved over time. He had never checked their attitudes, only observing the clan from afar. As he entered the main building of the Hyuga clan, Naruto could already feel a small amount of disgust and disappointment brewing internally. Standing out the front of the building were several members of the Hyuga's branch family, if the bandanas around their forehead were anything to go by, and the way they bowed as Naruto and Kushina along with Koji, who was holding his mother's hand, approached. Once inside, Naruto was able to notice that they weren't the first people to arrive, other families milling around, some with children clutching the hands of their parents, or being held. The disguised male's attention was taken away from the others invited to the celebration by the sound of people approaching both himself and Kushina. Turning to face them, the most noticeable thing about them was that they were Hyuga, pale eyes speaking for the two. The second was the unmarred foreheads of the two, most likely the current clan head and his wife if Naruto had to guess. He idly noted that the woman was slightly familiar. Lastly, Naruto's eyes were drawn to the small girl with dark blue hair who clung to the back of her mother's legs. Hitomi, Kushina greeted with a smile as her friend approached, leaning forward to hug the woman with one arm, the other occupied by her son's hand. Hayashi, she acknowledged with a smaller greeting. Kushina, the clan head replied, his voice neutral. Naruto remembered that the clan head, Hayashi, didn't like Kushina, it was because of something involving ramen if he remembered correctly. And who is this? Kushina questioned with a smile as she looked towards the small girl that clung to her friend's leg. Is this the birthday girl? The child blushed red and shuffled behind her mother's leg. Hitomi giggled at the child's display before bending down to shuffle her daughter out from behind her leg. Don't be shy, Hinata-chan. You've met Kushina and Koji-kun before. Hi Hinata. Koji greeted with a bright smile, giving a wave from where he was holding his mother's hand. The small child blushed a further shade of red and mumbled out a small hello before she moved to hide herself once more. Kushina turned to Naruto. Naruto, you're making her nervous, introduce yourself. She told her father-in-law. The man glanced at her for a moment before doing so. He didn't really see how it was his fault but wasn't in a mood to argue. Hayashi-san, Hitomi-san, thank you for inviting me to your daughter's celebration. Naruto gave a small bow to the two. My name is Naruto. An inclination of his head was all the response that Naruto got from the clan head while his wife gave him a smile. I meant to Hinata Naruto. Kushina told her father-in-law with an exasperated expression on her face. It is a pleasure to meet you again, Naruto. The Hyuga woman greeted. Please, however, simply call me Hitomi. After confirming that they had met before, the woman then turned to look down to her daughter, trying once more to shuffle the shy child out from behind her legs. And this is Hinata, greet Naruto, princess. With her mother's encouragement, Hinata seemed to gain the necessary courage as she stepped out from behind her mother completely before giving Naruto a quick bow and speaking with red cheeks. Welcome, Naruto-san. Hinata was behind her mother once she finished again, Hitomi releasing a sigh but gave her child a fond smile. Please enjoy yourselves while you're here. Hayashi spoke up, his tone just as stoic as earlier. Hokage-sama is going to be arriving later, Kushina? The redhead gave a nod. Minato will be joining us later. He's currently dealing with the Kumo shinobi. There was a measure of distaste in Kushina's voice when she mentioned the shinobi from Kumo, not a surprise considering that Minato said she was almost kidnapped by them. Anyway, Hitomi, is there somewhere that the children are being allowed to play? Follow me, Kushina. The Hyuga woman told her friend, her pale eyes then falling upon her daughter, smiling at her. We were going to go there. Her voice then gained a teasing tone. But someone wanted to wait for her friend. Hinata blushed at the insinuation and buried her face into her mother's leg while Kushina giggled and Koji simply looked on, not comprehending what his mother and her friend were talking about. As Kushina and Koji followed Hitomi and Hinata, Hayashi turned to Naruto. Naruto-san. The clan had said, gaining Naruto's gaze from where it was wandering around the room, taking in the multitude of people who were chatting along with tables of food. The adults who have a connection to the children here have all volunteered to spend time watching them throughout tonight's proceedings. I was wondering if you would be willing to assist us in doing so. Call me Naruto, Hayashi-san, and I would be happy to volunteer. It would involve less time interacting with people around him. Naruto could already feel several sets of eyes on his back and none of them made him comfortable. Then I must request that you call me Hayashi, Naruto. Now please enjoy yourself. With that, the Hyuga clan head turned and walked away. To where, Naruto didn't know. For a few moments, Naruto stood there, entirely unsure of what he should do. He couldn't remember the last time that he had been in this kind of situation, if he had at all. Thankfully, some kind of deity seemed to be watching over him. Naruto! A familiar voice called from behind him. I'm surprised to see you here. Turning around, Naruto found himself facing someone that he hadn't thought would be here. Hiruzen, Naruto greeted. I didn't think that you'd be here either. I thought this was a formal birthday party for the Hyuga heir. Why would you attend? Despite being a birthday celebration, the Hyuga have still decided to use this to express their influence. What better way to say that by inviting the former Hokage? The graying man asked rhetorically. I had nothing better to do with my afternoon, so I decided to come. But what has made you decide to attend, Naruto? As I understand it, these things aren't for you. Minato convinced me. Naruto replied truthfully. It was technically true. At his answer, however, Hiruzen's face sprouted a smile. Did he show you his doe eyes, Naruto? The Sarutobi asked with some amusement in his voice while Naruto immediately gave the former Hokage an irritated look. No, he didn't. The disguised man responded shortly. Hiruzen chuckled. I'm only joking, Naruto. Only joking. Naruto didn't reply but shot Hiruzen another look that told the Sandaime he didn't appreciate his joke. Hiruzen chuckled again. Come with me, Naruto. Hiruzen told the father of the yondaime. I'm sure that you could use something to drink. Naruto didn't say anything as he followed his friend at a sedated pace. The table that he was led to contained an assortment of drinks, a small few of which were alcoholic at this time in the day. Many of the drinks Naruto hadn't seen before. He'd guessed that they were more of the high-class drinks that had been developed over the centuries. Hiruzen severed himself some drink that Naruto couldn't identify. The former Hokage asked his friend what he'd like, but Naruto waved him off, reaching for the water jug that was further down the table. One wouldn't think that alcohol would lose its appeal ever, but after centuries, it eventually became more of an annoyance, as his regeneration would usually burn through the alcohol in seconds unless he actively stopped it doing so. So, how has life been treating you, Naruto? The former Hokage inquired as he sipped his drink, Naruto doing the same with his water. It's been as well as it can be, Hiruzen. A sudden stray thought struck Naruto as he finished speaking, and he realized that this was as good a time as any. Hiruzen, Naruto spoke, gaining the Sarutobi's attention with the tone he was using. While light, it carried a tone of seriousness. How did you manage your family while acting as Hokage? What has made you ask this? Hiruzen questioned the dark-haired man. Something to do with Minato, I presume. Naruto released a breath. I don't think that Minato is ready for the task of being a parent, the man admitted to the former Hokage. A thoughtful look appeared on the Sandaime's face as he pondered the other man's words. What makes you think so? Hiruzen questioned. Naruto paused for a couple of seconds before speaking again. Let me rephrase that. I don't think that Minato understands how to be a parent, a proper parent. Naruto sighed. I've talked to him about beginning to spend more time with Kushina and Koji, especially as he gets older, but he waves me off. Perhaps it's just me, but I'm worried about Minato's relationship with Koji. Hiruzen gave a thoughtful hum before replying. You're worried that his relationship with his son might turn into your own with him? The Sandaime inquired, not pulling any punches with his response, knowing that Naruto wouldn't appreciate it if he did so. Naruto winced slightly but shook his head. Not to that extreme, but yes, I'm worried. Naruto shuffled uncomfortably. Is there anything I can do to prevent this from happening? This was a relatively new situation for Naruto. Usually he was the one that had the answers, the one that other people came to for solutions to their problems. He knew that by no means was he all-knowing, but the ageless man had become used to knowing the answer to his problems. Having to seek what he usually already knew from others was a unique experience for Naruto. I see much of myself in Minato, Hiruzen said after several moments. Back during my youth I had much of the same dedication to the village that he had, along with his respect for the position of Hokage. My teacher drilled that respect into me. A wistful smile appeared on the face of the former leader. Biwako changed quickly when we had our first child. I had been working and she barged into my office and dragged me away to have dinner with her and our 2-year-old son, making me leave a Kage Bunshin to finish the work. Despite the wonderful memories I have of that night, the next day I felt horrible, wondering what might have happened, what the repercussions were from my absence, but when I checked back in, everything was normal. Hiruzen paused before continuing. It was at that moment that I realized that my respect for my position had twisted itself so that I believed that the Hokage was the linchpin that held Konoha together, and that it was my duty to be at the ready for anything that might possibly happen. When I left the office that day, I left 3 hours earlier than I usually would, and with the realization that I wasn't the only one protecting Konoha, that I had hundreds, thousands, of others that continually assisted me in that duty. From that day forward, during intervals in my schedule, I would take a break, leaving a clone in my place and either return home or go for a walk around the village, simply observing the civilians and off-duty shinobi, watching how they spent their time. Naruto was silent as the Sarutobi spoke, processing what was being said. Minato could be going through the same thing that Hiruzen had, or it could be something completely different. Whatever it was, Naruto hoped his son worked through it eventually, because he had no doubt that Kushina would not be pleased that her husband was deliberately staying at his office for longer hours. Naruto turned to his friend, slightly inclining his head towards the clan head. Thank you, Hiruzen, you've given me much to think about. Hiruzen tilted his head in acknowledgement. There was a moment of silence between the two men before Naruto spoke. I understand that you greeted the Kumo shinobi that arrived today, along with Minato. How did that pan out? The dark-haired man inquired. Hiruzen was silent for a second before he spoke, a noticeable crease in his brow. As well as it should have. At Naruto's raised eyebrow, the Sarutobi elaborated. I don't know if it's simply paranoia or my instincts, but something doesn't feel right. Naruto had a thoughtful look on his face before he responded to Hiruzen's words. What exactly makes you nervous? Naruto questioned. A few things. Hiruzen replied, his voice becoming quieter in an effort to not be overheard. They weren't talking about incredibly sensitive matters but things that neither himself nor Minato wished to become public. One is the fact that there are 7 members of this diplomacy party that isn't normal. The elder of the two interrupted with a questioning tone, but also keeping his voice low, noticing the tone his friend was using. The Sarutobi hesitated before answering. Not entirely. He spoke carefully, as if measuring his words. Usually, a diplomacy party would consist of 1, perhaps 2, shinobi skilled in politics, who would speak on their kage's behalf, along with a group of guards. 7 is not an unreasonable number for this. However, something that also comes into play when selecting a diplomacy party is the skill level of those within. If the shinobi are too skilled, the entire offer of diplomacy could be considered a farce, and the party could find themselves surrounded by enemies. Too weak, and it could be considered an insult to the village in question's power. Naruto processed the information before speaking again. How does this affect the shinobi that were sent by Kumo? He inquired. Because one of them is the head shinobi in Kumo. Hiruzen tersely. Along with 6 other shinobi, all of which are high chunin or low jonin on their chakra alone. It rubs me the wrong way. Did they say why they have brought such strong shinobi? Naruto asked. There was always the possibility that they weren't here for any nefarious reasons. Hiruzen shook his head. We have not yet called them on it, and the fact that they have also said nothing in regards to the strength of their party leans closer to an ulterior reason for coming to Konoha. Naruto shrugged. So kick them out on the grounds of village security. Fake something if these people being here truly bothers you so much. Without legitimate grounds for doing so, Konoha's image would take a heavy hit if we threw out a diplomatic envoy and then didn't invite them back. Hiruzen informed the father. But we have instead informed the Kumo shinobi that they will have to leave by tomorrow afternoon at the very latest. They tried to protest about being forced to leave, but Minato was able to bluff them with several security drills that would be commencing tomorrow. Naruto gave an understanding nod. Force them to either abandon any kind of plan that they had or force them to do it on your schedule. A smart move. They are being watched at all times while within the village, as well as until they leave Hai no Kuni's borders. Hiruzen informed the dark-haired man. Naruto nodded again. Anything else? The father asked. Anything that is suspicious or that leads to the idea that they aren't here for the right reasons? Hiruzen visibly hesitated for a moment, his eyes shifting around, scanning over everyone in the room in a show of paranoia, or perhaps it was wariness. While Naruto was sure that the former Hokage would trust the clan heads that were currently present, they were not the only ones who were present tonight. Several prominent civilians that had made a comfortable living for themselves in their respective fields were also attending at the Hyuga's invitation, never mind that the child whose birthday this was probably didn't know what any of them did, let alone their names. Once the Sandaime was done scanning, he turned his body to face Naruto, speaking a hushed tone, far more quietly than before. There was an infiltration of Taki recently. The Sarutobi whispered. A group of shinobi managed to enter the village and sneak into their hall of records, the guards only discovering the group as they were leaving. Hiruzen paused for a second, sparing another look to those around the two before turning back to Naruto. Nothing was taken, though from what we've been told by our ally, their records regarding their more recent missions was rummaged through. You believe it was Kumo? Naruto deduced in a low tone. Perhaps it was, Hiruzen said evenly. Perhaps it wasn't, but only a week after the break-in, Kumo approaches us with a treaty for peace seemingly from nowhere? I find it suspicious in the extreme. A small frown then worked its way to the Sandaime's face. Then there's Kumo itself. The village went into lockdown not even a month ago, again, without warning. From what I've been told, Minato also hasn't received a missive from Jiraiya this month, which is worrying. Now Naruto frowned. The white-haired Sannin member was on a long-term mission in IWA, as far as he knew, keeping his ear to the ground for any kind of potential assassination attempts from the Otsutsuki or any other elements from the land of Earth against Koji or Minato. So far, everything seemed calm. The Otsutsuki, while wary of the newest addition to the Namikaze's name, wasn't willing to start anything so close to the end of the Third Shinobi War. For Jiraiya to not report and seem to point to something being wrong as Despite his perverted attitude, the Sannin did know when there was a time for stupidity, and when the time was for the seriousness that his duty required. All of this points to Kumo plotting something. Hiruzen continued in a low tone. That this treaty isn't as it seems. Their presence within the village will not contribute to the good fortune of Konoha. That much I am becoming increasingly certain of with each moment that those 7 are here. Naruto frowned as a thought occurred to him. Could they be after Koji? Naruto questioned his friend, who also frowned. It is possible, Hiruzen told his senior as he thought over the idea, his voice still quiet. Out of the great 5 shinobi villages, as far as I am aware, Kumo has the least amount of Kekkai Genkai wielders. Koji is a potential wielder of swift release and is vulnerable as a child, moldable. This could be an attempt to gain a bloodline. The gray-haired man paused for a moment as he continued to think, noticing Naruto's eyebrows slanting further at the reason for Kumo's presence that he had just put forward. However, we've heard no such plans from Jiraiya, nor any other sources. Naruto was quiet for a minute as he digested what Hiruzen had said to him. The idea that Kumo had come to Konoha purely to kidnap his grandson was enraging. Koji was a child after all. How could someone see a child as something to be used, rather than the child that it is? As these thoughts rattled around in his head, Naruto calmed himself with the knowledge that it was unlikely. As Hiruzen had said, Konoha had not heard of such plots within Kumo. But still, the idea played with him for a good while. A hand placed itself on Naruto's shoulder as he brought himself from his thoughts. You shouldn't worry about things like this, Naruto, Hiruzen's voice told him. Or at the very least, not now. The delegation from Kumo is being watched. There's not much more that can be done until they can actually make their move. Naruto released a short breath, knowing that Hiruzen was right. I know, but that doesn't make it any easier to do nothing while a threat to my son and grandchild is within walking distance. The Sandaime said nothing in response to that, but instead motioned to many of the people around him. I think that now is the time to begin to interact with the rest of the guests here, Naruto. A small smile made its way to the clan head's face. And I have it on good authority that many would like to meet you. Feeling the eyes on him from several people around the room, Naruto suppressed a groan. He hated social events, and he was sure that Hiruzen had picked up on this and was intending to milk as much amusement as he could from Naruto's discomfort. Let's get this over and done with, he muttered as he followed Hiruzen to some overweight civilian in silk clothing. He couldn't wait until it was his turn to watch the children. It was almost 3 hours later when Naruto was finally called to watch the children. It came as a welcome release from the torture that was listening to people talk about how important they were while keeping a smile on your face. There was something especially depressing about the way many of the richer, and subsequently fatter, nobles did so while stuffing their faces full of food. It was almost fascinating how one could talk so coherently while they had their mouths stuffed with a sizable piece of onigiri. When it was finally his time, Naruto refrained from breathing a sigh of relief. Hiruzen had ditched him almost half an hour ago using an excuse of getting some drinks, leaving Naruto to wander somewhat lost around the room. He'd spotted Kushina speaking with Hitomi and another, dark-haired, woman, Mikoto if his memory was correct. He thought about walking over, but decided not to interrupt Kushina's conversation with her friends. In the middle of his wanderings, however, Naruto was approached by a man with a somewhat lazy look on his face. He was the same person who brought Anko to his son's office on the day she had her seal removed. Naruto-san. The man spoke as he approached his leader's father. My name is Shikaka Nara. I'm here to tell you that it's now your turn to watch the children. The Nara spoke a slow tone, sounding like speaking itself was tiring. Very well, Shikaka-san, Naruto said to the man, hoping that the tinge of relief in his voice wasn't noticed. Judging by the hint of amusement and slight curl of the other man's lips, he hadn't succeeded. The Nara gestured to a side entrance to the large spacious room that was being used to host the adults. I'll take you to the room where the children are. Without another word, the Nara made his way towards the exit, Naruto following behind. As soon as he exited room, and the door closed behind him, Naruto immediately noticed a difference. As more people had arrived as the day had worn on, the level of noise had slowly grown, to the point where it was nearly impossible to hear someone a few meters away. Once he was outside, the level of sound that was invading his senses dropped, and Naruto released an unconscious sigh of relief, having not realized how loud those in the party were. Naruto quickly shook himself of this feeling and made to follow Shikaku, who had been watching his reaction to leaving the party only a few paces away. There was an amused smile on the man's face. The man, whose hair reminded him of Anko's with a darker color, once more turned and began to lead Naruto to the children he would be watching, starting small talk as Naruto caught up. The housing of the Hyuga clan was a mixture of traditional and modern styles. While the exterior design of the housing reflected traditional housing from the era of the Warring States period, with thin large windows, sliding doors, a landing that extended around the building and a floor that was several centimeters off the ground, the interior was far more modern with thicker walls and tables and chairs, along with knives and forks instead of chopsticks, and flat plates. Modern utilities were also installed within each house. Locks were something that many shinobi clans, the Hyuga included, incorporated into their homes. From what Naruto could tell, the Hyuga seemed to have housed all of their main branch members under multiple connected homes. Each housed in a single-story house that was connected via small walkways which, much like the houses, was elevated several centimeters off of the ground, with coverings to protect against the rain. These walkways, in one way or another, ended up connected to the large, hall-like room that Naruto had just left. The branch family members were housed in their own single-story houses, which were also connected to others much like the main branch houses that were spaced out around the main branch house complex. It was as he was outside that Naruto couldn't help but be glad that such a design was chosen, as the cool night air felt relaxing on his skin. "You won't have to worry too much about watching the children," Shikaku told him as they walked. "There are a few older children who manage to stop the younger ones from getting into something that they can't get out of. Feel free to take a nap, I know I did. But they're still children, Shikaku-san." Naruto pointed out to the Nara with a hint of annoyance. Sleeping while watching children? That was just asking for trouble. "True, Naruto-san, that's true," he agreed with a small smile. "That might be why I napped with one eye open, and call me Shikaku. Only if you do the same for me, Shikaku." Naruto responded with a nod, his opinion of the man rising at the knowledge that he might actually live up to the rumored intelligence that his clan was known for. Shikaku nodded. "We met briefly years ago. I don't know if you remember Bu-. You were the one who brought Anko to my son after she punched someone in the face." Naruto cut in. "Yes, I remember, Shikaku. You decided to sleep on the correct course of action." There was a small amount of amusement at Shikaku's past actions that bled into Naruto's voice. "I believe that it was a simple bit of poor coordination on both sides, Anko's open palm hitting that woman's face like that," Shikaku admitted with a straight face. "And I always tried to follow protocol at all times and knew that I wouldn't be able to make correct decision about how to proceed without some meditation." "You mean sleep?" Naruto replied in a dry tone and a raised eyebrow. The Nara shrugged. "Tomato, tomato." Shikaku replied the wave, and Naruto refrained from shaking his head at the rather calm admission by the man he was walking with that he slept while working. For some paces, there was silence between the two, and it was within that silence that Naruto realized that they had slowed down. Or rather, that Shikaku had begun to walk slower and slower while he had unconsciously matched the Nara's pace while talking. "You're a hard man to approach, Naruto," Shikaku commented suddenly. "I've tried for some time to organize a time for the two of us to play a game of shogi, in order to get to know each other better, but I can never seem to find you." "And for what reason would you like to get to know me better, Shikaku?" Naruto questioned, quickly finding himself far warier of the man than he was a minute ago. The clan had suddenly stopped walking, Naruto doing the same. They were on a walkway, in between two main branch houses. Absently, Naruto realized that they had never been going the right way to the room the children had been held in. In fact, either house was occupied by anyone. "I was hoping that you'd be able to clear up something for me," the Nara said, "regarding some rumors that, to the best that I can tell, give you the ability to manipulate pure chakra." There was another period of silence, this one carrying a steadily increasing current of tension between the two men. "I don't know where you hear such things, Shikaku-. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be cut off. "How about we drop the pleasantries, Naruto?" Shikaku's voice, which had been light and friendly, was now cold and carried with it a hint of suspicion. "There's more to you than meets the eye, that much I can tell, but what I want to know is how much of you that I can't see is a threat to Konoha." Naruto's eyes narrowed at the tone, his mind taking note of a few things. The first was they were away from main party and the children, yet Naruto could still feel several chakra signatures around, two of which were on the roof, directly above them. Next was that Shikaku's entire body posture was tense, and that despite standing with both feet side by side, the slight shadow under his heels told Naruto that he was on his toes, ready to fight if need be. The third was that the Nara clan head shadow, cast from an overhead light onto the floor, was beginning to shift ever so slightly towards his own. The entire situation told Naruto that Shikaku was expecting a confrontation, but wasn't looking to start one if he could help it. Lucky for him, as Naruto would feel no remorse in crushing the man quickly, despite his noble cause of doing this to prevent a threat to his village. If the man before Naruto threatened his happy life with his son and his family, he wouldn't feel guilt over making Shikaku's death, along with that of his two companions, seem like an accident. Thankfully for Shikaku, Naruto wasn't looking to start a fight or silent war between the two of them. I failed to see why I should have to tell you anything, Shikaku. My secrets are my own, just as your clan's secrets are yours to divulge. Please respect my privacy in that area. While not in any way answering Shikaku's initial question, other than perhaps alluding to the possibility that his rumored abilities were more than just rumors, Naruto hoped to make Shikaku see that his secrets would do no harm to Konoha than any other clan's secrets. I'll respect that privacy when I can be sure that your secrets don't bring harm to anyone in Konoha. The Nara replied, a stoic look on his face. And you do not trust my son to do so for you? Naruto questioned, hoping to install some doubt into Shikaku about what he was doing. The fact that he had waited so long, despite the opportunity to purposely seek him out any time, meant that Shikaku was wary, most likely trying to gather more information regards to other possible abilities that he had, confirm suspicions, or attempt to find out any skeletons that might be hanging in his closet. With his current actions, his hesitance to straight-up attack yet his preparedness to do so, along with the fact that Shikaku had not informed his son about this, meant that Shikaku was either doubting Minato's ability to deal with him, or that the Nara hadn't gathered enough evidence to bring it to Minato. I trust Minato with my life, Shikaku told him shortly. He wouldn't be my Kage if I didn't, but he's too blinded by his relation to you to do anything that might compromise that relationship. Myself, on the other hand, have no such restraint. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the shinobi's words. You don't doubt that I'm Minato's Tsusan, but believe that I'm willing to hurt the village that my son loves? Shikaku gave him a sardonic smile in response. Maybe not directly, the Nara admitted, but just because you don't doesn't mean that your past doesn't. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Your past doesn't? He queried. You mean to say that some dastardly deed from my youth might come back to haunt me today and might endanger Konoha? While Naruto couldn't help but allow a small smile come to his face at the stupidity of his own words, Shikaku wasn't smiling. I find it strange that you would have the capability to remove a curse seal, Shikaku commented, almost casually. Especially when you shouldn't have had any knowledge of how to do, having not been a shinobi, nor having any access to a large source of knowledge. The only outward movement that Naruto made was a narrowing of his eyes at Shikaku's insinuations. I traveled the world extensively in my youth, Naruto told the Nara. I merely picked it up as I needed it. Besides, I didn't remove Anko's curse seal, I only severed a particularly sloppy design choice by someone who had little experience with cursed seals. There was a moment of silence before Shikaku responded. And I suppose that the Kyuubi attacking, Orochimaru being suddenly ousted as a traitor, and now Kumo offering us a poorly disguised peace treaty that isn't going to be worth the paper it's written on, were all things that you picked up, along with your ability to manipulate chakra. The sudden, and frankly bizarre, accusations made Naruto choke on air for a moment before he regained himself. The rather logical accusations at the end making him sober quickly, bringing him to the conclusion that the first set of accusations had simply been to throw him off balance. But before he could speak, Shikaku was already doing so. While normally I'm more modest, to be frank, I'm no simpleton, Shikaku continued, his sharp eyes staring into Naruto's own. I know the power that a Kekkei Genkai can offer someone, but I also know how draining it can be. The reserves that I can sense off you are not anywhere near large enough to use your Kekkei Genkai multiple times, going off what I've theorized, even with chakra control exercises, of which you should know none. Perhaps you could increase your speed enough to blindside Orochimaru, but neither the report nor witnesses said the fight was over quickly. Silence descended onto the two before Shikaku broke it. Would you like me to move on to your ability to manipulate raw chakra now or later? Naruto was silent as he thought over a response that could hold against the holes that Shikaku was poking through the official report of how he killed Orochimaru. Quickly, Naruto responded with something that he hoped would make the Nara cease his interrogation. During my encounter with Orochimaru, I was forced to use my ability to freely manipulate my chakra. Naruto supplied the Nara. However, after the incident, Minato decided that the official story would have been to spread the word about my use of swift release. Apparently the ability to use my chakra like Aiken would be more highly coveted by the other shinobi villages than the ability to use a Kekkai Jinaki. That's quite funny, Naruto, Shikaka commented with narrowed eyes. As Minato told me that you did in fact use your swift release to kill Orochimaru. Internally, Naruto cursed his son but quickly responded. Perhaps Minato decided to keep the truth as concealed as possible. I don't know why he wouldn't tell you what truly happened, Shikaku. Shikaku didn't respond immediately. The Nara continued to stare at Naruto, even as the elder of the two felt the duo of shinobi on the roof slowly become tenser as the silence lasted. I am Minato's Jonin commander, Naruto. I am also one of his friends and a trusted confidant, if I do say so myself. Minato told me story of what happened for him to end up separated from you. Shikaku's body posture became slightly more tense than it already was and Naruto's eyes narrowed. Shikaku knew what he had initially told Minato. I know of how you fought off several enemy shinobi. I want to know who they were and why they were after you. At the Nara's demands, because they couldn't be anything else, Naruto found an anger rising in himself. The clan head had no right to demand anything of him. But just as quickly as it came, Naruto squashed it down, settling to narrow his eyes in anger, finding some satisfaction in the Nara tensing further. As easy as it would be, he would try to end this without bloodshed. This man was supposedly a friend of his son after all. If you know what I told my son, Shikaku-san, then you know that I didn't know the symbol of their forehead protectors. Naruto told the Nara, who only shook his head, as the elder man reverted back honorifics in his displeasure with the man across from him. And I call bullshit. You expect me to believe that you wouldn't have searched? That you wouldn't have investigated? Shikaku questioned. A man like you, the power at your disposal, with nothing left to lose, who had just seen his entire family supposedly be killed. There was pause as Shikaku let it sink in. I have no doubt that you'd have tracked them down and made them pay. Anyone would have. And so what is it that you want, Shikaku-san? Naruto asked, a frown now coming to his face. For me to admit that I hunted them down and slaughtered them to the last man? That I made sure there was not a speck of them left on the face of the elemental nations. Shikaku tensed minutely at that moment, something Naruto noticed, but the man relaxed back to his previous state a second later. Yes. The Nara replied simply. I think that at some point, the original topic of this conversation was lost, so I'll reiterate. I have no problem with you, Naruto-san, but I believe that something you haven't said anything about yet could be a problem for Konoha. I know that, Shikaku-san, Naruto told the clan head. And I said no, you don't have any right to demand anything of me. There is nothing in my past that could come back to affect Konoha in any way. Well, not Minato's father's past. The situation with Madara had proven that his past wasn't as buried as he thought. He should really be a visit the Uchiha clan and remove that stupid tablet. The Nara male was quiet for several moments, seemingly thinking, before he finally spoke. That's fine, I guess, he replied, taking Naruto slightly off guard with the now far more relaxed tone with which he was using. If you don't think it'll come back to affect Konoha, I won't pry anymore. Just like that? Naruto asked cautiously. The Nara had given up far too easily, there was some angle he was playing. You'll give up just like that? Well, I could continue if you wanted, Shikaku shrugged. But didn't think you'd want me to. As long as you've realized that my secrets aren't for anyone to know. The Nara gave a slow nod. Yeah, I understand. Shikaku suddenly gained a sheepish look. Would you mind if I went to the bathroom quickly? I meant to go earlier, but... The Nara trailed off and Naruto nodded, though it was with an added deadpan look. If you wish, Shikaku, Naruto told the man. He knew it was an excuse, most likely to talk to the two chakra signatures that he could sense nearby, both having moved to another roof, seemingly to meet up with Shikaku. Shikaku gave a nod and thanks before departing. Are you fucking crazy, Shikaku? The fact that said Nara didn't deny the claim worried Inoichi. When you asked me to back you up on something, you should have mentioned that it would be in case the Yandame's father decided to rip you a new one. Despite his annoyance with his friend, the head of the Yamanaka clan made sure to keep his voice to a heated whisper. I'm with Inoichi on this, Shikaku. Choza Akimichi told his lazy friend, an uncharacteristically serious look on his face. You just asked Minato-sama's father to relive what was undoubtedly an incredibly traumatic experience for himself. You both heard what I said, correct? Shikaku replied, not answering either of the words his two friends were throwing at him. Both gave short nods, then Shikaku continued. Then you know that I didn't do it for any sort of pleasure. He's hiding something, and it's dangerous. Everyone has something to hide, Shikaku. Inoichi responded with exasperation. That doesn't just mean you get to interrogate someone until they tell you what it is because you have a feeling. Coming from the one who can invade people's minds and find out said secrets at will? That's funny. The Nara's answer was accompanied by a raised eyebrow, while Inoichi frowned. That's not fair and you know it, Shikaku. The Yamanaka clan head replied with some irritation, while Choza too showed his disapproval, and Shikaku's words. I've never invaded someone's mind for my own reasons, I've always done so for either training or on enemy shinobi. Changing his expression to a more apologetic one, Shikaku apologized. Sorry, Inoichi. But I won't back down from this, he's hiding something. Inoichi sighed at the rather lackluster apology, but knew it was the best he'd get when Shikaku was as strung up as he was about this. That's fine, Shika, he told his friend. But you still don't get to invade Naruto-san's privacy like you're attempting to. Are you sure that you're not just jumping at shadows? And even if you are correct, and he has received shinobi training from some village, major or minor, you yourself admitted that he wouldn't do anything to harm Hokage-sama. If he wants his secrets, then I say we let him have them. Listen to Inoichi, Shikaku. Choza pleaded with his friend, who was frowning at their blonde friend's words. You'll be lucky Naruto-san doesn't report this to Hokage-sama. I don't believe this, Shikaku said to both of his friends with annoyance. After everything you heard me say to Naruto, and after what he admitted, you want me to just let this go. And what did he admit to you, Shikaku? Inoichi questioned with more exasperation. That he had skills the majority of the village didn't know about. So what? Plenty of Jonin and Chunin preferred to keep their skills hidden, especially from the Uchiha. While the Sharingan was viewed in awe by civilians and shinobi alike for its ability to not only predict the moves of its opponent, but copy jutsu, of nearly any sort, at a glance, it was only those who worked with the Uchiha that realized that these powers are just as easily used against allies. There were hundreds of reports filed yearly about shinobi who had served with a Sharingan user, only to have their prized jutsu copied, whether by accident or on purpose. While the majority of the time, it was by accident and the Sharingan user involved would swear never to use it if they could help it, life-threatening situations were the only time the use of such stolen jutsu was allowed. There were those who would arrogantly claim it was the creator's fault for using such a technique in their sight. These shinobi were immediately reprimanded, docked pay and suspended pending a review by a panel at a later date, but the damage was already done. There was no real way to prevent the use of the stolen jutsu, and only so many times that someone could be reprimanded for using the stolen technique. It's about what he didn't outright admit, Shikaku told his friends. When he asked me what I wanted, the Nara questioned. What did he say? Inoichi and Choza looked at each other before the later decided to humor their Nara friend. He said if you wanted to hear that he'd killed the shinobi that had separated him from Hokage-sama, that he'd destroyed their village. The Akimichi answered. Where are you going with this, Shikaku? That was his admission. The Nara informed the two. Inoichi was the first of the two to recover, Choza snapping out of his daze seconds later. Oh come on, Shikaku. Inoichi nearly hissed at his friend but managed to keep his words to a heated whisper. That's ridiculous. Despite not saying anything, the Akimichi clan head gave Shikaku a clear look that asked if the Nara was serious. Hear me out before you dismiss my theory so soon, Inoichi. The Nara told his friend. When the Yamanaka clan head gave a reluctant nod, Shikaku continued. Unknown levels of chakra, relatively unknown abilities, the known ones giving him the ability to move at speeds faster than the brain can react and to mold chakra to his will. As far as he knows, his entire family was killed in front of him, and he knows who did. What would you say he'd do, Inoichi? He says he doesn't know who attacked him though. Choza pointed out, to which Shikaku gave his food-loving friend a stare. Your entire family is killed before your eyes, you don't know how did it, Choza. What would you do? The Akimichi barely needed to think about his response. I'd find out who did. Even as he said this, however, the Akimichi leader shook his head. But you can't know that's what he'd do. From what Hokage-sama told me, after he believed his family to be dead, Naruto didn't have anything to live for. Shikaku told his friend seriously. He could do two things in that situation, track down who the shinobi were responsible, or wallow in grief, and one can only wallow for so long, Choza, before their tears dry up. Inoichi released a breath, drawing the two other men's attention to him. This is all a fine theory, Shikaku, but if he did hunt down the shinobi village responsible, and destroy it, like you say he did, which village was it? That truly was the only major flaw that Shikaku could find in his theory about Naruto's past. Regardless of whether it was a minor shinobi village or a major one, the destruction of any hidden village is something that all others pay attention to. Throughout the years, since the idea of a hidden village was first introduced by Hashirama Senju, there have been multiple attempts that have ended in failure, or that collapsed after a few years of operation, either being crushed by an already established village that wouldn't tolerate a direct rival, by underestimating the costs of establishing such a village, or even not having enough shinobi. Shikaku believed that Naruto had been a shinobi up until he met Minami and had Minato, at which point he quits the shinobi lifestyle to be with Minami. The newly created village that he was a part of collapses, and seeing him as an asset that abandoned them, blame him. Former members then stage a surprise attack years later, in which Minami, Minato and Minato's sister, Ko-something, are believed to be killed. Naruto then hunts down his former village members and kills them all and erases their existence from the elemental nations. From what Shikaku knows, Minato and Naruto were separated somewhere around the border between Hai no Kuni and Aim no Kuni sometime in the Second Shinobi War. During that time, there were only two new hidden villages that were quickly crushed, one in Tsuchi no Kuni, the other in Kaminari no Kuni, and intelligence heavily points to the two major villages in that area putting down their competition, logically, to fit his theory that Naruto was part of a village, and did indeed destroy it, meant the village either already existed long before that point, or was built up and fell down so quickly that it was never discovered by Konoha's intelligence. Shikaku was highly inclined to believe the latter explanation, as the former, if it was true, held implications that the Nara simply didn't want to think about. There had only been one village already established that was destroyed in the Second Shinobi War. It was the latter, it had to be. A new village, Shikaku answered after a pause. One that was set up and fell apart before our intelligence knew about it. Inoichi was having a hard time believing what he was saying, the Nara could tell that much. What do you plan to do now, Shikaku? Choza asked the Nara clan head. You have barely any physical proof or facts, and even if you did, what did you plan to do with the information that you have? Tell Hokage-sama? Choza, it seemed, had decided to trust his Nara friend, despite the lack of facts that his theory had or how far-fetched it sounded. No, Shikaku said after a moment of contemplation. I don't think I'll do anything. There was nothing to do, truly. His entire reason for his pseudo-interrogation had been because he believed that Naruto might have something in his past that could come back to cause Konoha trouble, and Shikaku wanted to try and prepare for it. But if his theory was correct, then there was nothing he could do. Should any of the shinobi from Naruto's old village have survived his vengeance, then Shikaku couldn't do anything about it. With no compelling information about his former village's location or former members, Shikaku had no idea where to start in tracking down any remnants, if there were any. All Shikaku could truly do was put his ear to the ground and keep vigilant for any possible information that might come about. That's it? Inoichi questioned with disbelief. You went to all this trouble to confront the Hokage's father, with the possible threat of a harsh reprimand at least, a demotion at worst, just to drop it like that. Even Choza seemed to struggle with drastic turnaround that the conversation just went through. I'm nowhere near dropping it, Inoichi, Shikaku told his friend with an amused smile. I just won't pursue the information as vigorously. Perhaps I'll take a different approach, a slower but far more rewarding method if it pays off. The Nara was not so arrogant to believe that his theory was the only answer to Naruto's secrets. There could be an indefinite number of answers. Shikaku's current one was merely the most likely. However, the Nara needed to confirm if his theory was right. There was always the possibility of it being wrong. You're going to give me gray hairs, Shika. Inoichi grumbled with a hand to his forehead to ward off the headache he could feel developing from listening to another one of his friend's plots. A similar grumble from his side told Inoichi that Choza was feeling the same way that he was. What's your plan then? The Yamanaka asked with a sigh that spoke volumes of his reluctance. When Shikaku finally returned from the bathroom, Naruto followed the Nara towards the actual room that the children were occupying. This time, however, the disguised man had his senses extended out, just to make sure that they were actually going the right way and that the clan head wasn't trying to lead him to another isolated spot. Thankfully, the two were actually moving towards the correct location, and eventually, Naruto began to hear the voices of the children, reaching his ears through the walls. With his sense heightened, Naruto was able to feel 2 chakra signatures nearby, both unmoving apart from slight shifting. Guards, he eventually guessed. As the two reached the door that led to the room that the children were using, Shikaka knocked twice on the doorframe, making Naruto give him a questioning look as to why he hadn't just walked in. His question was answered moments later when there was a loud shush from the other side and the noise from the room ceased. "Who is it?" a voice from the other side asked. It was Koji if Naruto guessed correctly. "It's Jonin Nara," Shikaka replied, playing along with whatever game the children were playing with amusement in his tone. There was a different voice on the other side that said Tusan, but from the loud shush, they weren't meant to say that. "Jonin Nara, why have you come?" Koji replied, sounding out Jonin before continuing in what the child must have thought was a grown-up voice. It was cute. "I have an important message for you, Koji-sama," the Nara replied, amusement in his tone. "It's super important." There was the sound of multiple hushed but excited whispers from the other side, as the children lapped up what Shikaku was feeding them. The whispers continued for a few minutes until they quietened before Koji spoke up again, excitement in his voice. "What's the message, Nara-san?" he called out eagerly, accidentally mispronouncing message. "Your grandfather's here." "Gigi?" Naruto heard his grandson call out through the door. Hearing this, he spoke up, playing along. "Yes, Koji-sama," Naruto said with a chuckle. "I have traveled far and wide to meet you. May I come inside?" There was another bout of hushed whispers on the other side as the children conversed, debating on whether or not to open the door. Eventually, however, they decided to do so, and the door opened to reveal Koji with a parade of small children behind him. One looked like Shikaku, another was Hinata, a third was an older Hyuga child, then there was a feral-looking boy, a blonde girl, red-headed chubby-looking boy and a few others, including 2 Uchiha children, brothers, one looking to be older than the rest by a few years. Other children, from various nobles or other clans, also formed behind Naruto's grandson. "Hey, Gigi," Koji greeted with a grin before he opened the door wider to admit him entrance. "You can take it from here, can't you, Naruto?" Shikaka questioned as the elder of the two walked into the room. Naruto turned and gave him a curt nod in return. "In that case, I'll make my way back to the party. Have fun, Naruto." With those words, Shikaka left, leaving Naruto with the gaggle of children. When Naruto came in and closed the door and settling down to watch the children, he found that he came in the middle of some kind of game that they were playing. It was a make-believe game in which Hinata was the Hokage, 'cause she's the birthday girl, with everyone else acting as her shinobi and doing as she says. It was, quite frankly, adorable as the children went on missions to fight against monsters at the Hyuga Heiress Order. The small children performed kicks at invisible opponents, sometimes flopping down on the floor, pretending to be hurt before they were healed. Almost all of the children participated. Only a few of the older noble children declined, along with the elder Uchiha child. Those that didn't play with the other children sat down and talked, as much as they could, being 4- and 5-year-old children, or played their own smaller games. Thankfully, the Hyuga seemed to have realized that the children might get bored being stuck in the room for hours on end and filled the room with a number of games suitable for their age. Somehow though, Naruto didn't think that the Hyuga had planned for the children to take the cushions and pillows off of the lounges and couches in the room and create a small fortress out of them. Sitting down, Naruto settled himself for a quiet time of keeping an eye on the children. Though as he watched an attempt to scale the large cupboard that had stored the games, pretending it to be a mountain, he wondered if perhaps he'd bitten off more than he could chew in watching so many children. It was over an hour, almost 2, later that Naruto re-entered the dining room that housed the party that the adults were attending. Now later into the night, several of the attendees had decided that it was late enough for them, the majority of those being parents who decided that their children were ready for bed. Almost as soon as he entered the room, Naruto's gaze was drawn to the head of blonde hair that he instantly recognized. It seemed that his son had finally finished with those diplomates from Kumogakure. Without a word, Naruto made his way over to his son, weaving through the people that were still in attendance at the celebration. The Hokage didn't seem to be in the middle of talking to anyone, and though Kushina was at his side, either was talking, both seemingly basking in the other's presence. For a moment, Naruto considered not disturbing the two, contemplating letting them continue to enjoy their seclusion. He still needed to find a way to get back at Hiruzen for ditching him earlier, after all. Before he could decide, however, that choice was taken away from him by someone calling his name from behind. "Naruto!" Said man recognized it as the voice of the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi, if Naruto remembered correctly. It seemed that his son and daughter-in-law would get their moment after all. Turning around, Naruto faced the pale-eyed man. Naruto, if you would be willing to join myself and some others, we would like to introduce ourselves and formally get to know each other. Very well, Naruto replied after a moment of consideration. He had no legitimate reason to refuse the clan head, despite wanting to. Lead the way, Hayashi. The younger of the two gave a stiff nod before moving over to a corner of the room, in which other people had gathered. They were all seated around a table that had a few seats to spare. Glasses and empty plates and bowls littered the table while those that sat chatted until Hayashi approached, one of them focusing on Hyuga, prompting the rest to do so and, incidentally, make them stare at Naruto. The elder man recognized two people seated at the table, the first being Shikaku Nara. The shadow user was seated leaning forward with one arm resting on the table, the palm holding up his head. This only soiled Naruto's irritated mood. Despite saying that he was giving up on researching the fabricated backstory that Naruto had originally produced when he had come to Konoha in search for Minato, which Naruto didn't believe, that didn't mean that Naruto forgave the man. The other person was Hiruzen. The stupid Sarutobi who was no doubt responsible for getting him into this mess, ditching him in the first place. The monkey summoner was holding a drink in one hand and giving Naruto a smile, as if he'd done nothing. Naruto also recognized two other people, though not by their appearance, but by their chakra. When he had sensed them earlier, both of their chakras carried characteristics that Naruto linked to a few elements that he could manipulate. They weren't really elements, but he created them through different combinations of the 5 basic elements, and so Naruto simply called them so. He hadn't expected to meet the two face to face, assuming that they would have vanished, but apparently, they'd decided to attend the party, a foolish decision. They could have been related to the two that helped Shikaku, but considering that two were sitting on either side of the Nara, Naruto doubted that. One was blonde, and had blue eyes much like Minato, but both features were different shades to his son's hair and eyes. His chakra carried a tinge of mind chakra, as diluted as it was. He must have been from the Yamanaka clan, those that used to be able to harness mind chakra before passing off the more taxing techniques for easier, and less dangerous, techniques. The other had long and spiky red hair, and purple stripes running from his cheeks. He was quite large when compared to the slender frames of those that surrounded him, but Naruto could tell that it wasn't fat that made up most of his body. The directions that his body protruded said otherwise, not one part of his gut that extended outwards sagged down. The red head must have been incredibly muscled. However, it was his chakra that intrigued Naruto. It held the scent of flesh chakra, which, if manipulated correctly, could alter one's body in any way, but the chakra costs were enormous, at least compared to the redhead's chakra supply. He could make one moderate change, if he pushed himself, but he would be spent afterwards. This led Naruto to believe that, much like the Yamanaka, this man had also traded his family's original techniques for less chakra-intensive ones that restricted more of what he could do. It was shame, flesh chakra had such potential. There were such small limitations with that particular area of techniques. Naruto! Hayashi spoke, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. I would like to introduce Shibi Aburame, head of the Aburame clan. Gestured to was a man with wearing a coat with a neck-high collar that looked quite out of place among the kimonos and silk that many other people were wearing. Some Inuzuka, head of the Inuzuka clan. Hayashi pointed to a feral-looking woman with wild hair and markings on her cheeks. By her side, Naruto noticed what looked like a crossbreed between a dog and a wolf, wearing an eye patch. It made Naruto pause for a moment before he moved on. He'd seen weirder things. It also appeared that Hayashi was going around the table, and was going to introduce everyone there. Chozo Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan. This was the reed-headed man from earlier. Now Naruto had a name for a face. Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan. He didn't need to be introduced, but Naruto said nothing. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan. It was the blonde that could use mind chakra and was assisting Shikaku earlier. And Fugaku Uchiha, head of the Uchiha clan. Interestingly enough, Naruto heard a certain amount of disdain when Hayashi spoke the Uchiha's name. His name was also familiar to Naruto, but he couldn't remember where he remembered it from. And I believe that you're already acquainted with Hiruzen Sarutobi. We've met, Naruto said shortly as he sat in the offered seat next to the monkey summoner, who sat next to Shibi Aburame. Hayashi sat next to Naruto, with Fugaku, much to the Hyuga clan head's internal displeasure, on his other side. With a swift movement, Naruto gave Hiruzen a short jab in the arm, making the Sarutobi wince and hold his upper arm, rubbing it slightly before looking at Naruto. The man had released a small burst of chakra with the punch, meaning that, while the initial force of the punch was nearly insignificant, the added chakra made Hiruzen felt like Naruto had given him a solid strike to his arm. For ditching you. It wasn't a question, but Naruto's narrowed eyes ensured that Hiruzen got the message. A bout of chuckles came from around the table. You know, Hayashi, Shikaku commented as his small bout of laughter subsided. You didn't have to introduce us with the clan titles, that just wasted time. Naruto had no knowledge of any of you. The Hyuga replied stoically. I felt that introducing you all, with titles included, would make a better impression. You didn't introduce him as such to us, nor did you do so with Hiruzen-sama. Choza pointed out. We already knew who Naruto was, and as such didn't require such an introduction from him. I had seen Hiruzen-sama and Naruto conversing earlier and correctly assumed that they had known each other prior to this meeting. Naruto couldn't help but wonder what the point of him being dragged here was. Hayashi obviously wanted him here for a reason, he wouldn't have sought him out if he didn't, but the fact that the man hadn't said why yet was annoying Naruto when he was already in an irritable mood from, not just seeing Shikaku again, but being back at this party. I really think that you should just marry formalities, Hayashi. The woman, remarked to the Hyuga. You seem to love it more than I've seen you love anything else. Hayashi's response made Naruto believe he may have misjudged the man, at least slightly, as he gave the Inuzuka matriarch a glower that was made more intimidating with his purely white eyes. It was the most emotion that Naruto had seen from the man yet. I think that may have been going a bit far, Shikaku commented, but the woman snorted in response. Hayashi's known me as long as the rest of you. If he believed that I might say anything out of place, he never would have invited me to this birthday party. Said the words in a mocking tone, making her dislike of her current situation clear. I still can't fathom using your own child as an excuse to rub your superiority in front of everyone here. If you didn't wish to attend, you needn't have come, Hayashi replied, his voice sounding several degrees colder than before. But I do, replied. Kiba needs friends with kids his own age from outside the clan, and not going when practically every other clan was going. Snorted again. I might not like politics, Hayashi, but was taught to play the game just as you were. If I didn't go, I'd be practically broadcasting that my clan had something against yours. Her eyes then drifted to Fugaku. I'm pretty sure that it's why sociable Fugaku is here as well. There was a suspicious-sounding cough from Shikaku at the nickname before the Uchiha Patriarch turned his eyes to the female clan head. Please keep me out of your disputes, Inuzuka. I have no interest to be a part of them. His tone was almost the exact same as the Byakugan wielder beside him. Amusing considering that they both seemed to dislike the other. Fine. And judging from Tsum's amused tone, she realized this as well. I believe that Naruto-san was brought here for a reason. The Aburame spoke for the first time since Naruto had arrived, using the same bland and stoic tone as Hayashi. However, the Aburame seemed more neutral than the Hyuga, who just seemed cold. It would be best if we did not waste his time with useless talk. Finally, Naruto was beginning to wonder if would have to wait for them to realize he had no interest in their squabbles. I concur, Shibi. Hayashi agreed before turning to Naruto. We brought you here as, despite being the newest head of clan of Konoha, none of us have dash. Hayashi was forced to stop when Naruto put his hand up to get the man to stop talking. Incidentally, this was also directly in front of Hayashi's face to the point where if Hayashi had moved ever a few centimeters forward he would have touched Naruto's hand. This had some snorting into her hand, while a few others did the same a bit more discreetly. I am not part of any clan of Konoha, so if this is what you wish to speak about then you have wasted your time. With that, Naruto put down his hand and made to get up. If that was all. Naruto. Hiruzen spoke up, making Naruto turn to him. As soon as Koji was born, both yourself, Minato, Kushina and Koji all formed a clan. There is a definition within Konoha's laws that defines a clan, specifically a bloodline clan, as a family with a defining trait that has shown to be reoccurring. Naruto paused for a moment before sighing. Why him? And I'm guessing that swift release is the defining trait. If someone answered his rhetorical question, Naruto didn't hear as he sat back down. Why hadn't Minato told him about this? As if sensing that he had a question, Hiruzen spoke. Because, as the majority of your clan are shinobi, Koji not being counted amongst yourself, Minato and Kushina, your clan is a shinobi clan, there are matters that you would need to take care of, an extra tax, delegating part of your clan members paid to the clan itself, and so forth. With Minato being Hokage, your clan is then also automatically granted a position on the Shinobi Council, meaning that, under normal circumstances, you would need to attend meetings and discuss certain matters. However, you aren't a shinobi Naruto, and while you may be head of your clan, you cannot involve yourself in shinobi matters. This responsibility then goes to closest person in the line of succession that is a shinobi, being Minato. Hiruzen paused to let what he was saying to be processed before continuing. Minato has been taking care of the matters that involve shinobi for some time now. Despite being informative, Hiruzen's response told Naruto nothing about what he wanted to know. Why had Minato not told him? For an instance, Naruto entertained the idea of getting up and asking Minato, at this very moment, why he hadn't been told. However, a second later, he decided that it could wait till tomorrow. He could hold himself tonight. He also didn't want to draw any more attention to himself at this party. Very well then, Naruto said with no small amount of irritation. He consoled himself with the fact that he could leave if he found their questions too invasive, but at the moment, he had no reason to. What did you want to know? While Hayashi hadn't said they had wanted to know things about him, Naruto couldn't see anything else that they'd want him here for. He evidently hit the nail on the head when no one corrected him. Could you perhaps tell us where Minato-sama was born? Shibi Aburame surprised Naruto by asking the first question. Many of us have guessed as to his country of origin, but we have never known exactly where. Naruto was silent for a moment before answering, remembering the house that he and Minami has shared with their son and daughter. Taki no Kuni, Naruto answered. Though his Ka-san was from Uno Kuni. And you yourself, Naruto? Hayashi questioned. Kaminari no Kuni, Naruto said after a moment. It was where the monastery in which he was born was located, and his mother had never said where it was that she came from. Instantly, a flash of suspicion appeared in the eyes of many of those sitting around the table. Only Hiruzen, and to his surprise, Shikaku, didn't show the flash. The Aburame might not have, but with the glasses he wore it was impossible to tell. Naruto couldn't keep himself from chuckling at the suspicion, something a few of those at the table gave him a questioning look about. They thought he worked, or had worked, for Kumogakure. The idea that he'd work for someone, to put himself under another person that he didn't respect and trust completely was laughable. Even if he did trust and respect them, it was still incredibly unlikely. And if he did? Naruto had no doubt that whichever Kage had his strength would use him to conquer the other countries. There'd be no need for stealth or infiltration. Even limited to swift release, there was no way that anyone could truly stand up to him should he not hold himself back. Perhaps Minato, but his son was limited in ways that he wasn't. Something that you care to share with us, Namikaze? Fugaku asked. Naruto didn't even have to look at the man to know that there was a frown on his features. Shinobi truly are a paranoid group of people. Naruto shook his head. That paranoia has kept many of us alive, Naruto. The Yamanaka Inoichi spoke up. And how many friends has it alienated? Naruto replied with a raised eyebrow. Not as many as you'd think, Naruto, Shikaku said. The word you're missing is yet, Shikaku-san. Naruto told the Nara, a slight coldness to his words as he spoke. You seem to believe that 60 years since the founding of Konoha is a long time. It's not. Hiruzen has lived through it. In that time, shinobi have been the cause of 3 wars that engulfed the continents, some of which I have no doubt were helped along by paranoia. In another 60 years, will shinobi have caused 3 more, perhaps 4, perhaps 2? Naruto shook his head. The point I'm trying to make is that the shinobi culture is still incredibly young, too young for many of the detriments of said culture to make itself known. What detriments? Tsum asked with a frown. I don't see anything wrong with the way I live my life. For several seconds, Naruto gave the woman a blank look before a sigh escaped his lips, something that made Tsum's frown become more pronounced. You got something to say, you say it to my face. The woman snarled with her body tensing, the dog beside her growling in tandem. My childhood consisted acting as a child, playing around, doing whatever I fancied until my Ka-san sought to rein me in. Your child's childhood will consist of telling them how best to kill someone and get away with it. There was silence around the table, and Naruto decided to take it as his kei to leave. He was done talking to these people. Standing up, he offered parting words before he left. If you cannot tell me there is something wrong with that, perhaps you will when your child is found laying in a ditch somewhere. Naruto didn't stay to see how his response was received. He walked away and didn't look back, though he did see anger in the eyes of the Inuzuka matriarch. He most likely wouldn't be allowed in her clan's compound anytime soon. Frankly, however, Naruto was simply glad to be out that circle of people. He had nothing against the people themselves, except perhaps Shikaku and his two friends, but he evidently wasn't over his own problems with the shinobi system. It didn't take him long to spot Minato and his wife, the two now seated at a table, sipping drinks together, chatting casually from what he could see. This time, however, Naruto made his way over to the pair, but like last time, he was interrupted. A blur burst through the doors to the large room, swiftly making its way over to Minato. Naruto was ready to move but stopped when he realized it was one of his son's ANBU operatives. They landed before Minato in a crouch. Hokage-sama. The figure spoke with a distinctly female tone. The delegates from Kumo have moved and have attempted to infiltrate Konoha's archives. Two split off from the group and evaded the squad that was following them. Their whereabouts are currently unknown, but we have a team searching for them. Your orders? I want all possible shinobi searching for those final two infiltrators. Minato commanded as he stood up. Assign another squad to the one currently pursuing the other 5 and take them down. Don't let them leave the village but attempt to capture them alive, if possible. Minato paused to turn to the Hyuga clan head. I'm sorry, Hayashi, but I must order this celebration to cease. Of course, Hokage-sama. The Hyuga nodded before he looked to the guests still in attendance. This party is over. Thank you for attending, but I'm afraid I must ask you all to leave. Remember to please collect your children before you do so. Naruto had been about to turn around to face his son again, only for him to see Kushina standing right in front of him. In a second she was soon leading him from the celebration room and towards the children by the arm. Kushina. Naruto tried to protest as the woman was still forcibly dragging him. The redhead looked back and blushed as she realized she was pulling him, letting him go when she did. Sorry, Naruto. She apologized. I've just been feeling a bit on edge with the Kumo shinobi here, and this has just pushed that further. I just want to get Koji and go home. I'll feel better then. There is no need to apologize, Kushina. Naruto told his daughter-in-law with a smile. I understand, just don't try and drag me next time. His words made Kushina also crack a smile before they continued, moving forward at a fast pace. Quickly, they reached the room where the children were being kept and Naruto immediately knew that something was wrong. It didn't take him long to find out what it was. Kushina. Naruto spoke softly but loud enough to get her attention, making her stop several meters from the door. Where are the guards that were posted for the children? Kushina's face turned to a thoughtful frown for a few moments before she paled. The guards shouldn't have been moved, especially with infiltrators currently running around inside the village. Even if they had been, it couldn't have been before they got here. No. Kushina repeated as she spun around and moved for the door. Reaching it, she knocked. Having watched the children earlier in the night, she knew of the game they liked to play and how it involved locking the door. Koji, it's Ka-san, can you open the door? There was no response. KG, this is serious, open the door? Kushina's tone had far more worry in it than before, and when no answer came, she seemed ready to break the door down. In fact, before Naruto had stopped her, she'd taken a few steps back. Kushina. Naruto halted her, placing in front of her to get her to stop. The children are still inside, I can tell that much, but if you kick the door in, you could injure some of them. Well, how are we going to get in then? The woman seemed to be getting increasingly desperate, and it was only at that moment that Naruto realized Kushina was probably terrified of Kumo succeeding with her son, where they had failed with her. Deciding not to waste time with words, Naruto moved to the door and placed his hand on it. Less than a second later, the door was enveloped in a yellowish glow that covered it entirely before, without a sound, it turned to dust, leaving an empty doorframe. Locks held no meaning to one who could speed up the aging of a door until it disintegrated. Kushina wasted no time in rushing, already moving amongst the bodies around the room, searching for her son. Naruto could tell that no one in the room was dead. Instead, they were all placed under an illusion. He's not here. Naruto heard Kushina murmur. He's not here. She spun around, her movements and voice conveying the panic she felt. This was a living nightmare for her. Naruto, they took Koji. That explained the illusion. It was most likely done to make the kidnapping easier. They must have either picked the lock or fooled the person whose duty it was to watch the children, and judging by the round belly Naruto could see sticking out from under silk clothing, it wouldn't have been hard doing so to a civilian. With his own feelings about the current events and Kushina's panic over his grandson's kidnapping, it didn't take long for Naruto to decide what to do. "I'll find him, Kushina," Naruto told the panicking mother. "Tell Minato what happened and that I'll return shortly." Kushina nodded, but Naruto could see tears building. This must be traumatizing for her. Okay, she repeated, seemingly drawing focus from her own words and calming herself. "Just bring him back to me, Naruto," Kushina pleaded. Naruto responded with nod before he expanded his senses as Kushina raced back to the hall-like room that had housed the celebration. There was no way that the kidnappers could have gotten far. He had only passed on duty of watching the children several minutes earlier, meaning that he had just missed them. His senses expanded outward, engulfing the Hyuga compound and the surrounding area before spreading onward and covering the entirety of Konoha. It was impossible for Naruto to distinguish the chakra signatures of the kidnappers from the rest of Konoha's shinobi population, especially with how frantically they were all running around with the infiltration. Nor could he search for Koji's chakra, as the child's chakra was most likely being hidden under the kidnappers. What he needed to search for was for the chakra signature that stood out, going left when everyone else was going right. The one that was leaving the village when everyone else was going to the village center. It didn't take long for Naruto to find one. It was attempting to scale the Hokage monument, and was currently nearing the top. It was enough for Naruto to act, as in a flash, he was gone from the room. The kidnapper didn't have any time to react when, as they were running vertically up the cliff face, a knee rammed itself into his back. The force launched him upwards and over the lip of the cliff, landing onto the hard ground on top of the Hokage rock. It was testament to whatever training that they had received that no sound escaped from their lips. Naruto cared for none of that, however. His focus solely contained on the burlap sack that the kidnapper had been holding, which he now had in his possession. Looking inside the sack, Naruto found himself looking into the face of a child, yet not the one he was looking for. It was the Hyuga heiress, Hinata, with a gag over her mouth and both of her hands and feet tied together. Evidently, her kidnapper's movements must have woken her up, as Naruto was looking directly into big teary eyes. Waking up in such a state must have been a shock to the girl. Turning his gaze to the kidnapper, Naruto glared at the man. "Where is your friend? You only get one chance to give me the correct answer." There was no response from the man. He just stood still while his eyes seemed to be analyzing Naruto, as if weighing the dark-haired man's threat to his person. It only took another second for the kidnapper to conclude his analyses, and with barely a warning, he turned around and leapt off of the cliff. Fabric appeared underneath both his arms before it snapped to his knees. A similar piece of fabric snapped from one knee to the other. The end result was some kind of suit that allowed the man to then glide through the air and would allow him to clear Konoha's walls and land some distance away, all while under the cover of night. His dark clothing would also make him impossible to spot in the dark sky. Naruto sighed. He couldn't leave the girl here, nor did he want to let the kidnapper out of his sight. It would seem he needed to compromise. Reaching into the sack and lifting out the heiress and took off her bindings. She immediately clung to him, recognizing him from earlier, and buried her face into his shoulder. Naruto whispered to her. "Close your eyes and hold on tight, I'll have you with your parents soon," he told her, his only response being a muffled cry of "Kaasan, I want Kaasan." Making sure that he had a good grip on the child, and knowing the easiest way to take down the kidnapper was barred to him, Naruto stared at the retreating form of the kidnapper, mentally calculated, roughly, how far away he was. Taking a moment or two to then judge where he'd be in a few seconds, Naruto then took 2 quick steps before launching into the air with incredible speed. Increasing the speed at which the muscles in his legs worked, Naruto kicked off of the ground with such suddenness that he was launched a few dozen or meters higher than any shinobi could manage. This also had the side effect of cratering the ground he leaps off of. Naruto did his best to shield the small Hyuga from much of the air that was rushing past them, but he knew he was unable to do so when her grip tightened. As they neared the height of their ascent, Naruto looked down and saw that the glider had veered off their original course, and had begun to lean more to the right than he had originally. Naruto only sighed again before grimacing. Managing to maneuver himself in the air, Naruto aimed towards the escaping shinobi while tightening his grip on the child in his arms and building up chakra. In the air, swift release, by itself, was nearly useless unless you wished to fall faster. When inside the shroud of chakra that Naruto commonly uses with swift release, the air doesn't act any differently than how it normally would. If an object pushed against, it would move around said object. However, that was only one of the ways to use his swift release. Another, far more harmful, way was to center the swift release chakra around an area of the body that one wished to move faster. In Naruto's case, it was his knees, and much like how he had done earlier. This way one could speed up the body part and have it affect the air. This was at the cost, however, of that body part moving so fast that it could rip itself from the rest of the body when momentum caught up with it, if the body part was forced to move fast enough. Finding that bit of information had not been a bloodless affair. A way around this was to reinforce one's body with regular chakra, strengthening the limb and everything it was connected to. To do this required the ability to multitask and a high level of concentration, something that Naruto had in spades. Naruto's regular chakra reinforced his entire body, while swift release chakra gathered at his bent knees. At the last second, Naruto also gathered some of his chakra to form a small cocoon around the small child in his arms. It should protect her. Then, Naruto extended his legs. The force at which he did so creating a dull boom as the air was displaced violently while also making him explode forward. So violently, in fact, that Konoha's barrier division would find the top of their sensing sphere rippling constantly as the displaced air tripped the massive barrier seal that covered the entirety of the village hidden in the leaves. The force of his kickoff allowed Naruto to reach his target in an instant in a protective coating of yellow chakra, allowing himself and the Hyuga to be protected from the force of such a move that would have snapped the neck of anyone not similarly protected. The kidnapper didn't have time to process what was happening before he was snagged out of the sky, his smooth gliding substituted for rapid falling. Instinctively he flailed around for a moment before his training kicked in and he tried to spread open his limbs in order to catch air. That was halted when a pair of legs pinned his arms to his side and he suddenly found himself face to face with his attacker, falling through the air on his back. The older man stared into his eyes without fear despite his hair whipping around. For a second, the kidnapper's eyes showed the panic he felt at his situation, and Naruto capitalized on it ruthlessly. "We currently have roughly 20 seconds before we hit the ground," Naruto shouted over the roar of the wind. "Whether or not you decided to tell me where the other one of you is will decide your fate." 16 seconds. The kidnapper said nothing, but his eyes widened. 14. Naruto continued unfazed. "Where is your friend?" Again, Naruto received nothing but silence. 12. Naruto's expression gave nothing away. While Naruto could see the kidnapper breaking, the look of fear in his eyes growing rapidly. "You do know that as a stain on the ground, it would only take half a day to clean you off like you never existed." 8. In an over-exaggerated display, Naruto moved his head slightly to the side, then back. "Here come the buildings." 6. Naruto commented. As soon as he said this, structures began to appear in the kidnapper's vision, allowing him to realize how close he was to the ground. It was in that instance that the kidnapper's mind realized a few things. The first was that his companion, if he stuck to the plan, should be long gone before they got there if he told them. The second was that, with the peace treaty signed, he would have to be handed over to Kumogakyo for trial as per one of the clauses. The third was that he didn't want to die, not like this. This normally wouldn't be the case, and he would be perfectly willing to die for his village, but, as the buildings appeared in his vision, it awoke a fear inside the man that had developed while he learned how to use his glide suit, falling without control. Thanks to those factors he broke. "We were going to link up northeast of here, near a river," he finally admitted. "There, I said it, now stop us from falling." Naruto gave a small smile, but it held no warmth. Without delay, he gave the man a vicious punch to the face, knocking him out with the clean blow before moving the man so that he was holding him under one arm. With only a few meters between himself and the ground, Naruto kicked off of the air again. Another boom sounded, the force from this pushing against his downward momentum for a second, enough to pause mid-fall before the downward momentum won. This second kickoff served its purpose, however, and negated the majority of that downward momentum, allowing Naruto to fall as if he was jumping down from an elevated platform. Landing without complaint, Naruto checked on his Hyuga passenger, only to find the poor girl had passed out. He couldn't afford to dwell on that, however, as Koji was still missing and he needed to find the second kidnapper. Before that, he needed to drop off the small girl still in his arms, as well as her kidnapper. It only took him a second to travel the distance between where he landed and the Hyuga compound using swift release. Naruto hoped to give young Hinata to Kushina, hoping that she had returned to the room where the children were kept. She was also the only person who he could trust her with, who he currently had an idea of their location, and knew. The room was now empty of children, the parents having come to take them and return to the safety of their own homes quickly with infiltrators about. That didn't mean the room was empty, as both Kushina and her Hyuga friend, Hitomi, were sitting on one of the lounges, with Kushina consoling her friend. The Hyuga must have noticed her own child missing when she arrived. Because of the way swift release works, there was no rush of air as Naruto entered the room. It was simply that he wasn't there 1 second, and there the next. Kushina! Naruto called, making both women snap their heads up at him while he dropped the limp body of the kidnapper on the floor. Can I assume that you'll be able to hold him? He pointed to the unconscious man. The redhead nodded and looked towards him hopefully, and noticing the small figure in his arms, began to take a step forward. That hopeful look fell and she stopped mid-step when she noticed the lavender-colored hair. But at that same time, Hitomi noticed the hair and rushed forward. Hinata! She cried as she scooped her daughter out of Naruto's single arm hold, and after a quick check to make sure that she was okay, held Hinata close, reveling in the knowledge that she was safe. While she did this, Naruto turned to Kushina, noticing the sadness and grief in her eyes about her own missing child, told her what he knew. I interrogated the kidnapper. I'll find him soon, Kushina. Naruto told the mother. Don't worry. With that, Naruto left once again, leaving Kushina in the room with her friend, who, after coming down from the high brought on by being reunited with her child, realized it was her turn to comfort her friend. When using swift release past a certain degree, there was something almost magical about the way the user got to view the world. Naruto walked through the massive forest that surrounded Konoha, in no rush. He'd already found the last kidnapper, a few dozen kilometers outside the village walls, along with a team of Konoha shinobi a few kilometers behind him. All the while, around him, there was a stillness to world that was near unnatural. No birds sounded in the air, the trees seemed to be stiff despite the breeze that Naruto knew was blowing tonight. Nothing moved, apart from Naruto. Naruto barely paid attention to where he walked. He wasn't fazed by the tripwire he set off, the wire snapping before freezing in midair as he passed by. He didn't collapse a section of false earth that led to a small ditch, the deliberately weakened floor not even registering his presence enough to even bend as he walked over it. But it wasn't because of arrogance that Naruto ignored these traps, but rather because he didn't care about them one way or another. He wasn't here to discover them, set them off, or even find out how they worked. He was here to rescue his grandchild, and not even the gods themselves would stop him. The kidnapper was nearing the end of a jump, both feet only a few dozen centimeters off of the ground, when Naruto finally laid eyes on him, clad in the same black clothing that his colleague had been wearing. Much like everything else around Naruto, however, the man was frozen in his act, unable to move. There was a bundle wrapped in cloth strapped to the man's back, that held a vague human outline. Knowing that this was Koji, Naruto immediately made for the bundle, but didn't touch it just yet. Before he did so, he enveloped his grandson within a protective aura of his own chakra before he then moved to undo the bindings that strapped the child to the man's back. When that was done, Naruto carefully took the bundle and unwrapped it, finding his grandson unconscious, a bruise on his forehead. Thankfully, that seemed to be the extent of the child's injuries. That only left the question of what to do with the kidnapper. It only took a second for Naruto to decide what to do. Lifting his foot, Naruto viciously kicked the man in the side of his right knee. The kidnapper's leg shifted, snapping inward in an unnatural way as a deep sound, like two rocks grinding together, made its way to Naruto's ears. Other than that, however, the man didn't move from his frozen position in the air. Then Naruto released swift release, and the world accelerated. The kidnapper flew forward diagonally, the man's knee joint shattering, turning to mush. While the sound's pitch gained a higher tone, the kidnapper's cry of pain also joined it. Behind Naruto, he heard multiple explosions go off, the tripwires he had crossed previously finally activating the explosive tags they were connected to. Then there was a horrible tearing sound, and the kidnapper's screams increased in volume, as the leg, propelled by Naruto's strike, ripped itself off of the rest of the man's body at the knee, flying off into the rest of the forest. Naruto's face showed no sympathy for the man as he approached. Koji was still unconscious, not hearing his kidnappers yelling as he cradled what was left of his right leg now that he had rolled to a stop. You fucking Konohag! The man's shout descended into a cry as he held his right thigh, all that remained of his right leg. Still, Naruto felt no sympathy. "You won't get dash." That was all the man got to say before Naruto silenced him with a straight kick to the face, sending the kidnapper into blissful unconsciousness. Idly, Naruto extended his senses to tell him how far away the closest Konoha shinobi was, not wanting to have to pick up the bleeding man, and was surprised to find a squad only several seconds away from where he was and moving towards him. Without sparing another look for the kidnapper, Naruto began to walk back to Konoha, not vanishing already because he wanted to make sure that the shinobi arriving realized that Koji was in safe hands. A quartet of shinobi dropped from the treetops, all 4 tense and ready for a fight, each with a mask depicting an animal. This was the team of Konoha shinobi that Naruto had passed earlier. "Naruto-san," one of the ANBU spoke, drawing Naruto from his thoughts. "I'll be taking my grandson to his parents." The elder male then motioned to the downed kidnapper, who, Naruto just realized, was beginning to bleed out. "Could you 4 please deal with him?" Before he'd even finished speaking, one of the ANBU was already moving towards the kidnapper, now prisoner, and was beginning to cauterize the stump that was now their right leg. 2 of the ANBU scouted around the area, seemingly searching for any other enemies. The last member of the ANBU squad, who Naruto could guess was the leader, and was also the one who originally spoke to him, walked forward. "Please vacate the area, Naruto-san. This is now a shinobi operation," the ANBU said to Naruto. Interestingly enough, Naruto felt some kind of subtle respect in the shinobi's voice as he spoke. He must have thought that kidnapper might have given him the slip or beaten him. The majority of Konoha did believe he was a civilian after all. A strong civilian, but still a civilian. Naruto had to repress a snort at the idea that the man who was now missing his right leg from the knee down could defeat him. The kidnapper was a couple thousand years too young to even try. "Very well, ANBU-san," Naruto replied to the shinobi's request. "I'll let you take it from here." No longer having a reason to stay, Naruto fell into swift release and watched as the rest of the world grounded to halt. The ANBU froze, as did the trees and everything. For Naruto, the journey back to Konoha took roughly 30 minutes, in which he took the time to heal the bruise on his grandchild's head. To the rest of the world, it was like he was gone in a flash. When Naruto reappeared in the room the children used in the Hyuga compound, Kushina and Hitomi were still occupying the lounge. They should have been. He'd been gone for less than 5 minutes after all. This time, when Naruto released the shroud of swift release chakra from around himself and his grandson, Kushina seemed to realize he was back. Her head snapped up and she had only laid eyes on him for a second before she was nearly running towards him. Knowing what she wanted, Naruto held out Koji, and nearly had his arms pulled out by Kushina when she grabbed him. His daughter-in-law only took a second to stare at her son, making sure he appeared okay, before she was holding him against her tightly, releasing a sigh of relief as she did so. Koji must have been jostled by how Kushina moved him, as the 2-year-old stirred, his eyes opening to slits. It was apparent to Naruto that the child was barely awake. "Ka-san," the boy mumbled sleepily. "Yes, Koji," Kushina asked her child, still holding him closely and basking in the knowledge that he was safe. "Had a bad dream," Koji muttered, his voice partly muffled by his own sleepiness, and the fact that he was speaking into his mother's shoulder. "It's okay, baby," Kushina whispered, and Naruto noticed her grip on her child tightened slightly. "Ka-san's here, go back to sleep now." Koji gave a sleepy nod into his mother's shoulder before his eyes shut, and he fell to sleep. Naruto couldn't speak for Hitomi, but it was at that moment that he saw something harden in Kushina. It wasn't hard to see what. The way she held her son close, her grip perhaps a bit tighter than normal. Those were things that could be played off as Kushina making sure that her son was in her arms, still shaken by his kidnapping. But her eyes were different. In her eyes he saw a resolve. A resolve that said she wouldn't allow her son to be taken from her again. Naruto knew that Kushina still trained, still practiced her shinobi skills, albeit in a more relaxed manner than Naruto knew a more active shinobi would. Now though, Naruto knew that would be replaced by far more serious training sessions that would work on pushing Kushina to her limits and beyond. Naruto could only hope that Kushina wouldn't have to use those skills for the reasons that she was sharpening them though. Chapter 29. "You know why I'm here, Minato," Naruto told his son promptly as he entered the blonde's office a few days after what was now being called the Kumo incident. "So I'd appreciate it if we skip the part where I ask you why those shinobi attempted to kidnap my grandson, and you just tell me?" Minato chuckled at his father's blunt manner, as the dark-haired man sat down on the opposite side of the desk, but that chuckle dried up and he shot his father a serious look. This attempt by Kumo never should have happened. Naruto responded to Minato's words with a snort. Of course it shouldn't have, but some people are willing to go to any lengths for what they want. Naruto shook his head. But what I want to know is why. Why did they go after Koji and the Hyuga girl? I'd also like to thank you for saving Koji, as well as Hinata Tusan, Minato said to his father, a sincere smile on his face and a look of gratitude. You didn't have to, but you did, and I'll never be able to thank you enough for that. Naruto merely waved off his son's thanks. Koji is my grandson, Minato. Whether you wanted me to or not, I'd have gone after him. Minato smiled at his father. Regardless, thank you, Tusan. There was a small pause before the Hokage picked up from where he had left off. To begin, Minato started. This whole infiltration was formulated in response to an attack on Kumo over a month ago. It was the reason they went into lockdown. According to Jiraiya-sensei, his spy network only managed to get word to him several days ago, and with the news not seeming important and nothing happening in IWA, he decided to take the time to travel to Konoha personally to deliver it. Minato sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Jiraiya-sensei sure picked his timing. You've got that right, Naruto muttered before refocusing. How does this explain why Kumo decided to infiltrate Konoha and how it shouldn't have happened? The attack on Kumo that happened a month earlier was done by Kakuzutsu no Kokoro, 5 hearts, and Akasuna no Sasori, S-rank missing nin. Minato responded. Silence prevailed in the office before Naruto gave a huff. Minato, those names don't mean anything to me, nor do the rank. The annoyance in his father's tone was so obvious that Minato was sure one would have had to have been deaf to miss it. Don't pause dramatically and wait for me to gasp in shock at someone's name. Minato blushed slightly at his father's words, embarrassment stemming from Naruto's words as well as the fact that he may have been waiting for some sort of reaction from his father. Minato had yet to hear his father gasp or exclaim in shock at anything. Kakuzu is a bounty hunter and a missing nin that was originally from Takigakure, one of our allies. Minato supplied once he composed himself, replastering a serious expression on his face. Supposedly immortal through the use of a forbidden technique called Jiangu. The other Sasori is former shinobi of Sunagakure, also another ally of Konoha, and a master puppeteer, supposedly able to control 100 at a time. For whatever reason, the two attacked Kumo's jinchūriki, a man named Kurabi, in broad daylight. The only outward reaction that Naruto showed was a slight widening of the eyes at the news. Inside, however, Naruto was furiously thinking of what he should do. Obviously, he was going to free whichever one of the Biju that this Kurabi held. However, he thought over the possibility of fishing for more information about this jinchūriki. A physical description or defining trait. No, Naruto eventually decided, it was best that he not ask for something that he wouldn't need unless he was going after the Biju. Minato wasn't stupid. If word reached him that this Kurabi was dead after he showed interest in them, then his son would put 2 and 2 together. He would have to search for this Kurabi while he was in Kumo, Naruto thought. He was already going there to have a talk with this Reikage. What would a bit of extra time there do? In response, Minato's voice dragged Naruto back to the conversation he was having with his son. Kumo first decided to raid Taki's archives, thinking that they had hired Kakuzu to capture their Biju, the Hachibi, or that perhaps he was still secretly a part of their village. Naruto repressed a sigh. If the Biju he was freeing was Gyuki, then this wouldn't as simple as he had hoped. Considering the relationship that Naruto shared with all of the Biju, one could consider his one with Gyuki to be the worst. The Hachibi held Hagoromo's death against Naruto, believing that there was something that its father figure's brother could have done to prevent his demise. It was something that had prevented Naruto from forming any real bond with eight-tailed chakra entity. While he fully believed that Gyuki would be happy to be freed, it didn't mean that the Hachibi would make it easy for him. Naruto completely expected a cold welcoming, even after he told the Biju why he was there. When they found nothing, they turned their sights to Konoha, as the common factor of both Kakuzu and Sasori is that both of their former villages are aligned with us. They went with this ruse of a treaty as an excuse to have an opportunity to rummage through our own archives. Minato lifted a rather thick scroll from behind his desk and placed it on top of it. The worst part is that this treaty is legitimate, the Hokage told his father as he scowled at the scroll, and that we have to deliver the shinobi responsible for this mess back to their village for judgment. Minato's scowl deepened, knowing that the punishment would be for not completing their mission, not the mission itself. Why not simply say that they were killed? Naruto asked his son. If they believe that their shinobi are dead, they'd have no reason to request for them to be returned. Minato blinked at his father's rather cold-hearted comment before moving on. The man before him had proven that he cared little for those that harmed his family with how he dispatched Koji's kidnapper. The man was in a coma from blood loss that he had yet come out from. His leg was also mangled beyond disbelief and was completely unsalvageable. The medic means had to amputate the man's leg further so that they could properly turn the shortened leg into a stump. Whatever his father had done had destroyed the man's leg completely. It wouldn't work. Another part of the treaty calls for reparations if our village's shinobi kill each other, along with the return of the bodies if possible. Minato shook his head. While we could create a fake body, good enough to possibly fool whatever inspectors that Kumo decides to send, it would take a couple of weeks to create one and months to create 7, time that we don't have. Saying that all the bodies were destroyed wouldn't do any good either, as raise warning bells to anyone with a brain. Kumo knows that what they were looking for was in the village, and the only way that the bodies could be erased is for them to be hit by high-ranking jutsu, something that Kumo knows we wouldn't be willing to so casually throw around within our own village. Minato sighed. There's also the fact that Konoha, nor any other of the major villages, can't afford to have another war with one another so soon after the last. A shadow war, yes, if barely, but blatant conflict with another village, especially one of the other major hidden villages, like Kumo, would only weaken our overall strength and leave us vulnerable. Naruto gave a small hum of acknowledgement of his son's words as he mentally went over what he learned from this conversation, and when he did so, a hole in his son's words struck him. If these shinobi were here for Konoha's mission archives, then why did they abduct Koji and his friend? Naruto questioned with a small frown. Minato then copied his frown as he answered. Because Jiraiya had no knowledge of this kidnapping attempt, our information about why they attempted such a thing is solely based on what we can pull from the infiltrators, more specifically the kidnappers themselves. Here, Minato's frown turned into a dry smile. You actually helped quite well in that area. While the kidnapper that is now missing a leg hasn't been able to give us anything due to his status, the other was already quite shaken when our interrogators got a hold of him, and so it was relatively easy to retrieve the information we were after. And? Naruto questioned. Apparently, Minato answered, his face twisting slightly as he recounted the reason why his son couldn't sleep properly. Despite the genjutsu that had been used to put the children to sleep, Koji had woken up sometime after and been conscious long enough to panic when he realized he was no longer in the children's room before he was knocked out. The obtainment of Koji was by chance. The main objective of the two kidnappers was Hinata. They only took Koji after they realized who he was. They were after her Byakugan. Naruto frowned at the thought that children were sought after for others to use as puppets or pieces on the board. Minato nodded. Many nations have been after Jujutsu for a long time. The Uchiha and Hyuga are at the top of that list for many. For a village like Kumo that is lacking in the area of Kekkei Genkai, they'd be the ultimate prize. How did they gain access to the Hyuga compound without arousing the guards, or getting spotted? Naruto asked after a moment of silence. That was something he didn't quite understand. Despite his dislike of his current descendants, Naruto knew that at least part of their arrogance was warranted. The Byakugan was a powerful tool that made it nearly impossible for someone to sneak up on a user. Obviously there were ways around this. The kidnappers found a way, but they were more unconventional and would usually require a noise that should have been plainly evident. Instead of answering his father's question, Minato once more reached behind his desk, having anticipated his father asking this. When he lifted his arm up once more, he was holding up what Naruto knew was a weapon, one that he had seen somewhere before. It only took a second for Naruto to connect where he had seen it before. It had been used by the Land of Sky. For a split second, Naruto's expression darkened as he remembered that particular nation, what they had cost him. Despite having looked over the situation again and again during later periods, where his emotions didn't sway his judgment, Naruto couldn't find in himself to regret destroying that hidden village. The civilians and children, yes, Naruto did feel some guilt over their needless deaths, but overall, Naruto believed that he had done the right thing in destroying that particular place. This is a kunai launcher. Minato spoke up, breaking Naruto from his thoughts. A handheld device that launches kunai at devastating speeds, faster than most can throw and definitely faster than most can dodge, but are too bulky to use in open combat. We found two, sealed into scrolls attached to the kidnappers. The yondaime then motioned to the device as he placed it on his desk. It can be used to launch kunai outside of a Byakugan's field of vision, allowing one to gain the element of surprise, perfect for infiltration. Naruto just nodded his head, realizing where his son was going. Despite their enlarged vision that the Byakugan could grant, it did nothing for speed, reflexes, reaction times, or the rate at which the brain perceived things. Something like this would be a counter to the Byakugan's abilities unless the user had incredible reaction time. Against a Hyuga clan member who believed that their eyes were everything? It was deadly. Finding the children after they got past the guards would have been easy for the kidnappers, assuming they had a sensor, which they would have most likely had to in order to find the guards for the room the children were in. How has Koji handled everything? Naruto asked, to which Minato raised an eyebrow. You haven't been to see Kushina and Koji while I was working? The Hokage questioned. In return, Naruto shot his son a look. I had hoped that you would have spent more time with your son, making sure he had recovered completely, and that my presence wouldn't be needed. The elder male's look gained a piercing quality. You did make sure that Koji was fine, didn't you? Minato released a tired breath. After the entire incident was over, the infiltrators were all rounded up and accounted for. Minato and Kushina had put their child to bed after he was deemed to be unharmed in any way by doctors at the hospital. Everything had seemed fine until the husband and wife duo were awoken by Koji's yelling during the early hours of the morning on the next day. The two were instantly alert, wary of another attempted at kidnapping their son, and had raced towards Koji's room, arriving a few seconds behind a few ANBU guards, who had already broken down the door to their son's room. Thankfully, it wasn't another kidnapping. Koji was instead experiencing a nightmare. While Kushina had rushed to their son and woke him, Minato dismissed the guards back to their positions before joining his wife. When he had been awoken, Koji did stop yelling but had then broken into tears, grabbing onto his parents and refusing to let go. In the end, Minato and Kushina had both retreated to their bed with Koji in tow, the nearly 3-year-old child sleeping between them. This incident had repeated itself later that day, when it neared the middle of the night. Again, Koji had ended up sleeping between his two parents, and Minato knew it would most likely happen tonight as well. He's having nightmares too, San. Minato replied with some sadness. And he's having trouble sleeping. The blonde gave another tired sigh as he rubbed his forehead. What do I do? The Hokage questioned his father with a small amount of desperation in his voice. I've only seen him go through this twice, and I know I can't keep watching Koji suffer like he is. It physically pains me to do so. Naruto just gave his son a pained smile, knowing the answer and that it would offer no immediate relief. Be there for him, Minato. Naruto told the blonde. Spend more time with him, take him out to a park, play a game with him, give him a pet. While Koji might not realize it, but by doing this, you'll be showing him that the experience that plagues him is over. It may take a while, but eventually Koji will move on. Minato sighed. So there's nothing you can do? He questioned. His tone was now more one of pleading. Could you try using that Shinton mind release you used on me to remove or suppress Koji's memories of the event? Naruto's eyes widened minutely and darted around the room, before settling as his senses spread out. There were no guards within the room and the secrecy seals were active. Minato must have known that he was going to ask this, and sent out his guards just as he entered. Moving back to the topic at hand, Naruto shook his head. The event is far too recent and big for me to be able to alter it in any way with Koji's mind still developing unless I wish to damage it. Naruto told his son. At the moment, Koji's brain is focusing around this memory, and being traumatic, he obviously doesn't like it. Should I remove it, the best case scenario is that Koji has migraines for several days as his brain tries to remember what it forgot. The worst case, Naruto grimaced as he thought about this, is that Koji falls into a coma that from which he never wakes up from after his brain melts down from trying to remember something it can't yet knows that it should. In order to combat that, Naruto would have to go through every instance in Koji's mind in which the child thought, heard or remembered anything that his brain might link to his kidnapping. The sheer volume of memory that he'd be erasing from one so young could do damage in the long term that Naruto didn't want to think about. Minato paled slightly but shook his head as he put the idea of his father doing what he had hoped out of his mind. He also mentally resolved to understand more about Inoichi and his family's brand of techniques. There was a short period of silence in the office before Naruto broke it with a question. Truthfully, it was also part of the reason he hadn't gone over to check on Koji, Naruto knew he would have asked Minato about when he saw him, and the elder man knew that it wasn't the right time. Knowing that Minato and Kushina would be there to watch over Koji had also helped. "Why didn't you tell me that you were the head of our clan?" Naruto questioned, with a slightly irritated tone. The tone was subtle, but it was there. It wasn't the fact that Minato was the head of their clan that annoyed Naruto, he couldn't care less. But the fact that Minato had lied to him irked Naruto, especially when there wasn't any conceivable reason to do so, at least as far as he could see. For a second, Minato froze in surprise at the sudden question and rather abrupt shift in the topic of conversation. Then a sheepish look came over the Hokage's face. "You found out about that?" Minato said eventually with an attempt at a smile, but it fell flat when Naruto's face didn't lose its annoyed look. Minato sighed. "It's not as bad as it may sound like, but I guess that you'd like an explanation." Naruto gave a short nod. "When I was first told about this, I was surprised," Minato began. "Even more so when I was told that I was the clan head, being an active shinobi. I thought about tell you too, San, I really did." The blonde insisted at the less than convinced look on his father's face. "I was almost about to tell you, but when I was told of one of the responsibilities I had as clan head..." Minato trailed off before he began to put the treaty, along with the kunai launcher, back behind his desk, into some kind of hidden storage area if Naruto had to guess. "Actually, I think it would be better if I showed you why I kept this from you," Minato told his father, as he finished putting away the kunai launcher and undid the privacy seal. With the seal gone, 6 shadows blurred into the office from the windows and door, taking up residence in positions. "Stay and guard the office," Minato commanded, seemingly to thin air. The ANBU guard didn't respond, but Minato seemed satisfied that they heard him. The Hokage then stood up from his chair, Naruto doing the same, before the father followed his son out of the office. Neither said anything as they descended the stairs of the Hokage Tower and onto the streets of Konoha. "It's closer to the western side of the village," Minato told his father, pointing in said direction, before beginning to continue his walk. That was until Naruto decided that Minato needed a test for his work with his Kekkei Genkai. Over the past nearly 3 years since he had started to train his son periodically with swift release, Minato had shown a slow and steady growth. It wasn't as fast as if they had been practicing daily, as Naruto would have liked, but he found it better than nothing. Minato had a firm grasp of the basics of swift release, which was increasing the speed of one's own body, but now Naruto needs something to not only prove to himself, but also Minato, that his son was truly ready to move on. So far, they had stuck to the forests with their training. Now, however, as Naruto looked out into the bustling streets of Konohagakure, he saw the perfect test. People were much more vulnerable than trees, and the movement from the civilians should prove as difficult obstacles for Minato to bypass. "Impromptu training," Naruto said to his son, clapping his hands together as Minato turned around with a quizzical look on his face. "Here?" Minato questioned. "But we're in the middle of Konoha, and I was just going to show you what I was doing." "Exactly," Naruto replied with a nod. Minato frowned as he thought over what his father was saying before he paled slightly. "San," Minato said hesitantly, "I don't think I'm ready for this. I've never tried to move past things that have the ability to move in front of me." Studying his son, Naruto observed the worry and nervousness that his son seemed to exclude and decided to ease some of it. "I'll be alongside you, Minato," the Hokage's father promised. "Should it look like you're losing control, I'll stop you. No one will get hurt." Minato nodded and took a breath to steady himself. "Look at it like you're trying to run past many walking people," Naruto offered, to which Minato cracked a small smile. "Okay," Minato responded before he said it again, more to himself than his father. "Okay." The yondaime then relaxed. "I'm guessing that you want me to move towards where I was originally taking you." His father nodded. "Stick to the streets. You'll get 7 seconds. Synchronize yourself, then you must move, regardless of your state," Naruto informed the Hokage, who only nodded in return. "I'll call out when to speed up and when to slow down. Ready?" Naruto's response was another nod. "Begin." Naruto watched as his son sink into a cloak of chakra before doing the same moments later before he began to mentally count down. The world slowed as he tried to match the increase in speed that Minato's own cloak of chakra was giving him, and succeeded to do so a few seconds. It was barely any time later that Minato moved, an instant before his time limit was up, with Naruto following closely behind. As they moved, the father kept a steady eye on his son. Naruto knew that his son should be able to pass this easily, as it was essentially running, albeit while one was a toddler. However, Naruto wasn't blind to the possibility that his son could choke, that his fear and uncertainty could get the better of him. The start was relatively easy. Moving at roughly twice the speed of a normal jog, both Naruto and his son weaved through the streets with ease, dodging civilians that crossed their path. It was then, as his son began to relax, that Naruto called out to him, "Faster." Naruto immediately increased his speed, with Minato doing the same moments later with only slight difficulty. The increase made their forms blur, and the people around them seemed to slow down further. Seeing that Minato seemed to be coping well with the increase, Naruto called out to him, "Speed up again." The sudden call of "faster" took Minato by surprise slightly, being so close to the first, but he recovered in a second. His body began to move faster. Civilians now saw nothing of their forms but blurs, as they began to outpace many shinobi. Naruto had Minato keep this pace for almost half a minute, and had been about to call for Minato to slow down, to see how his son handled deceleration, when the Hokage stopped, stumbling only slightly before releasing his cloak of chakra. Naruto reacted a second later, stopping a few meters ahead of his son and doing the same. A moment after that, Minato released a small breath that he had been holding. He'd had a couple of close calls, when his father had made him increase the chakra to his cloak, but that went far better than he'd expected. A hand on his shoulder stopped any sort of daydreaming that Minato may have had. Turning around, the Hokage found himself facing his father, who had a smile adorning his face. "You did well, Minato," the man praised, much to Minato's silent satisfaction. "You handled yourself finely with only a few patches in which I saw that you needed improvement, and that is nothing that you can't improve on your own." "Thank you too, San," Minato thanked with a sincere smile to match the one on his father's face. "I appreciate that." "There is no need to thank me, Minato, you earned every bit of praise," the father told his son. "I wouldn't have said it otherwise." Naruto gave his son a comforting squeeze on his shoulder before he gestured around them. "Now I believe you had something to show me?" Currently, the two were in a relatively empty street that seemed to have poor maintenance, if the way nature was reclaiming it was any indication. One side of said street had a large wall running along it, with gates placed at intervals. Naruto knew this as the back of a clan compound. The other side was pure forest, a new stone retaining wall, that stretched for a few hundred meters, acted as a barrier between the nature on one side and the road on the other. There was a break in the wall, and a recently paved stone path led deeper into the forest. The question brought back to the forefront of Minato's mind as to why he had been moving in this direction in the first place, which made a small gleam of excitement and nervousness appear in his eyes. "You're right." Minato motioned to the break in the wall. "This way." The Hokage moved forward with Naruto only a step behind him. As they approached, Minato allowed his hand to drag along the top of the stone wall, and a content look appeared on his face. "Keep in mind," Minato told his father as they moved onto the paved path. "It's not finished just yet." The path was straight, and as soon as he was on it, Naruto was able to see further into the forest, towards the clearing that the path led to. In it, Naruto could see a few buildings, one bigger than the rest, but all looked like family homes. They were based on a more modern style than the Hyuga clan's homes. Glass windows and panes, a front door that swung open and closed, and paved paths between each building were only some of the differences that Naruto could see from the outside. As they moved closer, Naruto, his son, was beginning to show his nervousness. For a second, before, with a calm breath, those signs disappeared. "What is the purpose of this place, Minato?" the father asked his son, who turned to face the dark-haired man. "A home," Minato replied with a smile. "A family home. Kushina and I had always decided that if we had a child, that we would buy a house. When you gave me back my memories of the childhood that I had always dreamed of having, my desire for a family increased. It happened again when Koji was born. A home for my family. All of my family." Naruto didn't miss his son's choice of words. All of his family, meaning including himself. "It was only when I was planning the house with Kushina that I realized that I wanted to include you," Minato continued. "But considering that neither myself nor Kushina were incredibly rich, and that we didn't want to ask for any assistance with this." Minato gestured to the buildings. "We were about to simply create a house for ourselves and Koji when I was told I was the head of our clan, along with some rights that the clans get." "Such as?" Naruto questioned, after taking a moment to completely process what his son was saying. It was definitely surprising and wasn't what he had expected when he woke up this morning. Both Kazama and Mushiya had moved away eventually to start their own families, away from both himself and Rina, his first wife. He had still visited them along with Rina, but meetings had slowly turned from once a week to once a month, then every 2 months, every 4 months. It had continued like this until Naruto left both his sons' lives with the death of Rina. The next time he would see them would be on their deathbeds. Naruto always felt that a part of the reason why his first 2 children moved away was because of the incident where he lost his temper. Neither of them had looked at him quite the same afterwards, nor had his relationship with him been as stable. Despite planning no repeat of the incident that had caused a rift between himself and his 2 eldest sons, Naruto had believed that Minato would eventually grow up and move away to make his own way in the world, even if they hadn't been separated. Along with some discounts on taxes for being shinobi clan, Minato spoke, unaware of Naruto's thoughts. Clans are able to purchase larger plots of lands than regular citizens at a discount. They're also allowed grants in order to establish themselves if they haven't done so. And this, Naruto gestured towards cluster of buildings that was the beginning of the Namikaze clan, is what you did with those grants? Well, Minato began, a smile on his face. Mostly. There is also a small garden for meditation and an indoor training area, but other than that, I used the money to create the Namikaze compound. So, the Hokage said after a pause, I think that I implied this strongly enough, but just in case, would you be willing to move into the compound? To Naruto, his answer didn't require much thought. He had come to Konoha in search of Minato. He continued to stay in Konoha because of Minato, to make up for time lost and what Naruto knew as his own failings. In his time here, he had truly come to care for Kushina and Koji, and Hiruzen as well if he was brutally honest with himself. While initially Naruto had hung around Hiruzen because he was familiar, if barely, he had slowly come to value the Sandame's friendship. While the entire idea of being part of clan was alien to him, Naruto knew that it was something he could work over for the right reasons. His son wanting him to be a part of his family was one of them. Of course, Minato, I'd be honored, Naruto replied, his features curving into a smile, one that Minato mirrored. There's no need to feel so honored, Too-san, responded the Yondaime. Your family. The elder of the 2 chuckled. So I am. Naruto's smile widened. It had been quite easy to find Kurabi, the jinchūriki of Gyuki. After making it into Kumogakure, despite their supposed lockdown, all it had taken to get what he was looking for was asking one of the civilians as to where he could find Kurabi, and they had pointed him the direction of his objective. Apparently, Gyuki's holder was quite well known and respected in the village, to the point where many knew what he liked to do. Moving with extended senses towards the given direction, Naruto quickly sensed a rather large chakra signature that was currently on one of the many mountains that Kumogakure had claimed as its own. Now heading towards what he knew as his target, Naruto delved deeper into the man's chakra signature, searching for the presence of one of the biju. Sure enough, he found it, buried and intermixed with its host's own chakra. It was strange considering that the other jinchūriki that Naruto had encountered had all separated their chakra from their bijus. With the man located, Naruto moved out of sight of the civilians and shinobi before disappearing. Appearing in a blur on an opposing mountain to that of his target, Naruto was just able to make out the man performing an interesting kenjutsu style involving 7 swords he held in unusual places on his body. The movements were seemingly unpredictable. It was only when the man produced an 8th sword that Naruto realized this one was different from the other jinchūriki that he had faced. The 8th sword was made of Gyuki's chakra. Not chakra that the man had subverted, but freely given chakra from the tailed beast that resided within him. This was worrying. From what Naruto remembered of Gyuki's personality, it wasn't entirely against humanity, but found them uninteresting and boring. This could have changed, and the biju may have changed from that stance to a more positive one, but it was better to be certain that nothing was influencing the 8 tails. Whatever they had done might have made the biju into a slave for all he knew. If the shinobi of Kumogakure had done something to Gyuki, their village wouldn't remain after he left. Seating himself on the ground, Naruto dropped into a near meditative state before he extended a tendril of chakra towards Gyuki's host. Without the notice of the host, Naruto connected the biju within. At first, there was nothing but silence, then Gyuki became aware of the connection. Well, you certainly took your time to find me. It certainly wasn't the greeting that Naruto was hoping for, but at least the biju's tone didn't seem to hold anger, only disdain. Gyuki, Naruto greeted. What do you want, Naruto? And tell me why I shouldn't break this connection without listening to another word? Gyuki's anger flared as it spoke. I tried to find you, Gyuki, I truly did, but the seals that hold you restrict your chakra. It was only by being directed to your host and searching deep within the man's own chakra signature that I managed to find yours. Naruto hoped that the tone of his voice would help show Gyuki that he was sincere, but the Biju was having none of it. That sounds like an excuse to me, Naruto. The Eight Tails grunted in reply. Is it the same one you used with the others? Gyuki, please. Naruto pleaded with Biju. I'm here to free you from your host, not to start an argument. Just let me do this and then we won't have to talk to each other for as long as you wish. Said Biju, only snorted. You came here for nothing if that's the reason that you came here. What do you mean? Naruto asked with mental equivalent of a frown. Did it have anything to do with why Gyuki wasn't fighting its host? I mean that I don't want you to free me, Naruto. Just leave. The Biju's words made Naruto's eyes snap open in the physical world. Gyuki, what are you saying? That you want remain trapped inside a host? There was a measure of shock in Naruto's voice. What had Kumo done that Gyuki wanted to stay inside its host? I mean that I wish to remain within B. The Biju answered with scorn. But why? Naruto's confusion was plainly audible. What awaits me out there, Naruto? The Eight Tails asked rhetorically. Freedom, or a lifetime of being hunted down like a common animal? These humans have learned how to seal me, there isn't anywhere I could go that they couldn't. There was a small hint of sadness in Gyuki's voice as it spoke of what awaited it outside of the seal it currently resided in. Naruto didn't respond immediately, as what Gyuki said was true. He knew that with the knowledge of how to seal away the Biju, widely known that they would get no rest from those who wished to use their powers. There was only one real solution that Naruto could see working. It had a variety of ways to fail, but it would be the only thing that could work for an extended period. The result would be something that Naruto would be happy with, and he hoped the Biju would be satisfied too. The only reason that Naruto hadn't implemented this plan as soon as he realized that the Biju were in danger was that it would take time to complete and keep secret, even for someone of his power. A part of him had also hoped that this world would realize the folly of attempting to take control of the Biju, that they wouldn't be as stupid as to rely on beings that they didn't truly understand. Another part was angry that he would essentially be asking the Biju to abandon lands that they had roamed for thousands of years. This was their home, they should not have to leave it. However, they would have to if they wanted peace. Now, with Gyuki's words as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, Naruto knew he needed to act in a way that was long overdue. I'll find a way for you to retain your freedom, Gyuki, I promise. The Biju just scoffed in response. And how would go about that, Naruto? Kill everyone with the knowledge of how to seal us away? That would be impossible, even for you. An island, Naruto replied, ignoring Eight Tails' comment and subsequent surprise at his answer. Hidden by seals, as undetectable as I can make it. It would be large enough for all of the Biju with an environment for you all. Despite the surprise, Gyuki gave mirthless chuckle, still unsold by Naruto's proposal. Do you have any idea how large an island for all of the Biju would have to be? There was no pause for Naruto to respond. That's not even taking into account that Kurama and Son Goku are territorial, Isaba loves the ocean, as does Saiken, Shikaku is liable to decide to see how much of the island he can turn into a desert, and Komi would want mountains dash. It would have to be, at minimum, as large as, possibly larger than, Hai no Kuni I know. Naruto cut in. It would take time to set up something of this size in secret, longer still to find the Biju and convince them to move and hide themselves away, but it is doable. Gyuki was silent for several moments after Naruto finished speaking. The elder of the two desperately hoped the Biju would take him up on his offer. He didn't wish to see the tailed beasts held within cages, he wanted them free, as his brother had intended them. Should you complete this island? Gyuki spoke eventually. I will move to it, but not until after my current partner has passed. Naruto did the mental equivalent of raising an eyebrow at the Eight Tails' words. Partner? The elder being questioned. The man who keeps you caged when you would rather be free? He has earned my respect, Naruto, was the reply, a tone of anger in Gyuki's voice as it spoke. I will stay with him, not because I am being cohered, but because he is my friend and friends do not abandon one another, or have you forgotten that in your old age, Naruto? Naruto swallowed physically at the shot sent his way, a reminder that he wasn't on as good terms as he'd like with the Biju that had the second largest number of tails. Naruto sighed and realized it was time for him to get on to the next reason for his visit in Kumo. Gyuki had made his mind up, and Naruto knew that trying to change his mind would be an uphill battle that he knew he'd lose. Gyuki's host, or partner, had the Biju's respect, which put him in higher standing in said Biju's opinion than Naruto knew he ever was. If that's what you want, Gyuki, then I will respect that. Keeping the mental connection between himself and the Eight Tails active, Naruto stood up and dusted himself. I will return once you're current. Naruto paused for a second before changing his next words from what he was originally going to say. Partner is dead. Would that acceptable for you? It would, Gyuki replied after a moment of thought. Unless you take your time once more, and I have to wait another 50 years for you to appear. Contrary to what Gyuki thought would happen, which would have been a swift goodbye from the near-immortal man, a chuckle resounded down the link between the two. I guarantee that we'll be around to find you a day, at the most, after the death of your friend. The promise was met by a scoff of disbelief from the Biju. How could you possibly know when that time was? You would have to monitor B and myself nearly constantly, and the last time I checked, you can't view the future. No, Naruto agreed. I can't see into the future. There was a slight pause as a slightly smug smirk graced Naruto's face in the physical world. But I can monitor your partner's location and the continuous beat of his heart through the seal I planted onto his body. Don't worry, Naruto said as he felt the Biju's surprise echo down the connection. I didn't put anything else on him. You lie, Gyuki replied, allowing Naruto to snort in response. You have truly forgotten what I'm capable of, haven't you, Gyuki? Planting that seal on your partner was the first thing I did when I made it to his current location. I then forged the connection to you after. There was a silence between the two, and Naruto realized it was time to leave. Goodbye, Gyuki. Goodbye, Naruto. With that, Gyuki cut the connection between the two of them, and Naruto's head was now home to only his thoughts once more. After a passing look to mountain across from him, on which Gyuki's partner was still flowing through his strange sword style, Naruto vanished in a blur of speed to the other reason that he was here. The Raikage didn't know what was happening, only that it had happened. There was no warning. Not a small whisper on the wind. There wasn't a period of uncommon silence that anew, from experience, often preceded surprise attacks. One moment, he was contemplating if the cost of another desk was worth the headache that the constant paperwork brought. The next, he was being held by the neck off the ground in a vice-like grip. His mind had reacted instantly, hundreds of hours of training telling his body what to do without his conscious thought, but it only took a second to realize that something else was wrong. His right arm, which should have been planted itself in the face of his attacker, wasn't there. A quick look down at his arm told the Raikage what he needed to know. His arm hadn't moved, it was still resting by his side. A more conscious attempt to move his arm, either of them, anything below his neck, resulted in nothing. Turning his gaze to his attacker, found himself staring into nearly glowing green eyes that held a vengeful anger. Dressed in casual clothing, the man looked nothing like a shinobi, but his strength spoke of training. Raikage! His attacker hissed. You attempted a kidnapping recently, did you not? Only grunted in response as he tried to figure a way out of this technique he found himself in, while also wondering why his guards hadn't reacted to his attacker yet. Then choked as his attacker squeezed tighter, putting a pressure around the Raikage's muscular neck that the man hadn't thought possible for someone to do with only one arm. Did you not? Even though he was being strangled, managed to realize a few things about his current situation. The first was his attacker wasn't a shinobi or a member of a hidden village. They would have concealed their identity to reduce the ability to identify said shinobi for retaliation. With such a blatant attack, the Raikage was sure that the camera station behind his desk would catch everything. The technology was still relatively new and still prone to bugs, but favored it over Fuinjutsu. The second was that the person before him knew about attempted infiltration into Konoha and about the secondary objectives that the infiltration team had. They weren't fishing for information. Still, the Raikage knew he couldn't say anything that could confirm said attack in case there were any recording devices on his attacker's person. This could just be some plot to make him confess. However, as the grip on his throat tightened, I also realized the possibility that the man before him could after revenge for some perceived slight against him. Something that happened during the botched infiltration if the Kage of Kumo had to guess, which meant that they were from Konoha. With the hold tightening, the Raikage decided to take the neutral approach. If I had? He managed to get out around the hand around his throat. Do not play coy with me, Raikage. The man growled, not satisfied with response he received. "We both know you sent men to Konoha under the guise of a peace treaty." In an attempt to free himself while his capturer was speaking, attempted to don himself in his lightning armor, but, much like with his attempts to move, nothing happened. This had to be an illusion then, the Reikage thought, and in another bid for freedom, he bit his lip until it bled, and like his other efforts, nothing came from it. "Don't bother, Reikage," the attacker told him, green eyes boring into him. "Your head is currently experiencing life hundreds of times faster than the rest of your body. Your brain can send all of the signals at once, but your body still won't react in time." The man's words gave away his identity. News had spread quickly about Namikaze having a father, almost as quickly about him having some previously unknown bloodline. At first, many had been completely prepared to brush off the news as rumors and propaganda, at least until the news of Namikaze's father putting down a traitorous Orochimaru of the Sannin had surfaced. You're Namikaze's father," the Reikage said, plastering a look of rage on his face, or as much of one as he could while being slowly strangled. "There will be war for this," he promised, but the man Naruto, if the reports were correct, was unfazed entirely. "Yes, Minato is my son," responded the dark-haired male. "And as his father, the son your shinobi attempted to kidnap is my grandson." The last words came out as a low growl, letting the Reikage know of the mistake he had made. "The shinobi," managed to swallow a breath and continue, "will be punished. They would be, just not for the reasons that the more gullible would believe." Judging by how the hand around his throat tightened, the Reikage knew that this Namikaze wasn't one of the more gullible of the world. "You have no idea how lucky you are that I'm not here to kill you," Naruto told the leader of Kumogakure after several moments of silence between the two that was only broken by the occasional choking sound from said leader. "So instead I'll give you a warning." With a sudden swiftness, the hand around the Reikage's throat clenched painfully, to the point where, in his pain-ridden mind, he could swear that he felt his esophagus close. "Should you," Naruto practically snarled, "or one of your shinobi, touch a hair on my grandson's head again, I will not only erase you from existence, but your village as well. I will bring about a hell that you wouldn't think possible and immortalize in history. I will descend on this place like a vengeful god on the unworthy and return it to the ground from whence it came. Nothing will be left in your village's future but ash and death. I hope I was clear, Reikage," Naruto continued, with a beginning to see black spots in his vision from the lack of oxygen. "For your village's sake." Then the pressure was gone, and a gulp breaths of fresh air, having fallen backwards onto the floor of his office. His limbs then jerked around as his body cloaked itself in lightning chakra, the culmination of his body seemingly receiving multiple signals at the same time. That was only for a moment, then his lying on his office floor breathing deeply almost a second later. His guards were by his side, one moving to check on him with glowing green hands while the others stood around him, ready to defend against any sudden attacks. "Reikage-sama." The one beside him spoke, a touch of worry in his voice for his leader. The shinobi's glowing green hands roamed over his entire body before eventually settling around his throat. "What happened?" For several seconds, the Reikage just coughed and sucked in air, the tension in the room slowly rising for every second that passed without a response. Finally he spoke. "Get me the camera footage for this room. Another one of you alert the shinobi. Begin a sweep of the city." Without another word, 2 shinobi from the group immediately vanished as they left to do as they were told. By the end of the day, the Reikage would realize the position he was in. The sweep turned up nothing, and the camera footage only showed him sitting on second and then coughing the next. There was no link to Konoha or to Namikaze. It was his word, without proof, against Namikaze, and while he was sure that his word could be believed in Kumo, and the other hidden villages, not many would believe that a civilian, not matter how skilled, could defeat a Kage. Perhaps IWA would take his side, if for nothing else then he was against the Namikaze, but the feudal lords, whose support he would need if he wanted to strike back against the Hokage's father, short of declaring war, wouldn't believe that a civilian could threaten a shinobi like he had been. Another attempt to infiltrate Konoha to strike against the eldest Namikaze would end up in disaster, especially so close after the last. While Kumo could get away with one attempt due to current state of many of the villages, another attempt would force Konoha to act. In the wake of the personal demonstration he had of the Namikaze's Kekkai Genkai, he doubted his village could properly withstand the Yondaime Hokage, should he lead. That wasn't even counting on the possibility that the man's father also decided to get involved. In the end, I realized there was nothing he could do besides declaring war. Despite the seemingly impulsive decision the Namikaze had made, attacking him in his own office, the man had covered his tracks too well. All the Reikage could do was wait for an opportunity to repay the Namikaze for his warning in the future. Patience was never an outstanding quality that I believed he had, but it seemed he would have to make it so. Sitting on his couch, Naruto took the time to truly appreciate the home that his son and daughter-in-law had designed. It was a humble setting, no grandiose designs or anything of that nature. It was a small house when compared to the only other residence in the compound, capable of only housing Naruto along with a guest or two, but it suited him perfectly. It had only taken a single day to pack all of his belongings up and move them to the compound. Despite being still technically under construction, the two buildings built for housing were perfectly habitable, only lacking aesthetics that had no impact on the living conditions. Minato and Kushina, along with Koji, had moved in the day before. The child of the trio had immediately loved the open spaces he now had compared to the cramped feeling that his former home gave off. Today, Naruto had planned to see the small garden that his son said had been dedicated to meditation. Minato was currently working, doing his duty as Hokage. Kushina, from what he knew, was training in the training grounds within the compound, something that she was doing more and more frequently. Koji, today, was spending the day with his grandfather while Minato worked and Kushina had some time for herself, a decision that Naruto agreed with. It had been too long since he had some time with his grandson. Currently, the small child was looking around his grandparents' house with undisguised curiosity. It was the first time that Koji had been to his grandfather's home and the boy found everything interesting. Gigi, Koji called out as he stared at a bookshelf, filled with literature and a few knickknacks that Naruto had collected. "Where are all of your toys?" he questioned innocently. "All you have are books." Naruto chuckled. "I don't have any games," the man replied, a humorous smile on his face as Koji's face gained a shocked look. "But what do you for fun?" The child looked completely horrified that his grandfather had no games in his house. "You don't sleep all day, do you?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. Where had that come from? "Who told you that?" he asked. "Kiba told me," the blonde-haired boy said as he moved over to his grandfather. "He said that it was what old people do all day. You don't do that, do you?" Koji's eyes were wide as he stared at his grandfather, as if blinking would cause him to miss the response. "No, Koji," Naruto finally answered, an amused smile on his face at his grandson's face. "I don't sleep all day, I'm awake now, aren't I?" "But," Koji said, that wide-eyed look still present. "But Shikamaru said that some people could sleep with their eyes open." The dark-haired man snorted in amusement. "Then if I'm asleep, how can I be talking to you?" At his grandson's shrug, Naruto continued. "Then how about we go to gardens?" Naruto said, to which Koji whined. "But the garden is boring," the child lamented. "There's just plants and Ka-chan and Tu-chan said that I can't play there." Naruto rolled his eyes at the child's complaints but knew that his grandson would be hard-pressed to find anything to do where they were going to, at his young age at least. Still, Naruto refused to let Koji make the decisions, and so he compromised. "We'll be going for a small while, Koji, not the entire day. If you can stay there for 15 minutes, we'll go and explore the forests." That had Koji grinning. The moment he had arrived here and seen the dense forest that surrounded the compound, Koji was theorizing what was hidden within. The child had a fascination with the woods and had pestered his mother and father to take him out and explore. They had on the day that they had arrived, but hadn't since. Naruto hoped that a promise to do so after visiting the garden might ensure Koji's good behavior but wasn't entirely certain. Koji was only nearing 3 years old after all. "Come on then, Gigi," Koji called excitedly, running up to his grandfather's side to pull on his arm, attempting to get him up, which Naruto allowed. "I'm gonna find a big monster." "All right, Koji, all right." Naruto chuckled as the two, nearing 3-year-old child pulled him off the couch and towards the door. Exiting his house, Naruto watched as Koji let go of his hand and ran forward towards where he knew the garden was, stopping a dozen or so meters away to wait for his grandfather to slowly catch up. The child had too much energy. It was something that Naruto knew he got from Kushina. Minato, while slightly impatient when he was younger and wished for things to go faster, never had the energy that his son seems to have inherited. As the two reached where Naruto knew that the entrance to the garden was located, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to see that there was no walls dividing the garden from the forest around it. It had a natural barrier in the form of imported plants from other areas of Hai no Kuni. These plants had flowered, and the colors from said flowers allowed one to differentiate the garden from the forest that surrounded on end of it. A paved path made its way through the garden to a small but intricately designed shrine, colored red and black. It wasn't grand, but the whole area gave off the feeling that it had been personally designed, not simply had plants placed wherever they fell, or the type of shrine chosen simply because it looked good. Naruto smiled at the knowledge that his son had done this for him, and made a mental note to do something in return. The area gave off a nice feeling of peace that Naruto enjoyed. Unfortunately, for Naruto, Koji didn't share his sentiments. The child kept looking around the garden, hoping to see something interesting, only to be disappointed. When this happened, he pulled on his grandfather's pants. "Gigi, do we have to stay here?" the boy asked when his grandparent turned to him. Naruto nodded, to which Koji groaned. "But there's nothing to do here." "There is, Koji," Naruto said against the protests. "You simply need to realize that not everyone sees everything the same ways as you do." Koji paused for a moment before he spoke again. "Then what would you do here?" the blonde asked. Naruto suppressed a smile, as despite his energy and personality mostly coming from his mother, Minato's presence in his blood could sometimes shine through. "I like to meditate in places like this," the grandparent explained. "I find that it helps me relax." Another thoughtful look passed over Koji's features, before he frowned. "Isn't that just when you sit still for heaps long?" The response almost made Naruto sigh. "Shikamaru does that a lot as well, but he just calls it sleeping." Koji's frown then deepened. "Are you sure you don't sleep all day?" Then again, not even Minato was so mature as to truly understand why one would meditate at such a young age. "Yes, I'm sure, Koji," Naruto assured the child. "Now, let's have a look at the Naruto shrine." Naruto finished with a sigh. He'd know that voice anywhere. Why, of all days, she'd choose to visit him now, when Koji was within range, he didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't want Anko and Koji to meet, but rather Anko wasn't child-friendly. At all. And until she was, Naruto didn't necessarily want his grandson around her unfiltered mouth for any extended period of time. "Gigi, who's that?" Koji questioned, looking back towards the homes where the voice had originated. "That would be Anko." Naruto then paused as he thought about what he was going to say next. "She's one of Gigi's Naruto. Where the hell are you hiding?" "Friends," Naruto finished. He refrained from sighing. "NAR Anko's yells cut off midway. Naruto didn't need to turn around to know that the purple-headed Kunoichi had spotted him. "There you are!" Sometimes, Naruto hated being right. "Gigi." Koji spoke from his position beside Naruto, facing the approaching shinobi. "Is this your friend?" There was a slight pause before Naruto's grandson spoke again. "Gigi, how come she doesn't need to wear a shirt but I do?" Eyes widening at the words, Naruto spun around, clamping a hand over Koji's eyes, and fixed Anko with an irritated look. The kunoichi didn't let this bother her as she made her way towards the pair, clad in nothing but a short skirt, mesh undershirt and tan trench coat that wasn't buttoned up. Koji immediately set about trying to remove his grandfather's hand from his face, but Naruto kept it firmly where it was. It was only when Anko stopped before Naruto that she finally addressed the look he was giving her. "What?" she asked, to which Naruto's gaze on her hardened, giving her a once-over with his eyes before motioning towards his grandson. "Oh, come on!" she complained as she realized what he was pointing out. "He's like 3, what's it going to do, turn him into a pervert?" Naruto wasn't swayed. "Anko." His tone spoke of no arguing, and the former apprentice of Orochimaru huffed in response. "Fine." She caved, pulling the sides of her trench coat together, and doing it up with a button along one of the edges. "Happy?" she asked sarcastically. "Not exactly," Naruto replied, still irritated. "May I inquire why you're wearing such a small amount of clothing?" Anko paused for a moment, recognizing the tone in Naruto's voice as something to avoid, but shook it off. "I decided that if you've got it, flaunt it," she said proudly. "I think you can get where I'm going with that." Naruto's gaze intensified and Anko fought the urge to shuffle nervously, then he sighed. "Is it a bad thing that I expected this to happen eventually?" Anko made to answer, but Naruto cut her off. "Don't answer that," he told her. "I don't want or need an answer." Naruto removed his hand from Koji's face, revealing his grandson's pouting features. "Gigi," the 3-year-old whined. "I wanted to see." Naruto shot Anko a look, as if to say I told you so. The teenager just rolled her eyes. Who's that? The boy questioned, quickly moving past what he was upset about. This is Anko Koji, Naruto told the nearly 3-year-old. Hi. Koji greeted the adolescent woman with a wave of his hand. Nice to meet you, kid. Anko responded to the boy, a bit dismissively, before turning back to Naruto. So, you going to tell me why I had to search for you? There was glare directed at Naruto from Anko, who had her arms crossed over her chest. I only moved in yesterday, Naruto replied. And you were out on a mission last time I checked. The purple-haired kunoichi stiffened for a second. I just got back, Anko said shortly before moving on, but Naruto had already noticed the tense undertone in her voice. Despite the years that had passed, many shinobi still believed that Anko had some knowledge about what her former teacher had been doing, and though the number of such had dwindled, there was still a notable amount left. Unfortunately, Anko's blunt nature, brashness, and the lack of filter between her brain and mouth hadn't won her favors with anyone. Her general lack of respect to anyone that she didn't feel worthy of it, whether they were her superior or not, also rubbed many of the more experienced shinobi the wrong way. Her clothing, however, was something new. And apparently heaps has happened, Anko continued. It's going to take a while to get all that juicy blackmail that must have built up. Naruto only shook his head at the grin that spread across Anko's features. She was still striving for a place inside the torture and interrogation division, and apparently, the man in charge of said division, Yamanaka, prizes information. Anko hopes to impress the man with the information she's attempting to collect from around Konoha, though if that will work, Naruto had no idea. GG. Naruto turned to his side at the sudden tug at his clothing, facing his grandson. Has it been 15 minutes yet? Naruto sighed. It had barely been 5, but with Anko here, it wasn't like he was going to get any meditation done anyway. Yes, it has, Naruto told the boy, who broke out into a grin at the words. Let's go then. And like that, the boy was already running out of the garden area and moving for the forest. Wait for me, Koji, Naruto called out to the boy, who stopped but turned around with a pout as his grandfather and his friend began to walk at a, to him, agonizingly slow pace. So that's Hokage-sama's kid? Anko asked as the two walked out of the garden. Yes, Naruto answered, keeping half an eye on Koji in case the boy decided to move ahead without them. Expecting something else? No, but he's a kid. At the deadpan expression she received from Naruto, and the implied no shit, Anko continued. You don't understand the reputation Hokage-sama has with the shinobi in Konoha. He's like some untouchable figure on pedestal, that's on top of a mountain. To see his kid acting like a kid is strange. What? Naruto questioned with an amused tone. Did you expect Koji to come out and immediately know how to use all of his father's techniques? Anko didn't respond and Naruto took as her answer. Really, Anko? What? She defended herself. Naruto shook his head but didn't say anything else as they finally made it to Koji. The child huffed at them. You taking too long on purpose, aren't you? Koji accused the two as they approached. Ka-chan and Tu-chan do it too, but that's so they can kiss. You aren't going to do that, are you? Naruto choked on air, the bluntness and bizarre nature of the accusation taking him by surprise. Turning to the side, he covered his hand with his mouth as he attempted to smother his coughing, hearing Anko do the same. Looking back at his grandson, Naruto could only shake his head at the still frowning boy. He was very much his mother's son personality-wise. Didn't you want to go to the forest? Naruto questioned the child, whose expression morphed into one of excitement at the change of subject. Yeah? Koji exclaimed. Let's go, GG, fine. Naruto relented, already moving after his grandson, who'd taken off even before an answer had been given. Are you coming, Anko? Naruto questioned the teenager without looking back. Because he wasn't looking back, he missed the red that covered Anko's face as she responded. Yeah. Deep beneath the sea, south of Hai no Kuni and the land of waves, Naruto sat in silence, released from the illusions that hid his real appearance from the world. Only his horns weren't visible, more out of personal preference than anything else. With a soft exhale, the ground around him for kilometers cracked in a straight line. An inhale and exhale later, the cracks spread wider, burrowing deeper. With another exhale, deeper than the last, Naruto bent the world around him to his will, altering what had once been untouched for centuries. He had to work slowly. Naruto was in the perfect place for the island he was attempting to form, with nothing visible in any direction but water. Unfortunately, this area was directly above two plates in the planet's crust. He could have left them, built over them, but an earthquake could split the island in two, something he didn't want. So, he was going to change the two plates, remove part of one and adding it to another, changing where the two plate would meet. It would have to be a delicate change, something that would need to last without his presence. It wouldn't do to have the piece of earth he was transplanting to break off and then be connected to nothing. This was something he had never done before. He'd shifted earth, rearranged landscapes, but not something on such a massive scale. He was moving chunks of earth the size of countries. He needed to take his time, make this last. The Biju were counting on him. In a cavern underneath Amigakure, a door slid open to reveal a barren room. The walls were simply rock, and torches were the only source of light. In the center of the room, 9 pedestals stood, 7 of which held nothing but air. However, when the door closed and range of protections were activated, it would be only 6 pedestals that held nothing. 1 pedestal held a large scroll, black caps on either end, and 9 white stripes encircled the width. Another pedestal held a scroll of smaller size, similar black ends, and only 2 stripes. The newest scroll, having been recently deposited, was slightly smaller than the first, black ends and 8 stripes. 3 down, thought the one who had deposited the scroll, having taken it from the 2 who had retrieved it. 6 to go. Only 6 more, Kasama. Chapter 30. The day had started off normally for Naruto. He'd woken up, had a filling breakfast and then walked the 20 or so meters that had separated his residence from Minato's. From there, Naruto had greeted his son, daughter-in-law and grandson, spending time with the trio before they all went off for the day. Minato went to the Hokage Tower, where he'd spend the day running the village. He'd return for lunch and a few hours before dinner for those meals, which he'd share with Kushina and Koji. The only female in the family would be stocking house before moving on to training. It was something that had taken up much of the time over the last few years, though Kushina had made sure that this didn't infringe on her time with her family. As for the child, the now 7-year-old Koji now usually spent the majority of his days at the academy, much to Naruto's silent disgruntlement. To Naruto's relief, they weren't actually taught how to kill, not blatantly anyway. Fighting styles that could be deadly, skills with sharp weapons that cut through flesh and points at which the body was weakest, but nothing over a certain level. This was expected until they moved into their genin teams. It would be a time that Naruto would find hard to stomach. The only reason he could still give Koji smiles was because of the happiness in the child's voice when he spoke of his time in the academy. At the very least, Koji was doing this because he wanted to, if because he didn't know of what was truly expected of him in the future. Once the day had nearly ended, however, was where things deviated from normal. Naruto had been seated in his house, reading a book he'd recently purchased about the rapidly developing field of science. With a tenuous, at best, peace between the nations of the planet, people had eventually turned their attention from warfare to other, more commercial, pursuits. The invention of several marvelous inventions, like harnessing electricity, had revolutionized the world and how people lived. Naruto was browsing through many such discoveries in his book when Kushina and Minato had burst into his house, Koji in tow. From what he was told by the duo before they left, leaving Koji with him, was that there was some kind of emergency at the hospital involving one of Kushina's friends, and they were going to offer their support. Naruto had entertained Koji for a couple of hours, though this was no easy task. Restrained to his house, there was little for the 7-year-old to do, especially now that he was no longer entertained as easily by his grandfather's stories. Thankfully, Naruto was able to distract the child with several small wooden figures that he had allowed Koji to play with. Even so, after the second hour had passed, he was beginning to wonder what was keeping his son and daughter-in-law. Surely they could have sent word of what was happening? Naruto wasn't sure how long he could keep Koji occupied and didn't want to put the child to bed in case something. It was only 5 minutes after these musing that a knock on the door provided answers. Minato's grim face greeted him when he opened it, making Naruto know he wouldn't like what was coming. "What happened?" Naruto asked, stepping to the side to allow his son in, and closing the door when he did. "Hi, Two-san!" Koji exclaimed when he saw his father, giving him a grin from his position on the floor of his grandfather's living room. Minato managed to return his son's smile before turning to his father. "Could we go to your room?" Minato asked, with a subtle motion of his head to his son. He didn't want Koji to overhear what was about to be said. Naruto nodded, and moved over to his room, while Minato then spoke to his son. Koji, Tusan and Gigi will be back in a second, okay? The child nodded and went back to playing with the small wooden figures that his grandfather had given him. Already in the room, Naruto closed the door when Minato entered and fixed his son with stare. Alright, what happened? Where's Kushina? She's still at the hospital, Minato said with a sigh as he sat down on the edge of his grandfather's bed. Hitomi was admitted and Kushina decided to stay with her while I came here. It took Naruto a while, but he eventually remembered that Hitomi was the mother of Hinata, the Hyuga girl that Koji sometimes played with. I'm guessing that Hitomi hasn't been cured, considering that Kushina is still at the hospital, Naruto commented, to which Minato nodded. What's wrong with her? We're not entirely sure, Minato replied. Any attempts by the medic nin to diagnose her end up failing. When I left, nearly every medic nin available was attempting to see if they could figure out what was wrong with her. That was interesting. Perhaps it was some new strain of chakra-resistant disease? There were a few that had developed over the thousands of years since chakra had been introduced, but nothing that could withstand an external source of chakra actively working against it. Tusan. Minato's voice broke Naruto out of his thoughts. Kushina. The hesitation when the yandame spoke gave him away and Naruto immediately shook his head. No, I am not curing Kushina's friend. While it seemed harsh, Naruto knew that curing Kushina's friend was something he couldn't do without others knowing about it. If it was as Minato said, and so many medics were attempting to heal Hitomi and failing, then the one who succeeded would be thrust into the spotlight. This was something Naruto didn't want. I've done things for you, Minato, things that I wouldn't have done for anyone else, but you cannot expect me to expose myself in such a way. Tusan. Minato repeated, standing up from his seated position. He also made a conscious decision to keep his voice down and not attract Koji's attention to the room. Please, this isn't some random person. Hitomi is someone that Kushina and Koji know personally and have a connection with. There was a pleading tone in Minato's voice, and while it did make Naruto's will waver, it didn't crumble. They would both be distraught if she died. What about the impact it would have on Hinata and Hanabi, her children? Hinata is the same age as Koji. And what would you tell her husband? Naruto countered. Or the other medics who are working to cure her right now? That I encountered what she was suffering from during my travels? That you requested a specialist? That you called the Yoso Sennin for a favor? Minato's silence was all the answer that Naruto needed. Tusan, please, the Hokage said eventually, his voice low but now the pleading, near begging, quality from before was readily apparent. Not for me, but for Kushina. She's in tears because of this and fearing the worst. I can't stand her like that. Just find out what's wrong, nothing more. Find out enough to give the medic nin an idea of what to do. And like that, what remained of Naruto's will crumbled. He knew he'd do nearly anything for his family. He couldn't blame Minato for doing the same. Fine, Naruto muttered. Fine, I'll do it. As Minato's face brightened at the news, Naruto added on to it. But I'll only diagnose her, nothing more. From there, her life is in the hands of the medics at the hospital. Yes, Minato sighed, a noticeable tinge of relief in his voice. Thank you, Tusan. Naruto just sighed. As understanding as he could be for Minato not wanting to see his wife in the state he spoke of, Naruto's gut told him that he shouldn't be doing this. This wasn't what he did anymore, saving people who begged for it. He saved his family now, no one else. He had done his time, saving the rest of the world, and the greedy, power-hungry people of the time had seen that he had been forced to stop that. Opening the door to his bedroom, Naruto waited for his son to leave before doing the same, the latter then explaining to his son that he would be staying with Shikamaru and his parents for a few hours. After leaving Koji in the care of the Nara clan, Naruto and Minato then moved towards the hospital, walking down the, now quiet, streets of Konoha. Naruto decided to use this time to iron out what was going to happen. You'll get everyone out of the room, Naruto told his son as they walked, his tone brokering no argument. Once you do that, I'll diagnose Hitomi and that will be the end of it. Yes, Tusan. Minato agreed, recognizing the voice that his father was using. He wasn't exactly happy at the moment. You'll tell no one that I was there, nor that I was the one who told you how to cure her. Yes, Tusan. Minato repeated with some exasperation. This wasn't the first time he had done this after all. He knew that his father didn't wish to be in the limelight. Naruto, however, frowned. Without the cheek, Minato, Naruto reprimanded. I understand that you know I don't wish for my presence to be known, but with your requests of me, I can't help but wonder if perhaps you simply choose to ignore that whenever it suits you. The Hokage had the decency to look, at the very least, slightly guilty. Sorry. He apologized, but Naruto waved it off. He knew his son wasn't him, that Minato couldn't see the world as he sometimes did. That was how he knew that this wouldn't be the last time Minato would ask something of him. It was pointless for Minato to apologize when he'd do it again, eventually. Watching his son work, invisible to those around him through his manipulation of light, Naruto couldn't help but silently admire the loyalty and trust that Minato had instilled in these people. They trusted him completely. Enough so that they would willingly leave the side of a sick wife and friend. It was, albeit, with the promise that she would be cured, something that Naruto hoped his son realized that he wouldn't be doing. As the last person, the husband of the unconscious, pale and sickly Hyuga woman currently lying in the bed before him, left the room, Naruto uncloaked himself. He didn't spare the woman a look, preferring to get this over and done with, and lit his hands in green chakra that helped him perform the task before him. Placing his hands on the woman's chest, Naruto allowed his chakra to mingle with hers and fill her body, searching for cause of her current situation. He made sure to keep a tight leash on his chakra, ensuring that he wouldn't accidentally cure the woman. Quickly, his chakra worked its way through her body, aided by centuries of experience and practice. All too soon, however, he encountered the same problem as the medic Nin had. She wasn't ill. She had no sickness within her, not even a cold. This woman should have been walking around like a regular person, and yet, she was obviously not. It made Naruto narrow his eyes, as something like this meant there was something affecting her that was alien to her body, something that this woman's body didn't consider a part of her. Considering that it wasn't affecting him, nor had it been affecting those around her, it was something that was either targeting Hitomi specifically or had such a short range of effect that it could only harm her. With nothing that gave him a reason to believe the former, as if it was because she was Hyuga, her husband should have been affected, as had Kushina or female medic Nins, who had been in the room. If it was because she was a woman, this led Naruto to believe the latter. Visually looking her over for anything suspicious, Naruto came up with nothing. Patting the woman down, feeling for any abnormal bulges or something attached to her skin didn't revealing. This left Naruto with the only option that it was within her. Retracting the green healing chakra from around his hands, Naruto relaxed his eyes and, for the first time in years, allowed his true eye color to shine through. Pure white eyes now gazed upon the Hyuga woman, unlike the green that they were before. Then they budged. Veins on the side of Naruto's face popped out as an increase of chakra rushed to his eyes and activated his rarely used Byakugan. His eyes saw through the woman's clothes, through her skin and into her body. Slowly, he ever meticulously scrolled over every inch of her body with his vision until, finally, he found what he was looking for. Within her body, her stomach to precise, sat a few small balls of gleaming metal that resisted her stomach acid's attempt to melt it down. Carved into the surface, in a particularly small script, was a Fuinjutsu array, one that, even without seeing the entire array, Naruto still recognized. It was a chakra storage array and a particularly sloppily drawn one at that. Focusing on one of the metal balls, Naruto utilized his control over the elements to move the metal, his white eyes turning a dull gray as his power worked. Carefully, he moved the metal up the woman's body, exiting her stomach and moving it up her esophagus, making sure that he didn't damage her internal organs as he did so. Without a sound, he caught the metal ball as it hovered out of her throat, mouth and body, taking care that there was no residue from her stomach acid on the ball before he touched it. The ball was a tiny thing, smaller than a pebble, and easily concealable in food or perhaps a drink if the recipient was particularly unaware. Turning it over, Naruto also noticed an array for durability, to help the ball survive its time within the woman's stomach if he had to guess its function. But this still didn't explain what the balls were doing to the woman, though with Naruto's knowledge of the human body, chakra, and Fuinjutsu, he could put the pieces together. The metal balls sucked in the woman's chakra. Thanks to the sloppy design of the array, the seal would accept any chakra that happened to brush up against it. One of these balls wouldn't have been a problem. The woman's body would have simply began to output a slightly larger amount of chakra at the cost of eating more. In fact, all of the balls couldn't put enough of a drain on the woman to put her in this current state, but in combination with the child that she was currently carrying, then it became far more likely. As a baby developed, along with nutrients, it also needed chakra from its mother. The multiple sources that were draining chakra from the woman are slowly killing her. With the civilian reserves that Hitomi possessed, even the minute drain from the chakra storage seals were enough, in addition with the baby, to put the Hyuga woman in this state. This was also something that medic Nin should have been more than skilled to find if they had been observing her chakra. But they were no doubt under the assumption that she was sick, just as he had originally been, and worked from there. Whatever jutsu that they used to check their patient's condition wouldn't have detected anything as, besides being pregnant, the woman's body was working normally. Obviously they would have noticed that she was pregnant, but as the child wasn't affecting the woman any more than any other would at this stage in pregnancy, they would have moved on. To sum this up, it was a complete waste of his time, and it was something hospitals should have picked up on eventually had these doctors actually been worth the certificates that they had spent years earning. With a shake of his head, Naruto reapplied the illusions to his body and left the room, pocketing the metal ball as he went. Walking under the light of the moon towards his home, Naruto took a longer way back than he usually would, wishing to use the time to think. This latest favor to Minato had gotten him thinking if he should keep caving into his son. It was joke, what he was asked to do. It was something that the medics should have been able to discern had they been skilled enough. Naruto had done a few things for Minato, but that was the first time that his abilities felt truly wasted, like he was simply Minato's trump card that his son could call in whenever he came across a problem that all his other avenues couldn't solve. It left a sour taste in his mouth, especially when Naruto could find truth in those words. Granted, this was the first time that Minato had asked him to do had been something that could have been done by another. Acting as another line of protection for Koji was something that he was proud of. Creating the few ninjutsu arrays for the Iburi clan could have been counted, but the difficulty of the task made Naruto think otherwise. The entire seal was nearly a contradiction. Enko was another, but Naruto knew that his opinion was now completely colored by his relationship with the young woman. He would have helped her irrelevant of whether his son asked him or not, knowing what he knew now. She had wormed her way past the barriers that he had used to keep the rest of the world out, as had Hiruzen. Still, the fact remained was that what he just accomplished felt so below Naruto. He was currently in the middle of creating an island for the Biju. He had fought the equivalent of a god and lived for thousands of years. Helping a woman recover from such a simple attempt at assassination felt like a waste of his capabilities. All the medics had to do was study her chakra signature as it was depleted. They would have eventually discovered the problem. Naruto shook his head as he walked down the deserted street, turning left into another. It wasn't that simple. Those who were sick always showed a decrease in chakra production, as poor mental and physical health affected the chakra. Hitomi obviously wasn't sick, and her chakra production was normal, if slightly elevated, but the drain from her child and the metal balls in her stomach replicated the effects that an illness or disease would have on her. This would obviously only confirm the medic's belief that Hitomi was sick. Naruto shook his head again and decided to put the thought out of his mind. It wouldn't do any good to think about it any longer. He'd just end up going in circles. He'd explain how he felt to Minato when he told his son his diagnosis of the Hyuga woman. They'd be meeting at his house after Minato had finished preoccupying the former occupants of Hitomi's hospital room. Naruto walked along in silence before taking in a deep breath of the night air. Then he froze, stopping where he was. A metallic scent entered his nostrils, one that he knew quite well as that of blood. Naruto scanned his surroundings carefully but found nothing out of place or suspicious. Even still, he trusted his senses. There was a large enough pool of blood for it to reach his nose, despite no blood being his vicinity besides that which was already in his body. Naruto expanded his chakra, using it to encompass the area. It extended further and further, brushing over everything. He didn't quite know what he was looking for, but there. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to the source of chakra that he had detected, gazing on the wall of a clan compound. Around it, invisible to the naked eye, was an array that suppressed sound. Naruto paused, wondering if he should enter before immediately shaking his head after the thought entered it, forging ahead. Walking around the side of the compound, Naruto didn't have to walk far before he found the main gate, the image on the gates telling him that this was Uchiha compound. Naruto eyed the two spots on either side of the gates. Having lived in Konoha as long as he had, he knew that guards should have been posted on either side, despite the late hour. Placing his hands on either side of the large wooden doors that barred entry to the compound, Naruto pushed them open. The compound was quiet. That was what Naruto noticed first. Despite the barrier suppressing sound, it may as well not have been there for all the good it did. A dead silence hung over the compound. Then he noticed the bodies. Several of them were just laying out in the middle of the street, others were in doorways to houses. Men and women, wearing night clothes and shinobi gear, adults and small children, no one seemed to be spared from the massacre that had occurred here. Naruto saw all of this and more, saying nothing as he took it all in. Despite having seen this before numerous times throughout history, despite having seen numerous, far more disgusting and horrifying, scenes, a part of Naruto was still stunned by the carnage before him. He still wondered how people could do this, how they could commit such atrocious acts. Naruto knew he was no saint, that he had killed hundreds, possibly thousands, but he had the knowledge that he was in the right when he did such things, at least most of the time. When Naruto reflected on how he dealt with the Land of Sky, he felt remorse for his actions, that they resulted in the deaths of innocents who were most likely on board that floating section of land. Innocent men, women, and children. He had been in a rage then, distraught over the death of his wife and his missing children. He had simply wanted to make them all pay, regardless. Having only seen the faces of those guilty, of those who were corrupt, aided him greatly in forgetting about the innocents. But as Naruto gazed upon the bodies, and saw the slash marks of a sword, he had to wonder, once more, about the kind of person who could stare into the innocent eyes of children, ones younger than his grandson, and end their lives. What kind of person could watch as the life left a child's eyes? Looking further into the compound, Naruto contemplated interfering. This was something that Konoha's shinobi forces could handle, something that they were made to handle. But how long would it take for them to mobilize? How many more would die before they got here? Could any more people die for that matter? He could do something, possibly stop this murderer before they did anything more. But the conversation that he just had with himself played through his mind. This was something that the shinobi of Konoha should, and could, handle. In the end, the decision was taken from him. Soft footsteps rang in his ears, cutting through the silence like a knife. Turning to face the source, Naruto came face to face with Killer, for they could be no one else. Armed with a tanto that was stained red with those he had slain, the perpetrator was also covered in blood at the front. The twin Mangekyo Sharingan staring at him told Naruto that the murderer was also a Uchiha. Naruto Namikaze. The murderer's soft voice spoke his name in a whisper. I'm sorry, but I need more time, and I can't let you stop me. There was barely a slight pause before Tsukuyumi, and Naruto suddenly felt the assault of hundreds of needle-like protrusions stabbing into his chakra system before the world around him went black. From what Naruto knew of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyumi was a genjutsu that put the target in an unbreakable illusion in which the user was the equivalent of a god. However, this knowledge was purely from what the Uchiha themselves had written about the Mangekyo from when past users had gained the eyes of their ancestor. From what Naruto knew, they had never experimented or actively pushed the limits of the technique. One belief that Naruto knew was false was that the illusion was unbreakable. Oh, he knew that supposedly, if the victim of the technique was a relative of the user, then they could potentially overpower the user. But Naruto believed that the ultimate genjutsu could be broken, even without a Sharingan or blood relation. Nothing was unbreakable, nothing was unbeatable. Unfortunately, he'd never been put under the illusion until now, so it was all theory. As Naruto gazed out over a red sky and grayscale landscape, he knew that by the end of this, he'd be able to say whether his theory was true or not. He was surprised that he was actually in an illusion. A part of him had believed that the illusion simply wouldn't have the power to break into his chakra system. That was evidently wrong. For what it's worth, I wish that detection seal on the clan's gates hadn't let me know you were here. A voice from behind him spoke. Naruto didn't have the time to blink before suddenly, he was strapped to a wooden cross, arms and legs bolted by cuffs. Before him stood the boy from before, the murderer. But you forced my hand. His voice was toneless, displaying no emotion, not a care. I know better than to test myself against your speed in reality, but here. The teen, only 14 or 13 if Naruto had to guess, gestured to the world around them. I am God. Interesting. Naruto replied, keeping his voice level and showing no fear in the face of this apparent danger. Where are we, for that matter? The murderer spoke about reality as if it were separate from where they were now, but illusions that Naruto knew of relied around altering the victim's perception of the world around them. The mind? Was Naruto's answer, and the man had to fight to keep his face straight. The weakness to this technique, to the unbreakable illusion, couldn't be so easy to discover, so simple to realize. While Naruto realized that the murderer hadn't specified whose mind they were in, But given how an illusion worked by the user's chakra invading the chakra system of the victim and manipulating their Naruto's thought process was cut off as a sharp pain erupted in his thigh, making give a choked cry in shock and pain. He couldn't remember the last time he was injured, and while this was supposedly all mental, it felt real. While only a second will have passed in reality. The Sharingan wielder spoke, his voice still toneless and empty, as he slowly pushed the sword in his hand further into Naruto's thigh. Naruto didn't know where he had gotten the sword from, he could only conclude that it had been conjured somehow. You will have felt agony for 3 days. The Uchiha was cut off as Naruto's other leg broke the cuff holding it to the cross and lashed out, viciously crashing into the side of the murderer's head, snapping it to the side and sent them sprawling to the floor. Naruto didn't say a word as the sword and shackles that held him to the cross disappeared, freeing him. Like the sword and shackles, the wound to his thigh disappeared. Impossible! Naruto heard the teen mumble, the Uchiha picking himself off the ground and turning to face Naruto with the first emotions that he had seen on the murderer's features. Shock and surprise. How did you dash? Your illusion is impressive, child. Naruto interrupted, his tone cold and gaze hard as he stared into the Mangekyo eyes. Against anyone else, it would most likely remain absolute in its power, but here. It was now Naruto's turn to motion to the world around the two. The landscape changing as he spoke, normal color draining back into the surroundings. In my mind, it is my will that supersedes all others. Your chakra may force you in here, give you a rudimental control in my surprised state, but in the end. Naruto didn't even motion and the Uchiha was already floating upward, feet of the ground, body frozen as he was, eyes wide with slightest hints of fear. I am the only god. Naruto spread his hands apart. You may have brought us here, but allow me to kick you out. Then he clapped. And the world around the two shattered like glass. And genjutsu works by sending out tendrils of chakra from the user that then infect the victim, or victims, and by riding the chakra pathways, influence the brain, making the target see what the user wishes. The counter to this was to surge one's chakra system. A sudden increase in the rate that chakra flows disrupts the invading chakra's connection to the user, thereby dispelling whatever illusion that the victim is currently under. Tsukiyomi works on the same principle, the user sending out tendrils of their own chakra to invade the victims. But unlike a regular genjutsu, the tendrils of chakra that were sent out were thicker and denser, making them more resistant to a surge of chakra from the victim. It was those thicker tendrils that allowed Itachi's Tsukiyomi to initially enter Naruto's chakra system. But like Tsukiyomi was different when compared to regular genjutsu, Naruto's chakra system was different when compared to the average person. His chakra was thicker, more controlled and denser than any other living beings. These factors meant that where the chakra tendrils from the user of Tsukiyomi and the victim were unbreakable to most normal people, in Naruto's point of view, they were fragile. Naruto quickly realized this as soon as he felt the genjutsu take hold, being able to feel the foreign chakra follow his pathways. From there, Naruto applied the same technique that one would use against regular genjutsu, albeit without the grace of those who had experience under illusions. In a regular case of a person being under the control of Tsukiyomi, even with this knowledge, the act of surging one's chakra would do nothing due to the skewering of time that Itachi Uchiha employed when using Tsukiyomi. That delay would mean that even knowing this, the victim would be too slow to break free before the technique was ended, and its toll was dealt. Regular people didn't have swift release, nor did they have the mental control that Naruto possessed. When he broke free of the control that the Uchiha had on his mind, Naruto also regained the connection that his mind had to his body. Using that connection, Naruto ordered his body to create swift-release chakra that, while starting slowly, eventually enveloped his body and increasing its speed until he had it to the point where his body could react properly to the signals that his mind sent. All that combined allowed Naruto to break free from the supposedly unbreakable illusion by commanding his body to surge his chakra. Naruto's eyes snapped open as the genjutsu ended, immediately landing on the Uchiha opposite him. The murderer stumbled back as his technique ended, not expecting that the illusion could be broken. The now black eyes of the Uchiha stared back at him with more than a hint of fear and surprise, realizing that his opponent had more at his disposal than he originally knew of. Then, Naruto was standing directly before the teenager. The sudden appearance startled the Uchiha, still reeling from having his illusion broken. However, Itachi Uchiha hadn't been in the ANBU, nor a captain in said corps, for nothing. He quickly regained himself and sought to put distance between the two, knowing that, with the Namake's bloodline, it was suicidal to fight him up close. It was for naught, however, as a rough hand latched around the Uchiha's throat, lifting him up. Cold green eyes stared into young black ones. "I would have been happy to have let Konoha's shinobi corps handle you," Naruto told the Uchiha, as he held him aloft. "But you forced my hand," he said, mocking the murderer's earlier words. The hand around the teen's throat then tightened and Itachi found it suddenly much harder to draw in breath. "So tell me, why did you do this?" Naruto spared a look to a body some distance away, that of a small child, turning his hand with the murderer in it so that he could see what he was looking at. "You killed men, women and children for something so important to you that you were willing to kill innocent people, not once, but multiple times. What was it?" For several moments, the Uchiha just struggled against Naruto's grip, attempting to loosen it. When these efforts failed, he spoke with a croak. "To test my abilities." The words were said with dead eyes, and what Naruto would have been sure was an emotionless tone, had the Uchiha not been choking as he spoke. With the same suddenness with which he had grabbed the Uchiha by the throat, Naruto threw the teen into the wall of the nearest house. Thankfully for the Sharingan user's spine, unlike many other buildings in Konoha, the Uchiha had never updated theirs beyond the inclusion of electrical ports and wiring, so the walls of all of the buildings were quite thin. Unfortunately, those thin walls were still surprisingly strong and Naruto threw the murderer with surprising strength. The 13-year-old collided with the house's exterior wall and broke through without pause, his momentum carrying him into, and then through, the next 3 walls. The last one opened up onto the street on the opposite side of the house as well as taking away the last of the momentum that Naruto's throw had bestowed upon the Uchiha. With his momentum gone, the teen fell to the ground and tumbled into the dirt, face first, and laid unmoving for several moments. It was a testament to his training that Itachi Uchiha managed to get back up as quickly as he did. It was testament to his training that Itachi Uchiha didn't make a sound despite the pain that flared up over his back. It was a testament to his training that Itachi Uchiha made no motion that he heard the footsteps of his foe as their geta slapped the ground, waiting for the right moment. While the breaking of his Tsukiyomi had weakened the Uchiha, chakra-wise, especially with the exertion that he had put on beforehand, murdering his clansmen, he felt he had enough chakra for this, if he pushed it. It was a simple and quick movement, turning his head to look up at the Hokage's father, gazing at him with the Mangekyo Sharingan that he possessed. From there, it only required a word. Amaterasu! Black flames erupted in Itachi's vision, consuming his sight of Naruto. The heat was intense, especially so close to the flames, but he held firm, keeping his gaze firmly on his opponent's burning form. So consumed was Itachi with his task, he never felt a person appear on his opposite side. He did, however, feel the hand on the back of his head before it pushed forward and sent Itachi's face directly into the black flames that he had conjured. The Uchiha screamed as the dark flames covered parts of his face, collapsing to the ground once more. This only lasted for a second before Itachi cut the connection he had to the flames he had conjured, extinguishing them, but the damage was done. Horrific burns covered Itachi's face, centering around the right side of his head. Hair was burned off, skin was black and red, and only shallow breaths were made as the Uchiha prodigy struggled to get enough oxygen into his lungs that didn't burn his insides. Through the eye on the left side of his face, unable to open his other, Itachi Uchiha saw Naruto step into his vision and felt fear, not for himself, but for his clan, and his brother, and what the revelations of tonight would bring if the plan wasn't carried out. He was spent, chakra depleted and injured badly, his vision impaired. Naruto's face was cold, and his eyes gave no possibility of mercy. "I don't consider you an idiot," Naruto told the downed Uchiha. "An idiot wouldn't have been able to get as far as you have tonight, after all. So, please give me the same courtesy and don't see me one either. You killed children here," he continued. "And only an idiot would kill children to test their abilities. Now that that's been established." Naruto reached down and picked the wounded murderer off the ground by the scruff of their clothing, ignoring their hisses of pain as burnt skin cracked and raw skin rubbed against cloth. "Why did you do this?" Naruto trailed off in his words to the Uchiha, eyes narrowing as his senses brought his attention to another figure, standing behind him. Not directly behind him, as they were several dozen meters away, on the other side of a number of houses, but well within Naruto's senses. Why they were was unimportant, however, as Naruto knew who they were, and what they were about to be. With a sudden burst of speed, Naruto took a hand away from the collar of the teen in his grasp, reached into pocket to retrieve the metal ball he had brought from his inspection of the Hyuga woman. The same hand whipped around and flung the metal ball faster than even a Sharingan user could see, powered by the swift-release natured chakra that Naruto had infused it with when he pulled it out of his pocket. Thus, it was understandable that the masked and disguised Obito Uchiha never saw the metal ball that punctured a number of walls on its way to his face. He had been on his way to check up on Itachi, to see how the prodigy was doing in the near extermination of the Uchiha clan and make sure that he hadn't gotten cold feet, though from what he had seen when he entered, that wasn't so. The only thing that told the Madara poser that something was wrong was a high-pitched whistle, before the metal ball crashed into the side of his head and carved a clean tunnel from one side of his skull to the other, through brain matter and all. The body didn't show any sign that it had been hit by the ball for several seconds. In fact, it kept on walking normally, as if nothing was amiss. Then it collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, and like that, Obito Uchiha died without even knowing how. Naruto stared in the direction he had thrown the small metal ball, keeping his senses trained on the chakra signature of the one who had controlled Kurama and called themselves Madara. Satisfied that the, now unmoving, chakra source was dead, indicated by the slowly dropping chakra levels of the source, he turned back to the Uchiha in his grasp. The murderer seemed confused by his sudden action, if the Naruto read the small glint of emotion that was showing in his left eye correctly. "You had a partner here, didn't you, Uchiha?" Naruto said to the shinobi in his grasp. It couldn't have been a coincidence that the Uchiha clan is massacred by the person currently in his grasp, while the one who went around calling themselves Madara Uchiha just happened to be in the village on that day, in the Uchiha clan's compound. The murderer said nothing, seeming to decide that silence was the best course of action. "Very well then," Naruto responded to the nonverbal answer. "Let's go have a look at the person that I killed then." The Hokage's father dropped his arm, allowing the Uchiha's feet to touch the ground, though the suddenness and lack of energy that he currently possessed caused Itachi to collapse, with only the fact that Naruto hadn't let go of the shinobi's collar stopping him from landing in the dirt. Still, perhaps that would have been better, as Naruto then proceeded to drag Itachi towards the cooling body of the one that called themselves Madara Uchiha, the teen's lower body pulling on the dirt. Itachi hissed as the sudden movement caused his burnt face to scream out in agony, but Naruto paid it no attention. The dragging seemed to go on forever in the Uchiha's mind, as his face still burned, like he hadn't put the Amaterasu flames out. But all things ended eventually, and Itachi finally found his silent pleas for the dragging to end abruptly answered when Naruto let go of his collar, allowing his head to hit the ground with a hiss from the Uchiha. "Recognize this person," Itachi heard the Hokage's father say. A short movement of his head allowed the Uchiha prodigy to see the fallen form of the person he knew as Madara Uchiha, clad in his one-eyed mask. Without conscious thought, Itachi's eye widened at the sight of blood leaking through a hole in the man's head. But how? The thought ran through the Uchiha's head. How could someone who fought with the likes of Hashirama Senju, who was so infamous, so skilled, be killed so easily? He had no doubt that the Hokage's father was powerful despite his civilian status. He'd defeated and killed Orochimaru of the Sannin after all. But Madara Uchiha was in another realm of power entirely when compared to the Sannin. "I'll take your expression as a yes." With effort, Itachi managed to tear his eye away from the fallen form of Madara Uchiha and turned to Naruto. The prodigy knew that this was the end. There was no way he could escape now, no way that he'd be able to complete what he'd started. "So, care to tell me why you decided to kill children?" Itachi responded to Naruto's question with nothing once more. Even if he'd failed, Itachi wouldn't allow Konoha to know how close the Uchiha had come to performing a coup. He wouldn't allow his brother to be ostracized for what their family had planned. He'd come this far for his brother, he was willing to go further. "Silence again?" Naruto asked when the murderer refused to answer. "Very well, perhaps you'll be willing to speak when you wake up?" Reaching down, Naruto pulled the Uchiha off the ground by his collar before. With his other hand, he viciously punched the teen in the nose while letting go of his clothing. The initial force of the punch was enough to rattle the prodigy's skull and break his nose, but the momentum placed onto his head caused the back of Itachi's skull to collide with the earth with bone-breaking force. The back of the Uchiha prodigy's skull cracked as it impacted the dirt, and black swarmed his vision. With the murderer knocked out, Naruto released a tired breath before he walked away. The killer and Madara wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, and while the Uchiha clan seemed to be out of commission, he might as well destroy that stupid tablet before he left. Minato was pacing out the front of his house when Naruto finally returned, the Hokage's face a mask of worry and thought. On his approach, Naruto called out to his son, seeking to break the blonde from his mental musings. On hearing his name, Minato snapped his head to the source, breathing a small sigh of relief when he laid eyes on his father. "To-san," Minato greeted with a sincere smile. "You're here." Whatever the yondaime was going to say was cut off by his father, who held up a hand to silence his son. He knew his son would have to stay up late to deal with this, and that leaving it till morning would only create more problems. "Just tell the doctors to look in her stomach," Naruto told his son simply, before reaching into his pocket and retrieve the metal ball, passing via a small toss to Minato. "Those are the cause of her condition. But you have bigger problems, Minato." The Hokage frowned at his father's words. What did he mean? The blonde opened his mouth, but Naruto cut him off again, speaking before the younger of the two could get a word out. "Just go to the Uchiha compound," the elder of the two told his son with a weary sigh. "Take several of your high-ranking shinobi with you, and whoever you need if you wish to investigate a crime scene." The next day, Naruto found himself watching Koji perform some taijutsu against a post in the compound's private training ground. His grandson had decided to spend time at home to practice in the academy style. To Naruto's critical eye, the style was an abomination. It was easy to see that the style was only truly useful against someone with a similar skill in hand-to-hand combat. However, it was a simple style, designed to introduce the young to the idea of using their body as a weapon. Turning his eye from the style to his grandson, Naruto watched the 7-year-old lay his small fists into the wooden post in a semi-coordinated effort to drill the combination of kicks and punches into his memory. Every so often, Koji would stop and mumble to himself about missing a step, stumbling over one, or getting the flow or timing incorrect. He'd then reset himself, before beginning again. This wasn't from the academy, Naruto knew, but rather from Koji learning more about how his parents were perceived by those in Konoha. Minato was seen as the pinnacle of power for a shinobi, at least in some circles. He had the speed and mind to make quick work of nearly anyone who crossed his path. Respected as the Yondaime Hokage and feared as the Yellow Flash, Minato was commonly called the strongest shinobi in his generation, if not the world. Minato's skills had only increased through his training and swift release. Kushina, while not as widely known as her husband, was powerful and well known within Konoha as a strong kunoichi, standing beside Tsunade as one of the strongest kunoichi in the world. Her skill with the sword and chakra chains made her incredibly dangerous to deal with at any range. Her large chakra reserves, while mainly used to power her chakra chains, could also be used to employ the several jutsu she knew. While Koji was never told any of this by his parents, he did learn about his father, and through him, his mother, at the academy. With Minato being Hokage, it was inevitable that they'd talk about him when they went over the Hokages, past and present. Learning about how strong they were made Koji want to become just as good as them, making him want to perfect everything he knew. It would take his grandson more than perfecting everything he knew to become as powerful as his mother and father, but Naruto knew it was a good place to start. Naruto rolled his shoulders from his seated position, several meters away from Koji, in the shade of the tree line around the clearing that the 7-year-old was practicing in. Picking himself off of the ground, he waited for Koji to finish practicing his current kata before calling out to his grandson. "How about you take a break, Koji?" Naruto called to the blonde-haired boy, who turned at his voice. "You've been practicing for a couple of hours now, and it's almost lunch." Koji gave a weary nod in response, sweat gathering on his brow. Naruto had no doubt that the boy was hungry, considering that, while it might not be a large amount of time for an adult, an hour of physical exercise would have pushed any other child Koji's age to their limit long ago. The grandfather knew that it was only a combination of Kushina's stubbornness that kept his grandson moving. The two began the relatively short journey back to Naruto's house, and during so, Naruto decided to comment on his grandson's progress. "You're performing very well, Koji," Naruto told the boy, who perked up slightly at the praise, turning his head to face his grandfather. He was still very tired. Naruto didn't doubt that he might actually fall asleep after lunch. "You're practicing constantly and are always working very hard with your taijutsu. I have no doubt that your teacher will be impressed as well. I know that To-san and Ka-san are." Koji managed to give his grandfather a tired smile. "Thanks, Gigi," the boy said gratefully. "Don't thank me, Koji," Naruto replied with a smile. "You earned my praise." A small blush graced the boy's face, embarrassed at the acclaim, but he smiled back. "And I think that To-san and Ka-san would like to say the same," Naruto told the boy, who seemed confused at those words, at least until Naruto motioned in front of them. The sight caused Koji's eyes to light up, and he seemed to gain a burst of energy. "Two-san!" he yelled in excitement, running to embrace his father, who was waiting at the door of his own father's house, in a hug as the boy approached. Kushina went around the both of them, holding her husband and son. Koji's reaction was understandable. He hadn't seen his father in quite some time. From what Kushina told Naruto when she dropped off Koji before going to check on her Uchiha friend this morning, as apparently not all of them had been killed, Minato had never returned home last night. Naruto could see the effect of that, even if Koji couldn't. Dark bags under his son's eyes told him that he had been working all through the night. There was also a tired look in his son's eyes, that wasn't different from the one in his own son's. That glint in Minato's eyes, however, was accompanied by other emotions. Sadness, despair, and pain were just a few that Naruto could see. Naruto could also see the same in Kushina's eyes, though not to the same degree as Minato. Kushina's sadness, however, was directed towards Minato. She felt sad for him. "How are you, Koji-kun?" Minato asked as he pulled back from his son with a smile, keeping himself cheerful for the boy. "Have you been practicing hard?" "Yeah," Koji gave an enthusiastic nod, not registering the air around his parents. "I trained for hours, and worked on the new kata that Irika-sensei showed us. He said to wait until today, but since we didn't have academy today, I wanted to do it early." The boy gave a bright smile, on that Minato returned. "Well done, Koji, it's always good to practice whenever you can," Minato replied. "You'll be a very strong shinobi one day with that attitude." Koji blushed under the praise. Minato's eyes then flashed from his son to his father, then back. "How about you show me and Ka-san later? I need to go back to my office. I only have enough time for a quick break right now." Koji seemed to wilt slightly at the news. "Do!" The youngest of the four stopped himself from continuing, but a reassuring hand from both his mother and father, a wordless motion for him to continue, spurred him on. "Do you promise?" the boy finished, with a look of such wanting that it was almost heartbreaking. "Of course," Minato promised, pulling his son in for a hug, one that was instantly reciprocated. The boy clutched his father tightly, and the two stayed like that for a few moments, neither Kushina nor Naruto even entertaining that idea of disturbing them. Eventually, Minato pulled away. "I'll be back in a few hours, Koji." He smiled at his child. "I promise." Koji gave a small nod, showing he understood, before moving over to his mother and giving her a hug, something that Kushina eagerly returned. Minato stood up and turned to his father. "Two-san." Minato seemed to visibly hesitate before continuing. "I'm going to need you to come with me." Naruto blinked at the tone his son was using, attempting to address him as he were a subordinate. However, it seemed that it was as awkward for Minato as it sounded to Naruto. A look to Kushina told Naruto that she knew why, but she provided no answers when their eyes met. For a moment, Naruto entertained the idea of saying no before he put it aside. This was most likely about yesterday. "Of course, Minato," Naruto replied with a short nod, walking closer to his son. A small amount of tension bleed out from his son's shoulders at that, before he turned to his own. "I'll see you soon, Koji," Minato promised as he began to lead Naruto out of the compound. Koji waved towards his father as he left along with his grandfather. "Bye, Two-san," the 7-year-old called out. Minato gave a short wave back before he turned around. No words were said between Naruto and his son as they exited the clan compound, nor as they walked towards their destination, which Naruto could only assume was the Hokage Tower. Because of this, the walk seemed to stretch on infinitely longer than it should have, the silence between the two growing tenser the longer that it grew. To Naruto, it also served to annoy him. He knew that this was because of the incident yesterday. There was no other reason as to why Minato would treat him this way. What annoyed him was that his son still hadn't told him explicitly why he was being dragged to the Hokage Tower. A quick look towards the blonde told Naruto that Minato wasn't intentionally keeping information from him. His eyes seemed to look beyond what was in front of him, not truly registering the people on the street before him, and was moving out of their way out of instinct more than it being a conscious decision. Naruto released a louder than normal cough to snap his son out of his thoughts, which succeeded. Minato blinked and regained his bearings before turning to his father, who shot him a raised eyebrow. The Hokage's reddened in embarrassment before it was quickly suppressed. Seeing that his son was once again in the here and now, Naruto questioned him. "Is this about yesterday?" he asked, to which Minato gave a swift nod. Yes. The blonde was still speaking in the tone of voice that said Minato was the superior while Naruto was subordinate. I'll explain more when we're in my office. Once more, Naruto raised a mental eyebrow at the attitude Minato was showing, but didn't reply. He'd be looking for an explanation eventually, but for now, he was willing to put it down to the stress of the situation getting to his son, despite the fact that he didn't believe it for a second. Once again, silence reigned between the two as they walked. Eventually, after what seemed like an arduous journey, they reached Minato's office and stood before the doors leading in. When he entered the room, Naruto was greeted to a sight that Naruto hadn't seen before. Multiple people were in the room, and while he had been with his son, in his office, when people had entered, none of them had ever stayed for long barring important matters. But right now, these people weren't going anywhere anytime soon, it was in the way they stood and where they stood. The three of them stood on Minato's side of the desk, seeming to be in the midst of a conversation when Naruto and his son had entered but turned to face them when the door opened. One of them, Naruto remembered seeing years ago, their first meeting with him leaving an impression. The second, he remembered vaguely, while the last was someone that Naruto knew he'd never seen before. Minato moved to the other side of the room, and sat behind his desk, the three other people in the room standing around the desk as he did so. Naruto sat down on a chair on the opposite side of the desk, as he usually did when he visited his son at his office. That was where similarities ended. Naruto Namikaze. Again, Minato spoke to him like a subordinate. It was actually getting quite irritating, he was the man's father after all. You've been called here to discuss recent events that have happened around the Uchiha clan, Inoichi Yamanaka, Ibiki Marino and Shikaka Nara. Minato gestured to the individual people behind him as he spoke their names. We'll be asking you questions about incident and your involvement. Sufficient answers are mandatory. Naruto said nothing in response, but his irritation was slowly rising with the attitude he was getting without any explanation. Namikaze-san. It was the blonde-haired Yamanaka that spoke. At approximately 8 in the evening yesterday, you entered the Uchiha compound, true or false? Naruto stared at the man for a few moments, unknowingly making Inoichi shuffle uncomfortably internally. True. Naruto replied eventually, turning away from the Yamanaka. Why did you enter the compound? Was the sudden question from the bandana-wearing man, Ibiki. I smelled blood. Naruto answered curtly after a moment, the demanding tone plus his lack of patience at the current moment not allowing him to keep a neutral tone. The man looked disbelieving of his answer, but a look from Inoichi quelled any comment he was thinking of making. Upon entering the compound, the Yamanaka questioned as he turned back to Naruto. According to other sources, you engaged in combat with Jonin Itachi Uchiha, true or false? True. Naruto answered again. If they were going to go with this kind of questioning, he could be forced to sit and answer for over an hour. Could just tell me what you wish to know. We'll be the ones asking the questions, Namikaze. Ibiki replied, seemingly for all four on the other side of the desk when none of the others spoke up, including Minato. How'd you subdue Jonin Uchiha while seemingly suffering no apparent injuries? By doing the same thing that I did to the last person who attacked me. Naruto let them decide if he was talking about those Kumo shinobi a few years ago, or Orochimaru, years before that. It was then that Ibiki's words finally registered with Naruto, and he scowled. You called him by his rank. Do you mean to tell me that this psychopath is still a part of Konoha's shinobi forces? He should be seeing a psychiatrist at worst, locked up at best. Itachi Uchiha's situation is under revision. It was the Nara who spoke. He is currently under isolation and receiving psychiatric help for his mental issues. The man's words did nothing to quell the issues that Naruto had with the situation. And what about how it led up to this? Naruto questioned. The person we're talking about killed children without remorse, and without hesitation as far as I know. The ability to do so doesn't crop up overnight, so if you would truly like to prevent this from happening again, I suggest that you take a good look about how you currently train your shinobi, because if they turn out like that, there was no need to specify who Naruto was talking about. Then you will have this exact same problem again. Naruto finished his piece and sat back comfortably in his seat, having risen slightly during all the talking that he did. The Nara had his eyes trained on Naruto, but the elder man could tell the gears were turning behind his eyes. Inoichi had a slightly far-off look in his eyes as Naruto's words played over in his head. It was Minato who spoke first, realizing that his father was close to the edge. He knew it would have happened inevitably, but he had hoped that this wouldn't have annoyed his father as much as it had apparently had. Inoichi Ibiki. Minato spoke, breaking the former out of his musings while he got the latter to stop giving his father a stare. Perhaps if we did just skip to what we need to know and skip the theatrics. Ibiki frowned at his Hokage's words, sparing him a glance before turning back to Naruto, but said nothing, obeying his superior. Inoichi did the same, showing his compliance with a nod. At the scene, after having dealt with Itachi Uchiha, you proceeded to attempt to interrogate him. True or false? Inoichi continued. True. The implied again, in Naruto's answer, wasn't missed by anyone but passed by uncommented. In the middle of it, however, you were interrupted by Obito Uchiha. The Yamanaka clan head questioned again, ignoring his Hokage's slight flinch at the name's mention. Naruto cast his son a glance but turned back to Inoichi when the man continued. Can you tell us what happened? Minato's reaction to the name was slightly confusing to Naruto as, if he read into what was being said correctly, this Obito Uchiha was the one who had attempted to destroy Konoha on the day that Koji had been born, posing as Madara Uchiha. He was the person that Naruto had killed yesterday. This was something he would be questioning his son about at the first opportunity, which unfortunately wasn't now. While I was interrogating the murderer, Naruto answered, I sensed a build of chakra behind me. Considering the situation I was in at the time, I suspected an accomplice and acted. I killed them. His response was rather short, but so was his patience at the moment. Thankfully, the questioners seemed to realize that it was the most they would have got out of him, and continued, allowing his lie to be taken as fact. What with? It was Ibiki that questioned Naruto this time. A pebble, was the reply that Ibiki got. The man seemed conflicted between smirking and scowling at Naruto's answer. Technically it was true, those metal balls he found in the Hyuga woman's stomach were pebble-shaped. How? Ibiki asked, his voice gruff in an attempt to sound menacing, perhaps to intimidate Naruto. An unimpressed look was all he received for his efforts, and somehow, Naruto knew that it annoyed the man more than silence would. You threw it, Shikaku interrupted, and transferred swift-release chakra at the end of your throw, allowing you to throw it at what I'm almost certain was faster than even a Sharingan could detect. It pierced through a building's wall and struck Obito Uchiha in the head. If you knew that, then why am I here? Naruto questioned the Jonin commander, no small amount of irritation in Naruto's voice. Because we needed to be certain. The Yamanaka explained, shooting the Nara a look. Can I assume that Shikaku was correct in his presumptions? Naruto gave a short nod. Is that all? He asked to the four on the other side of the desk. Yes, that's all, Tsu-san. Minato told his father, before turning to the other men in the room. I'd like to speak to my Tsu-san in private, now that the investigation is over. While phrased as a wish, Minato's tone made it clear he was speaking as Hokage. The three shinobi nodded and moved to the door, leaving the room without another sound, each now having their own things to do with the official investigation into, not only the Uchiha clan's near massacre, but the attempted coup that was uncovered in the process. Once the door to his son's office closed, and he was sure there were no A and B with them, Naruto spoke. Would you like to tell me what that was about? Minato slumped slightly but answered. If you're talking about my attitude earlier, it was because I wanted to keep my interaction with you strictly professional. You were being questioned and I didn't want to show any favoritism. Naruto's son admitted. I received quite a bit of flack about not questioning you during previous incidents. That was part of the reason, but Minato sighed here. It was also because Obito Uchiha, the man who was posing as Madara Uchiha, was once a part of the genin team that I led. So that explained why Minato's eyes seemed to hold the emotions that it did when he came with Kushina earlier. He was experiencing something akin to what Hiruzen was feeling when Orochimaru's actions were brought to light. Obito was alive the entire time. Minato continued, now seemingly talking more to himself than Naruto. I thought he was dead. I mourned for him. My entire team did. Kakashi, I'll have to visit Kakashi. Minato told himself. He had no idea how his former student would feel about this, how he'd react, but the Hokage could tell it wouldn't be good if he was left alone. Much like when they were walking to his office, Minato spaced out, beginning to fall deep into thought. Don't dwell on this too much, Minato. Naruto told his son, bringing his attention onto him. It happened and is now in the past. This Obito, you treated him well? Minato gave a strong nod. Of course I did. I know that Rin treated him nicely as well. Kakashi. Minato paused for a second before continuing. He could have treated Obito better than he did, But his attitude wasn't his fault at the time, and Obito didn't care. He still considered Kakashi a friend. You treated him right, Minato. You didn't deserve this animosity that he had shown towards you with his actions. The blame lays at the feet of the person who twisted him into what he died as. Minato mulled over his father's words, finding no fault in his logic, but it did little to quell the pain he still felt at his former student's death, actions aside. Do you have any idea who it is? The person who changed Obito, who made him pose as Madara Uchiha? Minato suddenly asked. Why are you asking me? Naruto questioned, with a raised eyebrow. I know nothing more than you do, Minato. You always seem to have advice at the very least, Tsusan. The yondaime responded. I was hoping for some of that. We still don't know who the person was who helped Obito escape when we first encountered him wearing his Madara mask. Naruto sighed. At the very least, the person who changed your student must have met or interacted with Madara before his death, to know how to control the Kyuubi. Madara might have originally been working with this person before he died. The attack on the Uchiha compound was focused on wiping out the clan, meaning that either their plan involves something that the Uchiha were a threat to, or that there was something inside Konoha that they need to take, using that Uchiha clan as a diversion of sorts. Given that they had originally planned to destroy Konoha, the Uchiha included, it's safe to assume that it's most likely the former. Naruto took a breath to collect his thoughts before he continued while Minato listened. Because of the scale of this attack and how news will inevitably spread, it's likely that whatever plan is being worked towards will be on a grand scale. It would do them no good to attack the Uchiha clan, and prove that they are a genuine threat, when we wouldn't hear nor experience the outcome of whatever it is they're planning. With the way they twisted your own student against you, despite the way you treated him, means that this person, or someone working for them, is both incredibly manipulative and persuasive, or has some sort of mental manipulation. Because of the large stretch of time between that Madara's death and your student's death and subsequent reappearance, assume that the people we are dealing with have had time to plan, years to plot out every action and reaction. Their planning means it will be hard to surprise them or trap them, but hopefully their planning will have made them reliable on it. Be unpredictable, do something they didn't account for, pressure them on it and they will crack, then pry that crack open until it's a hole big enough to step through. Naruto finally withdrew from his thoughts to find his son staring at him, blinking owlishly. There was a silence between the two before Minato broke it by shaking his head and giving a small laugh. I definitely know where I got my mind from. The man said, a grin at his father. In a rather uncharacteristic display, Naruto blushed slightly at the comment, which only made his son laugh harder. Zetsu growled under its breath as the plant being paced in the large hall-like room. That stupid fucking fool. Ah, don't be so mean to Obito. Zetsu's white half complained. He tried his best. Shut up, chatterbox. Black Zetsu hissed in response, anger blazing. That idiot could have given away the entire plan, disrupted years of preparation. The only thing positive that Zetsu could take away from this was that the stupid Uchiha had died before he could speak to anyone. But it was close, too close. Had Obito been captured alive, then the elemental sage would have made him talk, one way or another. Then everything there had been planning would have been for naught. But this wouldn't have happened if you had told him. White Zetsu pointed out, to which its opposite half could only growl to in response. It was true, Obito might not have attempted to see to his clan's destruction had he known that the elemental sage still resided there, something that Zetsu hadn't seen to inform him of. In another universe, in which Zetsu had been alive for far longer than he had currently, more experienced with its interaction with people, it might have seen fit to trust the Uchiha with that information, which would have prevented Obito's actions. But that was not this world. In Zetsu's eyes, all of humanity was against its plans. They couldn't be trusted, but they were needed, for the plant being knew that it couldn't succeed alone. Unfortunately, it would now be forced to take a more active role in the formation of the plans. Obito had been the main link between the Akatsuki organization and those who knew the real plans, pushing them in the right direction, but it would need to take up that role now. The black half of Zetsu's face twisted into a frown as it thought about what it had to do, interacting with people. It could barely keep a straight face when in the same room. Filthy humans. They stole what they didn't deserve, used what meager portions of it that they do have like a child swing a club. They know nothing about chakra, nor about its proper use. It didn't belong with the mortals, being polluted like it was. No, it belonged with its rightful owner. Repressing another snarl in its other half, Black Zetsu turned to the only other occupant of the room, a large statue that the room was specifically made to hold. Closed eyes stared back at Zetsu, But it knew she was watching, waiting for the moment when it would complete their plans. "We're close now, Kaa-sama. So very close." Setsu's whispering echoed around the room. "You will triumph." The statue said nothing, but Setsu could feel the approval radiating from it. The human and plant hybrid could almost see all of the 10 eyes opening, and its dream becoming a reality.